Lord of the Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 401 to 425. Chapter 401 Chapter 84 Distress Signal. Bernadette stopped in front of a black wooden door covered in strange patterns, reached out, and gripped the doorknob, saying, "I've always suspected the dreams inside are the key to this place's existence. The remnants of the night's power merely provided the possibility for such development." As she spoke, she twisted the doorknob and opened the grand door. Alice curiously poked her head in as the black door slowly receded, revealing a golden ocean within the room. Amidst a dazzling golden glow, Alice saw the sun falling from the sky, dyeing the entire ocean gold. As if to echo this scene, an unimaginably intense aura seeped out slightly, causing the entire building to shake noticeably, and dust from above and bricks from the walls began to fall. "The owner of this aura could crush me. Wait, is the dream about to shatter?" Alice vaguely realized this and was about to give a warning when Bernadette had already closed the black wooden door again, and everything returned to normal. "Even I wouldn't dare to enter here," Bernadette said, looking at Alice. "Even I wouldn't dare to enter here," Alice repeated Bernadette's words, shaking her head, as if in response. Under Bernadette's increasingly bewildered gaze, Klein turned to Alice and asked, "You can't beat him?" Alice nodded honestly. He is quite lively." Bernadette's lips moved twice, but in the end, she said nothing. In their silence, Alice tossed the card of unknown material in her hand and smiled at Bernadette. "Hey, do you know the incantation to activate the Black Emperor card?" Is it related to me?" Bernadette shook her head, her searching gaze falling upon Alice. "What a coincidence." Alice clapped her hands. "I don't know either." "He's really lively." Bernadette hesitated, frozen in place, unsure of what she should do. "She doesn't know." "Oh, I haven't told her, but is it inappropriate for me to say it now?" "No, it doesn't seem inappropriate, it's normal for her not to know." Bernadette. Klein pronounced the name in ancient Fosak. Bernadette realized that this must be the incantation to activate the Black Emperor card. Her lips moved twice, then closed again. Alice saw Bernadette's eyes briefly lose focus, then quickly regain their depth, and then, she spoke in the soft but emotionless voice they were familiar with, "The dream is about to end." Blinding light once again illuminated the dream, and Alice rolled out of bed and headed to the pirate restaurant for a meal. As Alice slowly finished her meal and was about to leave the restaurant with a bowl of ice cream, Frank Lee walked in, his eyes lighting up when he saw her, and he waved to her, saying, "Alice, you've come just in time. Come quickly and see what I've found." Alice hesitated, stopping her steps, and asked cautiously, "What is it?" "Remember the fish in this sea?" Frank Lee said excitedly, "I caught something strange." "Something strange." Alice looked at Frank Lee, who had just said that, and began to feel worried. What kind of thing would even he find strange? Alice's worried gaze swept around the restaurant, finally landing on Klein, who was walking towards them. Klein also seemed worried about what the two of them might stir up together, so he walked over and asked, "What are you two talking about?" "Gehrman." Frank Lee looked even happier. "I found something strange, do you want to come see it too?" "Something strange." Klein couldn't help but glance at Alice, noticing that her expression was calm, but her eyes were full of a plea for help. "Good, she doesn't seem excited." A hint of relief rose in Klein's heart, and with that emotion, he asked Frank Lee, "What is it?" "A fish with human fingers growing in its belly." Before they could respond, Frank rushed out of the restaurant like that, and not long after, he quickly ran back, holding a bluish-black strange fish. The fish was of ordinary length, with eyelids like a human's where its eyes should be, and its belly had already been cut open, revealing 3 bloody fingers stuffed inside. Before they could think, Frank Lee quickly stated his judgment. "I didn't put these in, it had them originally. Look at its mouth, it's highly unlikely it would eat something like this, so it can only have grown them itself. Of course, I currently can't figure out what purpose growing fingers serves for it." "That's right, if it had no use, it shouldn't grow this thing. I think I learned something in biology class." "What was it called?" "Structure determines function." Or the other way around. Some knowledge slipped through Alice's smooth brain. Klein glanced at the tea-colored fish and said thoughtfully, "It's also possible someone else put them in." "That makes sense, then it's not the most unique fish." Frank paused for a second, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Fingers are flesh and blood, I'll ask Heath, he's an expert in that area." I think the most unique fish will definitely come from your hands in the future, Alice muttered inwardly, watching him look around, find Heath Doyle eating in a corner, and quickly approach him, so she followed. Frank Lee placed the bluish-black strange fish in front of the Rose Bishop, whereupon the Rose Bishop extended his hands, pressed them onto the fish's body, and was about to press his face against it. This scene made Alice feel a strange sense of familiarity. She realized this was Heath Doyle's eating posture, and quickly stopped him, saying, "This isn't for you to eat." "Why do you Rose Bishops eat everything?" said Alice, who also ate everything. Klein secretly glanced at Alice, saying nothing, and Frank, seeing this, laughed heartily. "No, this isn't food for you, you've been eating fish so much lately you smell fishy. What I mean is, do you recognize the fingers in the fish's belly? Can you find their original owner? Actually, I think I'm better at this, or, Klein should also be quite good at finding the owners of items." Alice hesitantly looked at Klein, recalling the divine blood of the eternal blazing sun. "They are really good at this." Heath Doyle stopped his movement of bending down and scrutinized it seriously for a few seconds, saying, "They belong to a Rose Bishop, at least a Rose Bishop." Rose Bishop. Alice was stunned for a moment, watching Heath Doyle take out the 3 fingers, bloody and stacked together. The fingers melted into a viscous puddle of flesh, wriggling to spell out a crimson word on the dining table: help. End of this chapter. Chapter 402. Chapter 85. Kill him. Help. Alice was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that this was a cry for help from a Rose Bishop, or at least, a Rose Bishop. Who is it? From the Aurora Order. Wait, from the Aurora Order. Alice was momentarily dazed, recalling the Black Saint and Leomaster from her dream, those 2 identical faces. Help. How? Frank Lee asked, turning his head in confusion. How would I know? You should ask your captain. Klein shook his head, thought for a moment, but didn't speak directly. Instead, he looked at Alice. Alice didn't speak. She stared intently at the crimson, help, and Leomaster, frantically fleeing in a linen robe, naturally appeared. Chasing him from behind was the Black Saint, wielding a greatsword. Alice paused slightly, and the scene shifted forward, revealing the buildings ahead, frozen in the twilight, the giant court. That's right, Leomaster went on a pilgrimage. If the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods is in the dream, Leomaster must know. A vague thought crossed Alice's mind. She suddenly jumped up and exclaimed in surprise. I'm going to save him. This made Klein look at Alice with unconcealed surprise, asking her in a puzzled tone. When did you become so kind-hearted? Alice paused, suddenly realizing she wasn't in a dream, and she actually didn't know what to do. If her luck was bad, Leomaster might already be dead. Would her luck be bad? Well, actually, it would be, but things in this area shouldn't have bad luck. They shouldn't, right? Based on her understanding of her own personality, Alice gradually became hesitant. Of course, an explanation was still necessary. He might know how to enter the forsaken land of the gods. After a pause, she added. However, in fact, I don't plan to do anything, because I don't know how to do it. If destiny truly wants me to go to the forsaken land of the gods, the method will naturally be delivered to me. Only then will I consider whether or not to go. Why doesn't destiny just teleport me in directly, for example, by having someone kidnap me? No, forget that. Recalling Eamon, who invited her to become his dependents and attempted to kidnap or abduct her, Alice decided it was better to go herself. While Alice was trying to explain her thoughts to Klein, Frank Lee had already been staring at the mass of flesh, thinking in another direction. Suddenly, Alice heard Frank Lee ask, "Can the original spiritual imprints of this flesh be eliminated?" Alice suddenly had a bad premonition. Yes, Heath Doyle replied concisely. Frank Lee's lips slowly spread into a grin, smiling like a 200-pound child. I've always been curious about the composition of a Rose Bishop's flesh. I've always wondered what would happen if similar flesh were used as a medium for hybridization. Alice recoiled half a step in horror. This successfully drew Frank Lee's attention to her, who had been neglected. So Frank turned around and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Alice swallowed, looking at Frank's sincere gaze. She pondered for 2 seconds, then looked at Heath Doyle beside her and said, "There's a Rose Bishop right here. You don't need to go to such trouble." Klein suddenly felt an urge to curse. "Thank you," Heath Doyle said calmly from the side. "Oh, Frank showed a surprised expression to Alice. "You're right, I actually overlooked that." After speaking, he showed an eager expression, looking at Heath Doyle with expectant eyes. Under his gaze, Heath Doyle silently merged into the shadows, as if he had never existed. Alice blinked, a reminiscent expression on her face. "I still remember the first time I saw him. Back then, I thought you had hybridized a person with a shadow to create him." The shadow squirmed, and Heath Doyle reappeared, landing somewhat unsteadily on the deck. Before Alice could speak again, Klein reached out and dragged her away. As Alice tried to convince Klein to let go of her on the deck, night unexpectedly fell, and they had to find a place to sleep. No one interfered with the dream, so Alice reappeared in a familiar area. She could see the dreams of Frank, Katlia, Nina, and other future crew members nearby, and of course, Klein's as well. So annoying. Alice shrugged her shoulders, looked around, and skillfully entered Frank Lee's room. Frank Lee was still digging holes and planting something, only instead of food, there was a puddle of muddy flesh at his feet. Alice mourned for the non-existent Rose Bishop for a second, then walked over, squatted beside him, and asked, "What experiments are you planning to do with them?" Frank laughed excitedly. Many, many. For example, a cow that can satisfy the entire ship's meat requirements with just one head. Every time a part is cut off, it can regrow. I think I've seen similar legends in the Bible. Alice tried to recall the relevant content. The New Testament recorded the miracle of the 5 loaves and 2 fish, in which Jesus fed 5,000 people with 5 loaves and 2 fish through blessing and distribution. Well, that's also quite reasonable. After all, God Almighty does have a pathway that is. Alice glanced at the flesh on the ground, thought for 2 seconds, and then tried to persuade him. Why focus on cows? Perhaps you could consider other species, like fish. And, I always feel like you really enjoy planting things. One day in the future, I won't see people growing out of the ground. Wait a minute, then could you plant me? Alice suddenly had a new whimsical idea. Frank in the dream wasn't fully awake, but he still lifted his head and began to look at Alice with a longing gaze. Alice instantly remembered the first thing Frank Lee said to her after learning her identity, asking for her flesh for experiments. Facing that familiar gaze again, Alice felt the hairs on her neck stand up. She jumped up, turned, and ran, rushing into some unknown room. This was a vast hall, supported by 2 rows of thick stone pillars. There were no candles in the hall, making it exceptionally dark. As the main door opened, light from outside streamed in, making it clear. On the walls and dome of this place were vibrant, gold-dominated frescoes. They connected to each other, leaving no gaps, giving the place a grand and sacred feeling. Anderson Hood was lying on a recliner, leisurely admiring the frescoes above him, and lamented to Gehrman Sparrow beside him. Alas, we're finally leaving this damned sea area, only 2 or 3 alternations of noon and night left. As long as we can leave here smoothly, I won't have to worry about any lingering problems. Oh, is that you? Alice thought for a moment, then walked over, materialized an identical recliner for herself, and also placed one behind Klein, then lay down and said, "Don't forget there's 4 times the misfortune waiting for you." Anderson's happy expression vanished instantly. A few seconds later, he laughed again. "Do you have no other means of attack besides misfortune, Miss Angel?" Quote. Alice looked at him in disbelief. 5 times. Klein leaned weakly on the recliner, trying to change the subject. "Are you from Intis?" "Barely. My father is from Intis, my mother is from Seeger." "Damn it." Anderson showed a mischievous smile to the exasperated Alice before turning his head to answer. His answer was only halfway through when the chair beneath him suddenly fell apart. Even with his quick reaction, he couldn't help but fall to the ground. "Never mind, let her vent." Klein glanced at Alice, and finally, as if nothing had happened, asked, "Then do you believe in the eternal blazing sun, the god of steam and machinery, or the god of knowledge and wisdom?" Anderson really wanted to curse, but when he caught sight of Alice's extremely threatening gaze beside him, he couldn't help but think of the chair that had inexplicably collapsed just now, and swallowed his curse. Anderson, holding his breath, got up from the ground, made the remnants of the recliner disappear, and materialized a new recliner. Only then did he lie on it and reply, "I originally believed in the god of knowledge and wisdom, but their priests are too hateful. Just because I failed an exam, they ignored my ordinary handsome face and looked at me as if I were an idiot. Bah, I'm just a bit uneven in my studies, my IQ isn't low at all. I've always been excellent in art knowledge, drawing fundamentals, and other fields. Heh, before becoming a hunter, my dream was to be a painter. Of course, after coming to sea, I more or less believe in the Lord of Storms a little. After listening to Anderson's description, Klein was silent for a moment, then turned to Alice and asked, "Have you considered converting to the God of knowledge and wisdom?" Alice sneered and replied, "Have you considered asking that question in front of the goddess? How do you know the goddess wouldn't be pleased about it?" Klein retorted, "You know, I think another existence would be very pleased about it." Alice choked for a moment, realizing that the another existence Klein spoke of was definitely not the God of knowledge and wisdom, but Mr. Fool, who had only revived to sequence 5 at the moment. Anderson was about to join their conversation and interject a few words when, suddenly, a clanging sound of a door opening came from deep within the frescoed hall. They all stopped talking and stared intently at the source of the sound. A man in a short linen robe rushed out from the depths of the frescoed hall at an extremely fast speed, heading straight towards them. The man had shiny black hair, but his face was heavily wrinkled, as if he had experienced many hardships. "It's that ascetic Leomaster." Alice instantly recognized the man. She sprang up from her chair in surprise and cursed. "Holy crap, how the hell did he actually run out?" Cough. Klein clenched his fist and held it to his chin, coughing softly as a reminder. Alice swallowed more curses. At that moment, a tall figure also emerged from the depths of the frescoed hall. The figure wore heavy, dark black full armor, and there were 2 deep red glows in his eye sockets. He carried a huge straight sword and frantically chased after Leomaster. Evidently, this was the knight Alice had never met. Clang, clang, clang. His seemingly metallic boots repeatedly struck the ground, emitting crisp and urgent sounds. The 2 figures got closer and closer. Klein and Anderson reacted quickly, retreating and pressing against the wall of the frescoed hall. They stood on either side, then noticed Alice standing frozen in place. Klein subconsciously wanted to go and pull Alice back, but saw Anderson across from him make a stopping gesture. Klein paused, then saw Leomaster, ahead of him, shout towards Alice. "Run!" Alice blinked, her reaction suddenly quickening again. She reached out and grabbed Leomaster, then turned and ran frantically with him. Klein was stunned for a second in place, watching Alice's receding figure and the approaching figure of the black-armored knight, then quickly gave chase. Anderson watched their figures, raised his right hand futilely, stood in place in silence for a moment, looked out at the square, and finally chose to follow. Alice, holding Leomaster, rushed out of the monastery. The projection of the giant court appeared in their line of sight. So Alice let go of his hand, leaving a random piece of luck on Leomaster. "Go," she said to Leomaster, then stepped back a few paces, clearing a path for the people behind her. Leomaster, bewildered, was pulled by her and ran out. Before he could even be happy about seeing the giant court, he watched Alice prudently let go of him again. What on earth is she doing? Such a question briefly flashed through his mind, only to be interrupted by the sound of the greatsword striking the ground. Leomaster realized it was not the time to think, and he continued to sprint. While dodging around the giant rock, he seized every opportunity to look at the projection of the giant court on the opposite peak, and prayed in ancient Hermes in a low voice. "Lord who created all things. You are the all-knowing and all-powerful. You are the source of all greatness, you are the beginning and the end. You are the God of gods, you are the ruler of the vast astral world." As this honorific name ended, the sea of clouds separating the 2 peaks suddenly trembled, slowly parting left and right, revealing a deep crevice with no visible bottom. The projection of the giant court on the opposite side suddenly absorbed the solidified twilight from the extreme distance. However, nothing happened afterward. Alice narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the black-armored knight, who was chasing Leomaster around a giant rock. Suddenly, the black-armored knight's hand unexpectedly loosened, and his heavy sword fell to the ground, tripping him. "Kill him," Alice calmly ordered Leomaster. Chapter 403 Chapter 86 Who is the cultist? Clang. Amidst the sound of a greatsword hitting the ground, Leomaster froze, unable to react to Alice's words. Compared to Anderson, whose skills required a wind-up and who didn't trust Alice enough, Klein reacted much faster. He immediately raised his left hand, clad in a black glove, and a sharp blade, born from Klein's mind, struck the spirituality of the black armored knight. Mental stab. Regrettably, this attack did not inflict much damage. The black armored knight showed no discomfort. Fortunately, the black armored knight seemed to be dim-witted, or perhaps overly arrogant, who knows. In any case, upon being attacked, he stopped pursuing Leomaster and did not pick up the sword on the ground. Instead, he looked at Klein, who had launched the attack. This time, no one else needed to remind him. Leomaster charged over, kicked up the greatsword from the ground, seized the hilt, and, holding the sword with both hands, swept it horizontally towards the black armored knight. Clang! The greatsword struck the knight's lower leg, producing a loud clang and leaving a faint scratch. But that was all. The black armored knight immediately realized his current predicament, retracted his gaze, and began to dodge around the boulder. At this moment, the tide of offense and defense had turned. Amidst the chaotic scene, Alice picked out the most easily achievable outcome for her, and her calm voice echoed in Klein's ears. Hack him to death. At the same time, Anderson's long wind-up finally ended, his voice arriving half a step later than Alice's, pointing the way for Klein. Do you have any Beander abilities related to lightning? Actually, in a sense, I really do. It's a bit difficult in a dream. Alice glanced at the clear sky, then turned her head to Klein. Just as she expected, Klein raised his right hand, and a milky white short scepter appeared in his hand, its head inlaid with a circle of blue-green gems. See God's scepter. Then, a silver-white lightning bolt shot out, striking the black full-body armor, slithering across it like a snake. Finally, the pure black armor shattered in a silver-white light, revealing another Leomaster encased within. The two identical faces left Klein and Anderson stunned, while Leomaster, holding the greatsword, seemed to have anticipated this. He unhesitatingly wielded his sword, cleaving the other Leomaster in half. This did not seem to be enough to kill a saint of the secret supplicant pathway. Alice, with her sharp eyes, noticed that the two halves of the body on the ground were still wriggling, trying to reattach themselves. She had no intention of warning them, she simply stood there watching. Leomaster, who held the power of life and death over the other Leomaster, raised his sword and repeatedly stabbed, turning the Leomaster on the ground into a mass of flesh and blood. So disgusting. Alice frowned and offered her commentary amidst the silence. The condensed twilight had now returned to the horizon. Katlia had once again sat back on the boulder with her knees hugged. Anderson cast an inquiring gaze towards Gehrman Sparrow, only to find that he had already walked to Alice's side at some point. How should I address your highness? After Anderson added the final flames, successfully turning the mass of flesh and blood on the ground to ash, Leomaster approached Alice with his greatsword, knelt on one knee, performed a knight's salute, and humbly lowered his head to ask. He's almost as tall as me even when kneeling. Alice gnashed her teeth inwardly, but a smile appeared on her face. It's not important. I just want to know, why, after you recited that prayer, you failed to successfully open the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Leomaster's movements paused slightly, and he looked up at her. Alice lowered her gaze and met his. After more than 10 seconds, Leomaster looked at Anderson and Klein behind Alice. Alice turned her head away in confusion. After a few seconds of pause, she turned back and asked with a slight hesitation. Are we supposed to throw them in? Sacrificing living people to open the entrance seems reasonable. Do you have any requirements for the sacrificial offerings? From Leomaster's words, Alice realized that she had most likely said the wrong thing. She turned her head in confusion to look at Klein. Klein's mouth twitched, and he explained. He probably means he hopes we leave here. Oh, Alice nodded thoughtfully, then why aren't you leaving? Anderson kept turning his head to look at Gehrman Sparrow, his eyes full of unspoken words. After Alice said this, Gehrman Sparrow glanced at her without a word and turned to leave. Anderson hesitated for a moment, then followed him. Alice, feeling nothing amiss, turned her head back to Leomaster. Leomaster, who had been greatly shocked by Alice's words, paused for a moment and began to organize his thoughts. The location is wrong. We need to enter the core of this ruined sea and, when night falls, enter a dream there. In the dream, if we recite the honorific name of the Lord, we can enter the forsaken land of the gods. Then, we just need to follow the Lord's gaze. Alice raised her hand to stop his further explanation, frowning as she asked. How do we get to the deepest part of this ruined sea? Keep sailing inward, Leomaster answered honestly. This might take over a month, and we might encounter various dangers along the way. Can't I just move directly to the deepest part? Alice's brows furrowed even deeper. Am I supposed to stay on a ship for a month? Can't I use methods like travel to go directly? Doing so would be very dangerous. Leomaster tried to advise. Alice gave him an expressionless look, her tone cold. If I have to stay on a ship for a month, then things might become even more dangerous. No one who enters this sea area within that month will leave alive. Ah. Leomaster was momentarily stunned. Why? Because I'm very bored, Alice replied emotionlessly. How reasonable, an angel wanting everyone to die because she's too bored. Leomaster remained on one knee, and after a full half-minute of silence, he finally replied. If you need a companion to alleviate the monotony of the journey, I would be willing to be your companion. Alice looked at him in confusion, frowning as she asked. Do you think you're not among the people I just mentioned? Leomaster froze. After a long while, he murmured. Didn't you say before that you came to save me? End of chapter. Chapter 404 Chapter 87 Pilgrimage. Did I say that? Oh, I think I did say something like that the last time I saw him. Alice paused subtly, then naturally retorted, didn't I just save you? Saved him, promise fulfilled, so it's fine to kill him now. Leomaster inexplicably understood this point. He was dumbfounded, speechless for a moment. As if to ease the awkwardness between them, the midday sun rose, and the dream ended. Alice stared at the bright Apollo for a few seconds, then jumped off the bed, rushed out of the room, and headed straight for the captain's cabin. Do I need to go out first? When Alice burst through the door, she was surprised to find Katlia had just sat up in bed. Although Katlia's clothes were still neat, Alice still asked. No need, Katlia shook her head, gesturing for her to close the door. What is it? Alice carefully closed the door, then said to Katlia. I wanted to ask, in this ocean, can I use methods similar to travel to directly move to the core area? Normally, we wouldn't do that, Katlia gave the exact same answer as Leomaster. The space in this ocean is very chaotic. Doing that would easily lead to danger, unless you trust your luck enough. At this point, Katlia's voice trailed off. She looked at Alice, suddenly realized something, and tentatively asked, Miss Fate, are you going to do that? Alice nodded. Katlia pondered for a moment, then offered a suggestion that was both reliable and unreliable. Have you asked Mr. Fool? Ask Klein. What's the use of asking him, but I should indeed tell him. Oh, right, when entering, do I need to recite that honorific name? It seems a bit different from the true creators, but, well, let Leomaster recite it. Alice happily made up her mind, turned, and rushed out of the captain's cabin, leaving a bewildered Katlia behind. The next person Alice found was Frank Lee. Alice remembered that he had taken the mass of flesh from Leomaster, intending to use it for experiments. Wait. Alice stopped Frank Lee from planting the mass of flesh into the ground with a shriek, rushing in front of him. Let me use it to find Leomaster first. Who? Frank Lee obediently stopped his actions and looked up. Alice paused, not hiding anything, but also not saying everything. The owner of this mass of flesh. This was a pointless statement. Frank Lee was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered Alice's words from yesterday and suddenly understood. Oh, you're going to save him. No, Alice denied. I've already saved him. Now I'm going to kill him. Frank Lee's expression became confused. Alice was impolite. She took the opportunity to learn Leomaster's location through the mass of flesh. Their ship had long since sunk, and he was on a deserted island. Never mind. The good news is, I at least don't have to worry about him running off somewhere else. Alice silently stood up from the ground and went to find Klein, under Frank Lee's bewildered gaze. Klein was dining in the restaurant. Anderson, for some reason, was sitting next to him. As Alice approached them, she heard Anderson's unaware voice. She really is from the misfortune pathway, that notoriously useless pathway. Alice hesitated slightly and stopped. Klein looked up at Anderson, who had his back to her, then offered a gentle smile and suggested to him. I recommend you turn around. Anderson turned his head in confusion. Hello, Alice said calmly to him. After 2 seconds of silence, Anderson picked up his clearly untouched plate, stood up, and smiled at the two of them. Oh dear, I'm finished eating. You two chat, ouch. A sailor carrying a tray walked nearby, and some unknown fruit on top accidentally slipped, landing right where Anderson was stepping as he stood up. Sorry, ouch. The sailor quickly apologized, but this wasn't the end of the story. Anderson slipped on the strange fruit, falling to the ground. The tray flew from his hands in the process, eventually landing upside down on his face. She's usually so gentle with me. Klein sat silently, sighing inwardly, then glanced at the empty chair and, without changing his expression, invited Alice, would you like to sit down and eat with us? Alice turned her head blankly, wearing an expression that said, how are you even less normal than me? Now isn't the time to ask that. Alice, while using her limited brain capacity to think, shook her head and said, no. The floor is too dirty. The innocent sailor stood there, slightly hesitant, watching them, unsure whether he should leave. Kevin. Someone shouted from a distance, and the sailor, as if saved, hurriedly said, someone's calling me, I'm leaving first. With that, he quickly left. And in the center of the farce, Anderson lifted the plate from his face, just about to say something, when Alice turned to him and said, don't worry, I won't forget to return the misfortune to you when I get off the ship. Then, without waiting for Anderson to reply, she turned to Klein and said, I might have to leave. Tell me, if I put 6 times the misfortune on him now, will the future have an accident? Why 6 times? Klein asked in confusion. I remember it was 5 times before. Yes, Alice nodded. It just became 6 times. Klein once again felt grateful for Alice's gentleness towards him, then offered a reasonable suggestion. If you don't mind, you can leave a few misfortune charms for Star Admiral and me. We'll add them to him when we get off the ship. Are you two really going that far? Anderson scrambled up from the ground in horror. No, are you serious? He suddenly realized that Alice's previous words about doubling misfortune were not a joke, she was truly counting seriously. Although Anderson declared the misfortune pathway to be a useless pathway, he knew very well that an angel who controlled a Beander characteristic could definitely kill him with misfortune. The reason he dared to provoke Alice again and again was purely because Alice appeared too gentle and too obedient. She really was like what others said, like a sealed artifact of Gehrman Sparrow. Oh, right, Gehrman is clearly like this too. Anderson suddenly realized this and asked with wide eyes, why aren't you angry with Gehrman? I am angry, Alice looked at him in confusion. I always curse back, and I've even hit him. No, what's the use of cursing back? Hit him. Forget actually hitting him, if you just transformed into your mythical creature form, no one here would survive. Anderson looked at the two of them with an incredulous expression, and that absurd thought reappeared. You two really aren't in a relationship, are you? 7 times, Klein calmly turned and suggested. Okay, Alice nodded. Anderson watched them make their decision with a blank expression until Alice was about to turn and leave. He finally reacted and hurriedly shouted, I apologize. Damn it, that was instinct, a provoker's instinct. Beyonders of our pathway are all a bit foul-mouthed. Alice turned her head, sneered at Anderson, then turned and left. So, after Alice left the future, Klein found Anderson with 7 misfortune charms. I have a suggestion, would you like to hear it? What? Anderson watched Gehrman Sparrow in front of him warily, afraid that he would throw a charm at him if he wasn't careful. You can pay me off, Klein raised his hand. I'll charge you £1,000 per charm. For every £1,000 you give me, I'll use 1 less charm. Of course, you can also choose to pay with mystical items or Beander characteristics. Anderson showed an expression of looking at a profiteer. Under Gehrman Sparrow's amiable smile, he couldn't help but ask, does he know about this? He's calling her, he, again. Klein looked at Anderson with an inexplicable mood and calmly replied, that's none of your business. Anderson gritted his teeth. Ultimately, considering Alice's presence, he took a deep breath and agreed to the request. Okay. I'll figure something out. Meanwhile, Alice on the isolated island opened her eyes and mumbled softly, I knew he wouldn't use the charms on Anderson, HMPH, good thing I already returned the misfortune. Just wait, when I get to the forsaken land of the gods, I'll make him bring me food every day, all sorts of feasts and ice cream, after all, he earned so much. For an ocean with inherently chaotic rules, traversing through the chaos was both difficult and easy. The good news was that she moved through it like a fish in water, but the bad news was, I can't feel an angel, it just goes out of control every time I use it. Alice, who kept her state within the cycle of fate, forcing the pollution to dissipate as soon as it appeared, sighed sadly. Finding Leomaster was not difficult, and when Leomaster saw Alice appear before him, he realized he had no room to refuse. Alice had even brought a small boat at Catlia's suggestion, to prevent them from falling directly into the core area of the sea. The rest of the matter proceeded naturally. Alice took Leomaster onto the small boat, and then they appeared together in the core area of this ocean, waiting for night to fall. As night arrived, they were still at the same location as the previous day. Anderson and Klein watched them from afar, and Catlia sat with her knees hugged on a large rock. Alice glanced back at them, then looked at Leomaster. Without her prompting, Leomaster understood what he needed to do. He took a few steps towards the giant court projection on the opposite peak, took a deep breath, and with a devout and solemn expression, prayed softly in ancient Hermes. "Oh, Lord of all creation! You are the omniscient and omnipotent. You are the source of all greatness, you are the beginning and the end. You are the God of gods, you are the ruler of the vast astral world." The sea of clouds separating the two peaks instantly boiled, parting to the left and right, revealing a dark chasm with no visible bottom. The giant court projection on the opposite side suddenly absorbed all the twilight light, making it surge forward, filling the deep chasm. Thus, between the two peaks, amidst the ethereal sea of clouds, a reddish-orange path of light appeared. Leomaster took a few steps forward with an excited expression, looking at the path with tear-filled eyes, and murmured softly, "Lord." Alice, witnessing this change, also stepped forward, looked down at the cliff below, and the distance between herself and the path of light, falling into thought. "Are we jumping down?" she asked calmly, turning her head. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Leomaster's head. He also looked down at the cliff below, falling into thought. "Do you have a way down?" Leomaster looked at Alice with tear-filled eyes. "Yes," Alice nodded solemnly, then took a step forward, and jumped down under Leomaster's expectant gaze. Leomaster watched this scene with a bewildered expression until a scream came from below. "Help me Comma question mark. Should I jump too?" Leomaster moved his foot in hesitation. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he slipped and fell, plummeting amidst the sound of wind and clothes rubbing. "Lord, I might not see you again." Just as Leomaster was praying his last words in his heart, light rose from beneath his feet. He looked up blankly, everything seemed to be in slow motion. The falling angel spread her pure white wings, flying from below to above, and caught him. The wind became steady and gentle. They slowly descended to the ground. Leomaster turned his head and saw Alice land on the ground, her light wings behind her turning into specks of light and dissipating into the air. Leomaster looked down. The path formed by twilight seemed unable to bear any weight, yet they stood firmly upon it, as if on solid ground. "What's wrong with you?" Alice asked, looking at the dazed Leomaster in confusion. "I was thinking," Leomaster replied in an ethereal tone, "since you have wings, no, since you can fly, why did you scream?" Alice blinked, looked at him in confusion, and replied, "But, shouldn't a human scream when falling from a cliff?" End of chapter. Chapter 405 Chapter 88 Inches Let's talk about it when we return. Yes, probably. Leomaster stammered, sounding quite uncertain. Alice was very displeased with this. She glared at Leomaster, then turned and walked away, leaving him with her back. Leomaster subconsciously followed her. Just as they were about to step into the forsaken land of the gods, Alice released her restraint on Apollo. Light, like the morning sun, drifted from him, falling onto the long bridge formed by twilight in the sea of clouds. On the cliff above, everyone watched their figures from afar. "Is this his goal?" Anderson asked Klein with a smile. "Where is that place?" As Klein hesitated whether to tell the truth, a pea vine descended from the sky. Bernadette appeared in a forest woven from peas, looked at him, and said, "He didn't decide this from the start." Her tone was firm, but her gaze was fixed on Klein. "Bernadette should know that it leads to the forsaken land of the gods." Klein realized this, met Bernadette's gaze, and replied with an unchanged expression. "This might be fate." Bernadette said nothing. Anderson habitually opened his mouth, then remembered the 7 misfortune charms and closed it again. No one spoke first, and the surroundings once again fell into silence. In this quiet, Klein vaguely realized something. He had forgotten to ask Alice where he could find the potion formula. Having lost Alice's free help, he had no choice but to start thinking about who else he could ask for help. Actually, Antigonus's notebook definitely has it. I can ask the goddess for help like Alice did. No, I'm not Alice. I haven't sheltered the goddess, nor do I have anything to exchange with the goddess for a boon. At this moment, Klein completely forgot that he had pocketed Alice's 7 misfortune charms and even used that as an excuse to demand £7,000 from Anderson. Of course, he shouldn't have cared about this anyway. After all, their seemingly clear transaction had actually long since become a muddled account. Neither Klein nor Alice could probably figure out the exact balance. So, what's the price? Klein hadn't thought about it, and Alice certainly hadn't either. After all, as the creditor, she had nothing to worry about. She and Leomaster walked one after another, slowly heading towards the projection of the giant court. Before long, Alice and Leomaster arrived at the projection of the giant court, standing before the tallest building. One side of this building was a lost tower, the other a round tower. The main entrance was far more than 10 meters high, predominantly gray-blue, and covered with symmetrical symbols, markings, and patterns. Alice stopped in front of this grand door, looked up at the door, which was several times her height, and murmured, "So tall. Is this what a giant is like?" Leomaster stopped, standing behind her, and said in a tone filled with fanaticism, "As long as you push open this door and proceed under the Lord's gaze, you can reach the Lord's sanctuary." "But I'm not here for your Lord's sanctuary." Alice grumbled inwardly as she turned and asked doubtfully, "Can I just push it open? Don't I need to knock?" Leomaster's excited expression froze. He seemed not to have reacted, not understanding Alice's line of thought. "That's right." Looking back at the road formed by twilight behind her, Alice then nodded thoughtfully. "Your prayer should be the knock, and then the Lord opens the outer door, lets you follow the path to the inner door, and you enter yourself. Hey, isn't there also a sanctuary door? Then this sanctuary should have 3 entrances, quite large indeed." Leomaster seemed not to have understood Alice's words, staring blankly at her. This reaction was boring. Alice pouted, losing interest in teasing him further, and frowned as she asked another question. "The honorific name was recited by you, and the door was also opened by you. Will I be gazed upon?" Alice believed that she should have a way to isolate herself from the gaze of the true creator, or at least not be affected. However, it was better to avoid trouble. She still hoped that this wouldn't happen. Leomaster paused, then earnestly replied, "I don't know. This is my first time being so close to the Lord. Before, I didn't have such an experience." He spoke incoherently, so much so that his words were not only stammered but also grammatically incorrect. It was clear he was truly excited. Alice shook her head, realizing that Leomaster couldn't provide an answer to this question. She stepped aside, signaling Leomaster to push open the grand door. This door in the dream was not locked. Leomaster merely reached out and pushed, and the gray-blue door swung open. Unexpectedly, this scene, which should have been exciting, had no animation at all. It was far less shocking than the moment twilight was absorbed. They seemed to have merely pushed open an ordinary door, nothing more. With the sanctuary he had sought for half his life now so close, Leomaster, in his excitement, took a step forward. Then, he integrated into the door like water, disappearing before Alice. The gray-blue door remained open, Leomaster's figure was gone, and the scene before her was like a frozen painting, if Alice hadn't remembered what the closed door looked like. Alice took one last look back. Klein and Anderson were still at the front of the cliff, and another figure stood beside them. Alice recognized it as Bernadette. She suddenly remembered the Wheel of Fortune blasphemy card Bernadette had promised her, and the wealth accessory she had thrown to Klein. She wondered if the monocle was ready. It should be ready, Alice remembered. Klein had said that once they left this ocean and returned, he would give her that monocle. Alice also remembered that Klein had promised her a gift upon their return, as long as she didn't make strange suggestions. She had done her part, but she hadn't received the gift yet, because they hadn't returned. She also remembered that she planned to stir up some minor trouble upon their return to irritate Mr. Fool, such as participating in Frank Lee's experiments, or perhaps giving Anderson severely doubled misfortune. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be returning. Alice couldn't see their expressions, and she thought they probably couldn't see hers either, but she still smiled, murmuring softly as if to herself and to them. "Wait for me to come back. I want to try Intis flavored ice cream." Her voice was very soft, carried by the wind into the sea of clouds before it could reach the cliff, settling in this twilight, and thus disappearing. After saying this, Alice turned her head and resolutely stepped into the already opened, gray-blue grand door. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 406 Chapter 89 Miss Destiny and the Angel of Destiny. The moment Alice stepped through the door, she felt a dizzying sensation, as if something was about to tear her spirituality apart. Is this like carsickness, spirituality carsickness? Amidst the dizziness and pain, Alice couldn't help but let her mind wander. When everything finally returned to normal and the discomfort vanished, Alice found herself on an ocean illuminated by the twilight. The sand and stones here were all black, and deep blue waves surged from afar, crashing against the edge layer by layer, yet without the sound of the tide. They were silent, like a grand illusion. Alice felt the legendary gaze from the true creator, and she subconsciously looked in the direction of the gaze. It was a mountain bathed in twilight, with countless palaces, countless tall towers, and a majestic city wall solidified upon it. This must be the true giant court, Alice had a thought, seeing Leomaster excitedly walking towards it. Never mind. Compared to Leomaster, she was clearly an afterthought. The true creator's gaze lingered on her, but no whispers sounded in her ears. What Alice heard first were indistinct prayers. I pray for your gaze. I pray for your listening. I pray for a good dream. This childish male voice, Alice had heard countless times above the gray fog. It was Sunderic Berg. Alice pondered for a moment, ignoring the gaze still lingering on her, and stepped onto the illusory waves, walking towards the true giant court. When her feet finally touched the ground of the forsaken land of the gods, amidst the clear prayers, points of faith lit up, and Alice saw Derek's location. It seems quite close. Alice began to seriously consider the possibility of going to see him. Her goal was actually very clear. At the end of the forsaken land of the gods, at the border with the West Continent. Wait, how far was that? Alice looked back at the dark ocean behind her, then looked at the towering mountain in front of her. Falling into contemplation, how long would she have to walk? After staring at Leomaster's climbing figure for 2 seconds, Alice turned around at the foot of the mountain, preparing to bypass the giant court first. The light of Apollo emanated from her, monsters lurked in the darkness, and besides that, Alice could faintly perceive the chaotic power and rules here. Perhaps she could use the chaos here to move, but if she wasn't careful, she would fall into some strange place. This intuition flashed through Alice's mind, making her realize that her last possibility of a quick passage had also vanished. If she didn't want to ask Aemon, she could only walk to the end of the forsaken land of the gods, to the border between the forsaken land of the gods and the West Continent. Maybe the City of Silver had a way. Or, Leomaster, no, if he had a way, he wouldn't be climbing the mountain. Wait a minute, could he be climbing the mountain out of piety? That's not right either. That's a normal person's thought. The Aurora orders. Alice began to think and move forward. How about trying a divination? Halfway through, Alice finally remembered her ultimate secret. She could find the answers to all her questions through divination. As an angel of the fate pathway, she had already passed the stage of roaming the spirit world through her astral body to seek answers. Her relationship with the river of fate was so close, yet so distant. She could completely peer into the river of fate too. Wait, where's the river? The chaotic images that usually made people irritable did not appear this time, and the shimmering long river she glimpsed during her advancement had also vanished, as if it never existed. Alice stood stunned for a moment, realizing that this was probably the most special thing about the forsaken land of the gods. The spirit world here was blocked. Key of light. Where is the key of light? Are you also blocked? Isn't this closer to you? Alice screamed frantically in her heart, but received no reply. A few minutes later, she finally gave up and had to continue moving forward. She realized that from now on, she would face an incredibly awkward situation. Her authority was almost unusable. Although she didn't really know how to use it anyway, perhaps she didn't know how to use it at all. Alice looked up at the sky, and a bolt of lightning, as if in response, streaked across the sky, making her lower her head again in silence. "Are you crazy, Leodoro?" She cursed under her breath and walked forward, but soon she became bored again. In her impression, monsters only lurked in the darkness, and the light emitted by Apollo prevented them from approaching. She couldn't even fight. Wait, how was she supposed to fight? Alice remembered Anderson's mockery. Did she have no other means of attack besides misfortune? Oh, of course she did. She also had mental attack methods, but would those work on monsters? No, actually I have another way. Alice stomped her foot, looked at the surrounding monsters, and mused, I can transform into my mythical creature form and pounce on them. Ah, no, the snake of fate has no teeth, I guess I can only swallow them whole. Alice stopped, slowly raised her head, looked at the monsters in the darkness, and licked her lips. What would they taste like? No, wait, Alice, wait a minute, you probably shouldn't eat this. Something bad will happen if you do. Ah, am I going to restart myself? Wait, restart might be too late. I can set a fate loop in advance. My spirituality reacted much faster than my brain, and a silver river formed around her, circling her once. Now she could safely eat monsters, so why am I doing this? Before she did anything stranger, Alice quickened her pace and left. A few minutes later, Alice, who had swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stood in her previous position, deep in thought. The note of the loop was swallowing. A speechless feeling, wanting to curse but not knowing what to say, spread in her heart. Alice gritted her teeth, undid the fate loop around her, and continued walking at the foot of the mountain. To prevent her thoughts from jumping to unexpected and bizarre directions again, Alice lowered her head and focused on counting her steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the road is so long. Would climbing the mountain be faster? Not necessarily, this mountain looks quite high. I wonder if Leomaster has gone up yet. Where was I in my count? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, it feels like Little Sun and the others aren't moving much, just circling in that area. Is that the City of Silver? Is the City of Silver that close? Where was I in my count again? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, why is the true creator still watching me? Doesn't he have anything else to do? By the way, I remember Ouroboros believes in him. Will he tell Ouroboros my location? Ah, can he see my situation? I don't know, never mind, I won't think about it. Wait a minute, where was I in my count again? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, after countless times of starting over, Alice finally stood on the other side of the giant court, where there was a town in the twilight. Under the lightning, the town's appearance became clear. It was built at the foot of the mountain, naturally divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Here, gray stones were stacked into different houses, some completely hollowed out, nearly 10 meters high, while others were surprisingly short. Alice thought that if Leomaster stood here, he could probably break through the roofs of some buildings. These buildings were compactly arranged and spread out. Some had already collapsed, some were still sturdy, but all were stained with traces of decay and decline. Candlelight shone from the windows of the houses, and together with the varying heights of the houses, it confused Alice. Are the residents here so varied in height, and, are there still people living here? Why are the lights on? With a puzzled mind, Alice approached the window of one of the houses, pressed her face against the window, and looked inside. Bright light penetrated the window and walls, illuminating the interior. Alice saw a humanoid creature covered in short black fur jumping up and down, avoiding the light. Truly someone lives here. Alice was stunned for a moment, took a few steps back, leaving the edge of the room to the darkness. She thought for a moment, bowed to the creature in the darkness, and said earnestly, "Sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just a little curious, I'm leaving now." With that, Alice hurriedly turned and left, incidentally enclosing the light emitted by Apollo to prevent it from penetrating into the house. The position of son Derek had not changed for a long time. Alice guessed he was resting, or rather, they were resting. That should be an exploration team. Alice, having reined in her light, walked on the path illuminated by the morning glow, gradually passing through different alleys, heading to the other end of the town. These houses of varying heights made Alice very curious. She really wanted to go inside and look, especially in the taller houses, to see if the furniture inside was equally huge. But thinking of the resident, who hastily avoided the light just now, Alice realized that the residents in these houses were most likely photophobic. Such a visit would not be polite, so Alice gave up. She decided to consult the City of Silver's exploration team when she met them. Perhaps they knew how to visit, Alice thought carelessly, finally approaching the other end of the town. In the light, which was too faint compared to Apollo, about a dozen figures were gathered. Some were standing guard, while others were lying down, they should be resting. Realizing this, Alice thought for a moment and walked towards that team. And in front, in the safe area demarcated by the beast skin lanterns, was the exploration team led by Chief Demon Hunter Colin Iliad of the City of Silver. On duty were son Derek, and his teammates Weapon Master Joshua and Don Paladin Heim. Not long ago, the power of the afternoon town altar leaked, causing a huge impact on their exploration, and nearly a third of their members remained here forever. As the team following the chief, their condition was undoubtedly the best, and they naturally took on the responsibility of standing guard. When light emerged from afar, Heim, who was responsible for the afternoon town direction, was the first to discover the problem. He shouted to the other two directions. "Hey, come and look. What is that?" Joshua and Derek's attention was drawn to him. The cluster of light approached at a moderate speed, initially just a point of light, quickly becoming a ball of light. When the image finally became clear, they realized that in the center was a blurry human figure, and that figure was the source of the light. In the midst of the silence, someone shouted loudly, "Go call the chief." This shout woke them up from their stupor. They then realized that the remaining members of the exploration team had already gathered here. They all looked around, discovering that their companions had long been attracted by this unusual sight, and even Chief Colin Iliad was already standing behind them, looking at the figure gradually approaching them in the light. This was inevitable. Except for newborns and children who had not yet received education, everyone in the City of Silver knew that in this land abandoned by God, no one but humans would use fire or create light in the darkness. Even monsters skilled in controlling flames would lurk in lightless environments before attacking. As for other humans, all the city-states the City of Silver had discovered so far had long been destroyed, becoming ruins, with no survivors. The only outsider they had seen was that strange child Jack. News of that child had also been blocked. For the City of Silver, light was faith, hope, and the goal they had always pursued. Light, the figure walking in the light finally stood before them. The figure was wearing a loose silver-white robe, and faint glows emanated from the robe, seemingly the source of the light. The robe had a hood, but she did not wear it, instead revealing her full face. It was a youthful girl's face that had not yet shed its childishness, her eyes were clear and gentle blue, and her long hair was brilliant gold. If there were a sun, would it be that color? This thought flashed through Derek's mind, and then he looked at Chief Colin Iliad, at their backbone. The chief of the City of Silver stepped forward, protecting everyone, and asked Alice, "Who are you?" An unfamiliar language entered Alice's ears, and she suddenly realized a fact she had overlooked: she didn't know giant language. So, why did she understand it? Alice realized she understood the meaning of the question. She opened her mouth, and suddenly found that she could speak giant language without hindrance. This was probably one of the few treasures the past had left her. Alice sighed softly, her gaze sweeping over Derek. She could, of course, recognize Derek, who had prayed to her, but Derek didn't seem to recognize her. This gave Alice a strange idea, as when she stepped onto the land of the forsaken land of the gods, although she heard Derek's prayer, she did not make any response. That is to say, so far, Derek should not know that she had come to the forsaken land of the gods, to the City of Silver. This gave Alice an opportunity. She didn't have to say her true name, or even say some strange things. For example, after her sigh fell, Alice looked up, her eyes filled with sorrow, at the tall chief, and said in a low, heavy voice, "I am Ouroboros, the angel of destiny under the Lord, also known as the Ouroboros." Chapter 407 Chapter 90 Sukabuli. It was the true creator, who was still watching her, who reacted faster than the chief and the City of Silver's exploration team. The gaze fixed on her suddenly became heavy, and Alice, caught unprepared, even abruptly heard the true creator's ravings. The sound was very noisy, and it was clear the emotions were intense. Out of curiosity, Alice tried to discern the content of the ravings, vaguely catching a few syllables like, Suka Blyat. This was not any language Alice was familiar with. Given the previous incident with the giant language, Alice suspected this might be the true creators, or rather, the ancient sun gods' native tongue. And it was very likely a curse word. Although her mind had wandered 100,000 miles away, Alice, determined to play her part well, maintained an unchanged expression. She swept her gaze over the City of Silver members with a look of pity, observing their emotional changes. Excluding the chief, there were 13 members gathered here, which was a very unlucky number. Of course, it probably wasn't so here. After all, the most well-known sources for this belief are two. One is The Last Supper, and the other is Norse mythology. In Alice's impression, modern mysticism didn't seem to hold this view. Even if it were to target a new version of The Last Supper, it probably wouldn't be 13, but how many people were there in the Rose Redemption again? Goddess, Saussure, Medici, wait, what was I just doing? Alice refocused her attention on the City of Silver's exploration team. Leaving aside the weathered chief, Alice considered the remaining team members to be youths or children, even though the shortest among them was over 1.9 meters tall. However, to Alice's considerable indignation, judging by their youthful faces, some of them were not yet adults, perhaps some were even younger than her. No, all of them combined aren't as old as me. Alice realized this with a touch of sadness while managing her expression. The children's expressions were excited and thrilled, but they were all very well behaved. No one spoke first, they just watched Alice and the chief from behind with eyes that held anticipation despite their wariness. Yes, the chief. Clearly, the right to speak the first words was given to the chief, so Alice's gaze returned to him, the chief who had been mentioned multiple times by Little Sun. However, she couldn't discern anything. The chief watched her with a solemn expression. After a long silence, he was neither excited nor thrilled, but instead asked a question in a tone devoid of emotion, which Alice perceived as containing both vigilance and probing. Then, why have you come? Alice suddenly remembered a story. This was probably an adapted version of a fairy tale. A sealed genie wished to grant 3 wishes to the person who released it. So, days passed, and the genie, having waited for a century in darkness, accumulated resentment. Finally, one day, it decided to kill the person who released it. It had waited too long, and the City of Silver had also waited too long. Presumably, the chief simply dared not question a deity directly. Alice couldn't imagine how the City of Silver had endured, but now, what she needed to do was come up with a plausible answer, or just lay her cards on the table. Would laying them out now be strange? Alice glanced at Derek, who looked slightly nervous in the crowd, and finally replied. I don't know. Fate guided me here, but here, many of my connections with fate have been severed. I think, only when those connections are re-established will I know why I came. Alice wasn't sure what the chief was thinking, but the true creator was cursing even louder. Cursing what? Am I supposed to say I was guided by the Lord to save you all? The true creator couldn't hear this thought and continued cursing, while the chief, after a few seconds of thought, he seemed to have reached a conclusion, and he asked Alice. Then, what do you need us to do? What do I need them to do? What can they do? Oh, I want to ask if they have a safe and fast way to move around here. Would asking that give me away? Meanwhile, as Alice walked through Afternoon Town and stood before the City of Silver's exploration team, Leomaster finally followed the true creator's gaze and arrived at the legendary sanctuary. With an excited heart, he passed through the frescoed corridor, set up the ritual before the altar, and prayed for the true creator's guidance. The ravings intensified at one moment, and Leomaster painfully curled up on the ground, his flesh and the shadow on the ground struggling together, trying to break free from his master's control. He easily felt the true creator's rage. Amidst the furious ravings, Leomaster painstakingly understood the true creator's oracle. Someone was impersonating Ouroboros right under his nose. Once the furious ravings subsided slightly, Leomaster, both puzzled by who could be so audacious and following the light points that lit up in his mind, moved forward. The location wasn't far, just outside a town at the foot of the mountain. The Holy Book recorded the dangers of the forsaken land of the gods, and for a Beyander of the secret supplicant pathway, illuminating light was not difficult. He was only delayed for some time by the monsters in Afternoon Town. With the help of the light, Leomaster successfully passed through Afternoon Town and saw a familiar figure. A dawn-like light emanated from the silver-white robe, overshadowing the light of the animal skin lanterns, turning that area into a dawn. And the owner of the light was precisely the unknown angel he had brought into the forsaken land of the gods, who claimed to have come to save him. The information left by the true creator in his rage and the impression Alice had previously given him combined at this moment. Leomaster vaguely realized that if it was this one, such a thing seemed not at all strange. So, Alice, not far away, along with the City of Silver members, noticed Leomaster appearing with a torch. Compared to the City of Silver members, who were a mix of surprise and confusion, Alice felt a faint sense of doom. How did he get here? Is it possible for an Aurora Order saint not to recognize their angel? Is it possible? What should I do? The true creator's angry voice gradually subsided after Leomaster appeared. Alice turned to look at Leomaster, trying hard to keep her expression straight and thinking about what she should say, when she heard Leomaster's question, filled with shock and hesitation, yet also a sense of understanding. Your Highness, are you impersonating Lord Ouroboros? Chapter 408 Chapter 91 I know where Will Osepton is. Chapter 408, Where is Osepton? What should I do? Should I just admit it? Or should I run now? No, I can't, that's too embarrassing. Alice gritted her teeth and retorted righteously. How am I a fake? I am Ouroboros, the angel of destiny under the Lord. Although I've never prayed to the Lord, never offered sacrifices to the Lord, never participated in the Aurora Order, and the great Lord doesn't even know of my existence, I'm not even called Ouroboros, but it doesn't matter. None of that is important. My mouth is on my own face, and if I say it is, then it is. Quote. This was probably everyone's feeling except for Derek. As for Derek, that way of speaking and the deliberate posture of puffing out her chest and raising her chin gave Derek a sense of illusion. He immediately thought of Miss Fate at the Tarot Club, and combined with the familiar golden hair and blue eyes, the familiar nonsense, and the familiar fate, Derek felt that he was gradually understanding everything. But no matter what, at this moment, everyone stared at Alice in stunned silence until she reached up and covered her ears, angrily cursing. Shut up. Stop cursing. Didn't I just impersonate your angel? What's the big deal? Covering her ears, of course, couldn't block the ravings of the true creator, but Alice could block the sound, which was not difficult for most angels. Of course, the most important thing was that although the true creator was angry, he was only cursing her and didn't actually make a move. Small problem, Almost at the same time she blocked the true creator's ravings, Leomaster's expression became pained. He clutched his head and knelt on the ground, his facial features shifting erratically on his face, occasionally gaining an extra feature or losing one. This bizarre scene made Alice realize that this was probably a sign of losing control. Considering Leomaster's identity, it was highly likely that the true creator, unable to curse her, went to curse his follower instead. Alice snapped her fingers, and Leomaster, who had been clutching his head and repeatedly shouting, "Lord," stopped in a daze. It took him more than 10 seconds to figure out the current situation, and then he asked Alice, "Why do you prevent me from hearing the Lord's gospel?" Alice witnessed the fervent faith of an Aurora Order member for the first time. She realized that the seemingly normal Leomaster was actually a lunatic in the same vein as Mr. A. Was there also a Luvia in the City of Silver? Alice began to ponder how she would face two fanatical believers of the true creator. 2 seconds later, she reached into her pocket and fumbled around. Oh no, she had left her monocle on the King of Undying's ship. And the glasses made from the wealth accessory, Klein hadn't given them to her yet. The plan to impersonate Amon was declared a failure. To prevent the true creator from suddenly reverting from madness to normal and beating her up, she responded with a profound expression. His gospel is still too difficult for you to bear right now. Especially since, I think at this very moment, his mood must be very excited, he is eager to see me. Not a single word in this passage was false. As for what the true creator's mood was right now, who cared, no one could hear him anyway. Even Leomaster was shocked by Alice's ability to embellish her words. After a moment of distraction, he expressed his attitude to Alice. It is my honor to be able to listen to the Lord's gospel and to hear the Lord's voice. Even if it means going mad. Oh my, a lunatic. Alice jumped up in the middle of his sentence and swiftly darted towards Chief Colin Iliad. I heard he's a good fighter. Soon, it was no longer just a rumor. The chief, who had fought for many years, had an almost instinctive vigilance towards the approach of unfamiliar creatures. Before Alice could react, he drew the two great swords from his back and swung them at Alice. Decisive, swift, and, that hurts. Alice, who was a true squishy in human form, quickly reattached her neck, which had almost been severed. As the chief's sword was forced back into its sheath, she turned her head and glared at the chief. He was indeed a good fighter, he fought very well, but next time, don't fight. And this bizarre scene successfully made Joshua blurt out. Jack. He was one of the exploration team members who had brought Jack back at the time. Alice turned her head to look at him in confusion. Leomaster, whose words had been interrupted, hadn't yet figured out the current situation. Chief Colin Iliad, at the center of the incident, instinctively shielded Joshua, blocking Alice's line of sight. Alice looked up blankly, subconsciously gestured her height, and couldn't help but exclaim. You are all so tall, I'm just a little bit shorter than your waist. This direction of focus, isn't quite right, is it? Everyone from the City of Silver, except the chief, lost their composure and exchanged glances. Oh, right, except for Derek. Derek, who had witnessed countless bizarre statements from Alice at the Tarot Club, showed no surprise at this moment. It wasn't until he saw the expressions of the others that he realized something was wrong. He was too calm. Joshua and Haim had already given him puzzled looks. He quickly adjusted his state, pretending to be stunned with fright, his mind still reeling. In this atmosphere, Alice seemed to realize something. She took 2 steps back, raised her hands, and explained to them eagerly. I have no ill intentions. I really am an angel of destiny, just not one under your lord. If I had to say, I'm probably under the fool. No, that's not right, the fool is clearly under me, my true God. Or, wait, you probably don't know this one, or rather, you don't know him as he is now. You can call me Alice, or Miss Fate. In the past, in the very, very distant past, I protected the direwolf of misfortune of that time, though I barely remember how it happened. I should be looking for something, but it's not here with you. I'm just passing by. Actually, I originally intended to ask for directions. This was Alice's true self-introduction. This self-introduction successfully brought the dazed Leomaster back to his senses. He looked at Alice and subconsciously asked. The fool. Yes, the fool. Wait a moment. Alice nodded, then suddenly realized something was amiss. You also received you also received an oracle regarding the fool, and are searching for the fool church. Alice, who had intended to say, wanted poster, awkwardly realized that the giant language didn't have that word. She cautiously retreated half a step towards the chief, glaring at Leomaster. And in the crowd, Derek, who heard Alice's outrageous words, showed a look of terror on his face. Mr. Fool, please rein in Miss Fate. In the silent cry, Chief Colin Iliad turned his head and noticed his terrified expression. In the ensuing silence, Alice swiftly ducked behind the chief, and with the chief's stiff movements, she clasped her hands together and pleaded. Please, Chief, I heard you're a good fighter. Please block him for me. You saw it, even you can hurt me, boo-hoo-hoo. She burst into tears within a few sentences, wiping them away as she cried. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. The chief, who was seeing an angel for the first time, and the other people of the City of Silver, were deeply perplexed by this angel who clearly didn't match their imagination. Only Derek was accustomed to it. After all, it's Miss Fate. Leomaster's mind also seemed a bit dazed, or perhaps this is how he is even when not dazed. In any case, after thinking seriously for a moment, he asked Alice. Can the Lord's gospel return to my ears? Alice easily understood his train of thought. He was probably planning to ask the true creator what to do. Well, that makes sense. For a fanatic, this seems normal, right? Alice accepted. As Leomaster wished, she allowed the true creator's ravings to return to his ears. The effect was immediate. Leomaster immediately showed a pained expression, but it was far less intense than before. He only twisted his face for a moment before looking up and asking Alice. You just said, you protected the direwolf of misfortune. Alice paused slightly, suddenly realizing that from this perspective, she might be at odds with the true creator. No, wait, the assassination attempt should have been his own scheme, right? That doesn't stop us from having a grudge. Alice hid herself more thoroughly behind the chief. The chief finally realized the impropriety of the situation. No matter how delicate Alice seemed, she was an angel. Why was she hiding behind him? A sequence 4. He didn't know that Alice used to hide behind Mr. Fool, who was a sequence 6. Getting back to the point, the chief wasn't sure how to react. He stood faithfully like a city wall, only glancing at the City of Silver's exploration team, his deep gaze sweeping over Derek. Derek couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He knew that the chief's glance was probably directed at him, but he didn't know how to explain to the chief that Miss Fate's personality was just like this, lively. As Leomaster's expression slowly became pained again in the silence, Alice muttered thoughtfully. He's so willing to listen even though it's painful, truly a fanatic. So devout. Did he become devout because he listened to the ravings? If that's the case, cultists do generally seem more devout than Orthodox churches. But I wonder if all churches have, the Lord's Gospel to listen to every day. Open black lens bracket note 1 close black lens bracket. But, no matter what, if I just shout into my followers' ears with a megaphone every day, will everyone become devout believers? Alice hesitated and looked back at Derek behind her, seeing his terrified expression. The chief also couldn't resist, lowering his head to look at Alice, who only reached his waist. Alice, who had given up her previous thought due to Derek's terrified expression, turned her head and happened to meet his questioning gaze. Alice blinked, tilted her head, and asked, "Do you have something to ask me?" "You." Respectful. The unexpected address made the chief pause for a moment. He looked at Alice again, suddenly realizing that with her expression, her height, and her youthful face, she truly looked like a child. Like a child who would hide behind an adult when danger arose. When he realized this, Alice's past behavior suddenly connected in the chief's mind. Although he didn't understand why an angel would act like an innocent child, the experienced chief reacted as quickly as possible. He softly called out to Alice. "Alice." Alice nodded, looking at him in confusion. "You said you were here to ask for directions, right?" the chief asked. Alice nodded. "Then what about him?" The chief glanced at the pained Leomaster. Alice's voice trailed off. "He brought me in. He believes in the creator of all and came to follow his sanctuary." After glancing at Leomaster, whose expression was gradually returning to normal, she added. "From the current situation, he might have already been to the sanctuary, and now he's following the oracle's instructions to hunt me down. Wait, you're still just a saint, right?" Alice suddenly asked Leomaster. Leomaster remained silent. In the long silence, Alice realized that this might be the most awkward situation. The Aurora Order didn't have an angel in the Forsaken. Holy crap, what the heck? Alice retreated a few steps in horror, as pure white wings of light enveloped a figure descending from the sky, landing in her original position. Once the figure stood still and the wings of light behind him retracted, a figure clad in a simple linen robe was revealed. He was also considerably taller than Alice. Alice was already numb, and for this person, height probably wasn't the most important thing. Silver hair cascaded down to his waist, and a beautiful face was half lowered. Alice could see her own reflection in his gentle, almost indifferent, silver eyes. "Alice," he called out, his voice as calm and indifferent as his gaze, like a true god. Alice, of course, knew who this was. She had seen his murals, heard his name from more than one person, and Will Ossepton was filled with dread towards him. Wait, Will Ossepton. Although Alice understood that for becoming a god, her uniqueness was far more effective than a sequence 1 characteristic, she still struggled desperately. Will Ossepton is in Backland. He's still in mother's womb. He's easier to kill than me. I can tell you who his parents are and where they are. I know the address. Facing Alice's reaction of sacrificing a friend to save herself, Ouroboros's expression didn't change in the slightest. He merely said gently and indifferently, "I'm not here to kill you. Follow me." Chapter 409 Chapter 92 Faith. Ouroboros had no intention of waiting for her. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around with a steady, even rhythm and walked towards Afternoon Town. He was like a robot executing a command, walking to the end of Apollo's radiance, and a fur lantern happened to fall at his feet. Ouroboros, without any reaction, bent down to pick up the lantern from the ground, then looked back at Alice, who was still frozen in place. Her spirituality had not alerted her, which gave Alice a bit of trust. She somewhat believed that Ouroboros was not there to kill her, but at the same time, another worry arose: would Ouroboros suddenly decide to kill her at some point? Alice did not know Ouroboros, nor did she understand Ouroboros, but she understood herself. She believed that she might come up with strange ideas at any moment, or perhaps, a revelation of fate. Amidst an unknown vigilance, Alice took a step and followed him. Anyway, he doesn't want to kill me for now, so I'll follow him to see where he's taking me. If he suddenly wants to kill me, then I'll deal with it when it happens. Thinking this, Alice relaxed. Upon seeing Alice follow, Ouroboros turned his head and continued walking. It was their first meeting, and Alice was still somewhat shy. She didn't ask anything, just quietly followed behind Ouroboros. To give meaning to the lantern Ouroboros had just picked up, Alice voluntarily extinguished the light of Apollo. Thus, she and Ouroboros walked one after another through Afternoon Town, with only the lantern in Ouroboros's hand as a light source. After crossing half of Afternoon Town, Alice finally couldn't hold back, because the surroundings were too quiet. They hadn't even encountered a monster. Alice felt that she should at least say something, such as asking where they were going. So, she quickened her pace, closing the few steps of distance between herself and Ouroboros, and asked, tilting her head, "Where are you taking me?" "To the sanctuary," Ouroboros replied in a gentle voice, his expression and pace unchanged. Alice stopped dead in her tracks upon receiving this unexpected answer, staring at him warily. After walking a few more steps, Ouroboros seemed to realize the situation and stopped, looking back at Alice with a puzzled expression. He didn't speak, and Alice didn't ask any questions. After half a minute of silence, Ouroboros proactively walked towards Alice, and in her puzzled gaze, extended the hand holding the lantern. Alice was momentarily stunned. She tentatively reached out, and Ouroboros handed her the lantern, then turned and continued walking. A few steps later, a second lantern appeared at his feet from nowhere. Ouroboros gently picked up the lantern from the ground, then looked back at Alice. He thought I was asking for the lantern. Alice understood this unusual line of thought a few seconds later. Her head felt a bit fuzzy. As a test, she cautiously took a step forward. Ouroboros, as expected, turned and continued walking. Alice paused, feeling that the idea of taking her to the sanctuary to kill her was too much trouble for him. She quickly caught up and asked the next question. "Why are you walking? Can't you fly?" Ouroboros did not look back, and replied while maintaining a steady pace. "This is more devout." It was an impeccable answer. Alice paused for a moment and then asked, "Then why did you fly here earlier?" "It's faster that way." Ouroboros's tone remained completely unchanged. Every question received a reasonable answer, and there were no issues with any part of the process. After trying to understand this way of thinking, Alice posed a new question. "But I am not an angel or a follower of your Lord. I don't need to be devout, and I shouldn't even visit his sanctuary. Even if I really had to go, you shouldn't take me there in such a rude manner. I think, perhaps you should invite me first, and then take me after I agree. You just acted as if you were commanding me, or threatening me." This successfully made Ouroboros stop. He turned around, and Alice's figure was once again reflected in his gentle, indifferent eyes. Alice instantly felt a little nervous. She had an urge to turn and run, because up until now, Alice hadn't felt any emotion from Ouroboros. He really was like a perfect angel, just too perfect, a bit unlike a human. Wait a minute, angels aren't human to begin with, are they? They're complete mythical creatures. But angels seem to be able to have children with humans, how strange. Alice started to let her mind wander. Ouroboros seemed to accept Alice's logic. After staring at Alice for a few minutes, he asked in an unchanged voice, "Are you willing to go with me to the Lord's sanctuary?" He extended the invitation as Alice had suggested. Alice was greatly shocked and immediately refused the invitation. No. The incorrect response caused Ouroboros's newly established logical system to collapse. Alice finally saw, for the first time in a long while, an emotion other than gentle indifference appear on him. It might have been confusion, or bewilderment, or simply a bit stunned, but it was better than being an unchanging robot. Alice felt a little more comfortable. She looked at Ouroboros, who was still stuck, and mercifully gave the next instruction for the program. "Why are you taking me to the sanctuary?" Ouroboros looked at her calmly and spoke the words Alice hated to hear most in her life. "This is the guidance of fate." Alice, who had always played the role of a charlatan, looked at Ouroboros in front of her and fell into deep thought. He seems serious, what should I do? Unlike Alice, who appeared calm but was actually overly boisterous with overly active psychological responses, Ouroboros seemed to exude a stillness from within. Alice looked at his unchanging expression from beginning to end, recalling his consistently even pace, his unchanging tone, and his calm, unmodulated voice, as she stroked her chin and asked, "Have you played the role so much that you've forgotten what you were originally like, or have you always been this way? Is a robot only moved when fate moves it, and immobile when fate doesn't move it? Don't you have your own thoughts?" Ouroboros's expression remained unchanged. He replied as if he knew what Alice wanted to ask. "I will always follow the Lord." Alice, who already knew that believers were anchors, gradually became bewildered. Could this also be true in reverse? Chapter 410 Chapter 93 A Common Dream. Alice thought for 2 seconds, realizing she didn't know what to say. To alleviate the awkwardness, Alice extended the hand holding her lantern. Ouroboros looked at the lantern in her hand, considered for a moment, then gently shook the hand holding his own lantern, as if to say he already had one. During the brief interlude, Alice quickly decided on her next course of action. She had already come halfway, so she would follow him to the sanctuary to see. Time in the forsaken land of the gods was far too vague compared to the outside world. Alice wasn't sure what time it was outside, and as an angel who didn't get sleepy or hungry, she couldn't use her body to judge the time. Otherwise, she would probably be asking for a meal or a nap right now. "I wonder what there is to eat in the forsaken land of the gods. I remember Sun and the others ate black-faced grass. Did I not say hello to Sun?" Alice blinked twice, deciding to focus her attention on Ouroboros. She tilted her head, mimicking Ouroboros's tone, and said, "I will also always follow Mr. Fool. Ouroboros looked at her quietly, thought for a moment, and then nodded, as if affirming her words. Alice finally felt a faint sense of collapse. She realized that if she didn't do something, Ouroboros would stand there watching her until she agreed to follow him. As for escaping, in the forsaken land of the gods, where she had lost her teleportation ability, Alice raised her hand to compare her waist height with Ouroboros's and concluded that she probably couldn't outrun Ouroboros. No, shouldn't I be comparing the length of a snake? But it would be strange if I asked him to transform into a mythical creature now, wouldn't it? And he might not even agree. Alice lowered her head in thought, her right foot tapping on the ground. Perhaps fate decided that something was needed to break this awkward silence. A monster lunged from behind Alice, bringing with it a swift gust of wind. Ouroboros indifferently looked up, and the monster was dragged back into the darkness by an unknown force. Alice turned her head and happened to witness this scene. The monster in the darkness was humanoid with short black fur. Alice remembered seeing this type of monster. It was a resident from a certain house. Now it seemed this resident was a bit mentally unsound. Alice turned back thoughtfully and asked Ouroboros, "Do you know what's going on here? Why are the houses tall and short? Why have the residents become like this?" She had only intended to ask casually, but she didn't expect Ouroboros to actually provide an answer. "This place has been polluted by a fallen power. Before the pollution, both giants and ordinary people lived here. Wow, he really seems to answer whatever I ask." Alice suddenly had a good idea. She continued to ask Ouroboros, "If I don't want to go to the sanctuary with you, how should I escape so you don't catch me?" She had asked a similar question to Aemon once before. Ouroboros's gaze fell on her. Alice thought he was probably confused, because he didn't answer Alice's question but asked a new one. "Why don't you want to go to the sanctuary with me? How is that any different from seeking death?" Alice demanded, her eyes wide. Her emotions were unexpectedly agitated. Ouroboros stared at her for a few seconds before slowly saying, "I told you, I'm not here to kill you. But that's your stronghold. Do you think I'll just go along without thinking, like before?" Wait. Alice remembered her first time descending into Pritz Harbor. At that time, she had foolishly followed Charlie King and even let Charlie King imprison her in a spirituality barrier. But Charlie King died in the end. If I just follow along without thinking now, will he also? Alice looked up at Ouroboros, who was looking down at her. After staring at Ouroboros's face for over 10 seconds, Alice sincerely praised him. You sculpted this face beautifully. Ouroboros quietly looked at Alice, as if in thought. A few seconds later, he seemed to realize that this should be considered a compliment to his appearance, so he replied, "Thank you." Alice weakly raised a hand to her forehead, vowing to treat Klein better when she returned. It must be exhausting for him to talk to me. She took a difficult deep breath, calmed herself, then rephrased her question and continued to ask, "Then why do you insist on taking me to the sanctuary?" Ouroboros replied without a change in expression, "This is the guidance of fate." Alice's eyes widened again. "Can't you say anything else? Do we have to go to this sanctuary? What do you need me for that you have to bring me there?" Ouroboros still looked at her with that gentle and indifferent expression, as if looking at an ignorant child, without any emotional fluctuations. He simply and calmly said to her, "Follow me." Alice felt a breath caught in her chest. She gritted her teeth and said in a fierce tone, "Lead the way." Ouroboros was not affected by her tone. He held his lantern, decisively turned around, and continued forward. Alice followed behind him with her lantern. It wasn't until they passed through Afternoon Town and reached the foot of the mountain that Alice finally couldn't bear the boredom of the journey and tried to act crazy. "Wah, I'm so pitiful. This is my first long journey, and I ended up in this godforsaken place, then you captured me, wah 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 wah." She skillfully shed tears. Ouroboros stopped, turned to look at her, and remained silent for a long time. Alice found it a bit strange. She stopped crying in confusion and looked up at Ouroboros's expression, surprised to find that his eyes were vacant, and his expression had become dazed. He seemed to be lost in a distant memory. "Hey," Alice called out to him boldly, "what are you thinking about?" Ouroboros came back to his senses, glanced at Alice, who had returned to normal, and shook his head, saying, "Nothing. How can it be nothing?" Alice glared at him. "This is the first time I've seen a different expression from you in all this time, just like Eamon looking at me without that annoying smirk. Something must be wrong." Among all the examples, Alice chose Eamon, whom Ouroboros might be familiar with. This made Ouroboros momentarily dazed again, but he quickly shook his head again and said, "Nothing." Alice stared at him for 2 seconds, then began to wipe her tears on the spot. "Wah, you're always like this, you never tell me anything. When something happens, you just say, 'It's nothing, it's nothing.' When I ask you, you just say, 'Whatever.' Then in the end, you blame me for not caring about you, blame me for not knowing anything, wah 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 wah." After Ouroboros stared at her for over 10 seconds, he offered a handkerchief. "Why do you have a handkerchief?" Alice stopped crying in bewilderment and took the handkerchief. "I don't know." He gently shook his head, his expression still gentle and indifferent. This is normal too." This answer isn't bizarre in a certain sense, but Alice still looked at him in surprise, frowning and asking in confusion. "Don't you ever get angry?" Ouroboros shook his head and replied softly, "I'm used to it." Alice was momentarily stunned and asked with self-awareness, "Besides me, who else is this crazy? I remember Eamon doesn't like to play like this either, does he? Could it be Medici? The dignified Red Angel is actually a crybaby behind the scenes." Ouroboros didn't speak, just looked at her with his gentle and indifferent eyes. For some reason, Alice felt she understood what he meant. If you knew these two people, your temper would also become very good. It actually makes a lot of sense, huh? One king of angels of the hunter pathway, and an embodiment of mischief raised by a king of angels of the hunter pathway. The information about the Red Priest pathway corresponding to the hunter pathway came from Klein. Of course, this was originally just a guess, but Alice became firm in this possibility after hearing it. After all, Eamon was truly too annoying. Alice completely ignored the possibility that she herself was sometimes even more irritating. In Ouroboros's calm, almost embarrassing silver eyes, she pretended to be composed and said, You continue to lead the way. So Ouroboros obediently turned and continued to lead the way. Alice was silent for 2 seconds, then quickly followed with her lantern, reaching out to grab Ouroboros's robe. A cool-to-the-touch hand rested on her wrist, stopping her next movement. The grip was strong. Alice tried to move and found that he was genuinely using force. She frowned and looked up in confusion. Ouroboros's expression was still gentle and indifferent. He looked down at Alice, but his voice finally lost its softness, leaving only indifference. You cannot. Alice was completely bewildered. Ouroboros was clearly angry. If he still retained such emotions, how curious. Not even her acting crazy or impersonating someone had angered him, yet a simple action had. Why? Alice asked tentatively. Is it germophobia? No, that shouldn't be it. He even grabbed my hand and hasn't let go yet. Ouroboros still looked at her that way, and replied without changing his voice. These are the clothes bestowed upon me by the Lord. ... Crazy. Alice's eyes widened, and she once again experienced that speechless feeling of wanting to curse but not knowing what to say. She glared at Ouroboros for several minutes before closing her eyes and saying, somewhat weakly, I'm sorry. I didn't know about this. Ouroboros glanced at her quietly, did not respond, but simply released her hand and turned to continue walking towards the mountain top. Alice gritted her teeth and followed, cursing the fanatics 800 times in her heart. You people of the Aurora Order are all insane. Alice cursed people in her heart the whole way. When she was forced to stop due to Ouroboros's halt, they were already standing inside a corridor filled with murals. Alice looked at Ouroboros with a blank expression, only to see him walk towards an unfinished mural, pick up a paintbrush from the ground, dip it in paint, and continue to fill it in. Quote. Alice began to wonder why she was standing here. Her gaze swept across the murals in the hall in confusion, from the ceiling to the walls, finally stopping at one particular mural. Unlike the obvious religious paintings around it, that mural depicted a purely black tower. Her spirituality stirred slightly. Alice followed the guidance of her spirituality, walked over, reached out to touch the mural, and slowly closed her eyes. She did not resist, and so a dream appeared. In the dream, she wore a black hooded robe, slowly walking from an unknown place, and stepped into a pitch-black tower. Immediately after, Alice saw chaotic and irregular stairs. Some were in front, some behind, some to the left, some to the right, some above, some below. In the dream, Alice saw herself treading on those jumbled stairs, spiraling upward strangely, and actually reaching the top of the tower very smoothly. Above the tower's summit, a white, scaleless giant snake coiled. The snake had cold, crimson eyes. It lowered its head from the top of the tower, opened its toothless, gaping maw, and swallowed her, who had just reached the top of the tower. The dream ended there. Alice woke up in a daze, vaguely realizing one thing: she had had this dream before. On the night she first encountered Will Osepton, she had this dream. At that time, Will Osepton was not yet the fetus in mother's womb, but a little boy around 10 years old. Soon after, Will Osepton abandoned his body and reincarnated as Dr. Aaron's child. No, wait. Alice re-examined the two dreams and suddenly realized the crucial problem. The perspectives of the two dreams were not the same. Although the content was identical, in that original dream, she was in the first person, watching herself climb the tower, and when she finally saw the white giant snake at the top of the tower open its blood-red mouth at her, it was also in the first person. But here, she saw everything from an observer's perspective. Alice abruptly looked at Ouroboros and asked in a lost voice, "What's going on?" Ouroboros's painting hand did not stop. He merely explained calmly, "I just felt that I should let you see this dream." Felt. All right. Alice felt a bit exasperated. She didn't want to discuss such things with this angel of destiny, so she began to ponder new questions. This should be Ouroboros's dream, or rather, the revelation Ouroboros received. The same dream, different perspectives. Alice narrowed her eyes, remembering Will Osepton, who swallowed her in the dream. She asked Ouroboros, "What about Will Osepton? Did he also have this dream?" "I don't know." Ouroboros was completely uninterested in this, focusing on his painting. Alice was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, "You just wanted me to see this, right? Can I go now?" Chapter 411 Chapter 94 After Getting Rich. Alice retreated as she spoke, and after Ouroboros responded, she ran without hesitation. Alice wasn't even in the mood to comment on the architectural design of the sanctuary, she focused solely on running out. What if the true creator got angry and woke up? After all, judging from the Aurora Order's situation, the true creator probably didn't have much of a brain. No, I can't keep thinking about it. Alice timely suppressed her blasphemous thoughts and continued to run. In the evening, the future arrived at the port of Toscat Island and forcibly docked at the pier. Klein, dressed as a Loan gentleman, emerged from the cabin carrying a leather suitcase. Just now, he had inventoried his remaining assets, and he was surprised to find that his cash on hand exceeded £10,000. Anderson Hood still owed him £7,000, and he also had 7 sequence 4 misfortune charms. Looking at the pugilist Beander characteristic, valued at £700, Klein inexplicably felt a bit bored. A mere £700. His complacency lasted only a moment. Good habits cultivated over a long time made Klein cautious again, and he began to calculate what he could do with the money. The marionettist's abilities were flexible and varied, with strong life-saving and functional capabilities. As long as suitable marionettes were found, offensive power was not an issue. Moreover, with Alice's help, he did not waste the torch gloves, and actually did not lack offensive means. Klein carefully examined himself and was surprised to find that he had no further items to acquire. Now, the most important thing for him was the sequence 4 potion formula. He would write to Mr. Ojik later to ask, and Erodes, and he could also try divination. Speaking of which, I still have a share in a bicycle company in Backland. After the Great Smog, Backland began to prioritize environmental protection. I wonder how much it has risen now. With cash and a share with great potential, I have effectively become a rich man. In fact, given the current situation, I could live a lifetime without worrying about food or clothing. I no longer need to strive for promotion, and Ince Zangwill can be left to Alice. Klein suddenly realized that if he no longer considered his homeland, which he was almost certain he couldn't return to, and no longer tried to investigate the truth of his transmigration, everything he possessed seemed sufficient to support him for a lifetime without worries. The goddess most likely knew about his resurrection. As long as this matter was resolved, he could even go back and reunite with Benson and Melissa, living a happy, beautiful, and peaceful life. Klein walked, carrying his suitcase, his thoughts complex. Katlia asked Anderson Hood beside him, "Are you getting off here, or going somewhere else?" Thinking of Gehrman Sparrow's imminent departure, remembering this was a pirate ship, and recalling that he had hunted many pirates, Anderson Hood immediately put on a smile. "Here, you can pay the fare now," Katlia replied, looking at the change of clothes Anderson Hood had borrowed from the pirates. "All right," Anderson Hood said, not hiding his pained expression, and reached out to pull off an ordinary button from the middle of his shirt. He reluctantly handed it over and said, "This is my only remaining gain from that sea area, from the corpse of a Loan military explorer. I don't know its original name, I can only call it based on the abilities it displays and the corresponding sequence 6 name, Judge. Its negative effect isn't particularly strong, it just makes the wearer prone to offending people or monsters. Perhaps they might accidentally get targeted by a demigod. That's not particularly strong. Oh, it's indeed not particularly strong. For you, it might even be a positive effect." Klein, in a relaxed mood, glanced at Anderson Hood and was about to get off the ship with his suitcase. As he stepped onto the dock of Toscat Island, Anderson Hood leapt from the edge of the deck and landed beside him. "Fancy a drink? To celebrate us finally leaving that damned sea area?" the hunter invited, very excited and relaxed. "Sure," Klein, equally relaxed, responded, "but I need to find a place to put my luggage." As they were about to leave together, a shout came from behind them. "Gehrman!" Klein, recognizing Frank Lee's voice, shivered and turned his head, his nerves taut. The first mate of the future, the toxin expert with a bounty of £7,000, stood by the ship's rail, cupping his hands around his mouth as if amplifying his voice, and asked, "Where will you frequently be? Where should I send letters? I hope to share my latest research findings with you, and Alice told me that if I want to write to her, it's best for you to deliver it. I don't want to share these with you. Wait, you're also going to write to Alice." Klein recalled Alice's act of drinking the ship's milk. Although he didn't know she had also been interested in the watermelon that grew on that person's head, he still decided that any future correspondence between Frank and Alice must be reviewed by him. He would not let a single inappropriate piece of information pass through. Thinking of this, Klein picked up a pen and quickly wrote down the summoning ritual for his messenger. As a man with over 10,000 pounds to his name, he did not forget to specify that the summoning ritual required a gold coin. With a whoosh, Klein flicked his wrist, sending the note flying like a dart towards Frank Lee, landing accurately in his palm. Excellent. Frank Lee glanced at the information on the paper and waved his hand delightedly. I hope he doesn't crossbreed my messenger with a cow. Klein glanced at him, turned around, and left with Anderson Hood. The two walked together, found a hotel to drop off their luggage, and then, at Anderson Hood's recommendation, Klein joined him in a bar. There are many pirates in the bars and brothels of Toscat Island, Anderson Hood told Klein, who had just helped him pay for the hotel room. I think if I just get a little funding from them, I can pay back what I owe you, including the cost of dinner and drinks later. Klein glanced at him, offering no response. Their drinks and food were quickly served. Everything was wonderful. Anderson Hood bit off the bottle cap with his teeth, gulped down a large mouthful, and then turned to speak to Klein. Gehrman, cough, cough, cough. Anderson Hood excitedly opened his mouth, and the liquor accidentally entered his windpipe, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed until his face turned somewhat purple, and the eyes of several nearby guests involuntarily fell upon them. Klein reached into his pocket as if remembering something. The 7 misfortune charms lay quietly, none missing. End of chapter. Chapter 412. Chapter 95. Anderson's lessons. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst violent coughing, Anderson reached for his throat, seemingly unable to catch his breath. With a clink, the glass fell from his hand, shattering into pieces on the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Anderson's coughing grew weaker, his face already swollen purple. At this moment, a faint firelight flickered in his eyes, and the veins on the back of his hand creeping as if they had a life of their own. Bang! Anderson fell to the ground, twitched a few times, then lost all movement, even his breathing seemed to stop. The renowned, strongest hunter of the seas, a Sequence 5 Beander, seemed to have choked to death just like that. This terrifying scene left the guests at the surrounding tables dumbfounded. Even Klein, who didn't have much affection for Anderson, felt a chill down his spine. Undoubtedly, Alice had definitely returned the misfortune. Klein slowly realized this, and the supposedly dead Anderson on the ground sat up in silence, performing a resurrection. He nervously touched his face, muttering under the gaze of those around him. Damn it, I almost choked to death on a mouthful of wine just now. If that were true, I'd probably be the hunter with the most hilarious cause of death. Thank goodness, before entering that sea area, I spent a fortune buying this item, and it finally came in handy today. As he spoke, Anderson pulled out a straw doll-like puppet from a hidden pocket in his vest. It had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth crudely drawn on it with ink. The surface of the puppet was already corroded, and black liquid was dripping from it. In just 7 or 8 seconds, it completely melted into liquid, becoming a stain on the floor. It must be some kind of substitute item. It seems Alice must have seen that he had this, she must have seen it, right? Klein tried to make excuses for Alice in his heart, but he soon sadly realized that even if Alice hadn't seen it, she would most likely have done the same. In her opinion, returning the misfortune, the consequences should be attributed to the person who initially cast the misfortune, it had nothing to do with her anyway. This thought wasn't actually problematic, but to do it knowing it would cause the other party's death, and without the slightest hint of a warning, she even made people think she hadn't done anything, and even gave him 7 misfortune charms. This is blatant contempt for life. Maybe I should just continue to advance. The slight laziness that had just arisen quickly dissipated because of this incident. Besides, Alice had warned him many times before, perhaps whether to advance or not was not something he could decide. And the secrets he carried, those were secrets only angels could know. Without becoming an angel, he didn't even have the right to hear them. As he pondered, an adventurer-dressed man next to him, very familiarly, called out to Anderson. Yo, Anderson, it seems heaven has finally opened its eyes and is ready to teach you a good lesson, huh? Ha 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 ha, it's my first time seeing someone so unlucky, choking to death while drinking wine. Did you offend someone, Anderson? Ah. Ha 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 ha. His tone was full of schadenfreude, and Klein judged that this adventurer had probably witnessed Anderson's provocative skills. Dylan. Anderson called out, presumably the adventurer's name, but he didn't continue chatting with him. Instead, as if reminded, he looked at Gehrman Sparrow. You. Anderson deliberated before speaking, but just as he uttered a syllable, Klein revealed the 7 misfortune charms, to prove his innocence. Putting away the charms, Klein said to Anderson, she should have returned the misfortune to you. Anderson replied with a wry smile. I guessed as much. I didn't expect misfortune to be such a terrifying thing. I thought at most it would be encountering monsters or something, but choking to death like this. You say, is it still too late for me to apologize to her now? Her. Dylan, unwilling to be left out, joined the conversation. His gaze fell on Klein, and he tentatively asked, are you Gehrman Sparrow? Klein nodded. Hiss, Dylan gasped, and Klein saw his face turn pale. She, the rumored demigod girl who kept you, could she be an earthly angel? Earthly angel. Silence spread with this word, inch by inch throughout the tavern. Even the bartender looked at them, waiting for Gehrman Sparrow's answer. Keeping me. Damn it, who spread this rumor? As for the earthly angel, well, this matter won't affect Alice much if it spreads. She herself is actually spreading this matter. What needs to be considered is the impact on Gehrman's persona. Will people think Gehrman's strength is all due to his backing? However, this shouldn't have much impact. As long as I have a few impressive achievements, this impact will quickly disappear. Besides, I have already completed the Faceless's acting, and this identity will probably disappear soon. The next step is to find the sequence 4 Beander potion formula. We are not in that kind of relationship. Klein denied. He said they weren't in that kind of relationship, but he didn't deny the earthly angel matter. The guests exchanged glances, and with Anderson's personal performance just now, everyone present took this as an admission. Dylan wanted to ask something else, but Anderson interrupted their conversation. Hey, do you have a way to contact her? An honorific name or something else? Klein glanced at Anderson, and said as if joking. She should be in a place where prayers cannot be received right now. If you wish, you can pray to my lord. Anderson was silent for a moment before asking, then do you have a way to solve this matter? Yes, Klein replied, you apologize to her, beg for her forgiveness, and I can tell you what kind of gift she likes, as a bonus for those 7,000 pounds. Anderson opened his mouth, then closed it again, and after several attempts, he asked, so, how do I contact her? You can pray to my lord. Klein replied like that. Anderson looked at Klein in surprise, and after a while, he asked, can you do this step for me? After a pause, he added, I can pay the price. Klein looked at him with pity, shook his head, and said, I can ask for you, and give you an answer tomorrow morning. You'd better be alive by then. Is that a curse, or a blessing? Anderson asked somewhat dryly. Of course it's a blessing, Klein replied without hesitation, you still owe me 7,000 pounds. Almost as soon as she stepped out of the sanctuary, Alice received a message from Klein. She thought for 2 seconds, then did not respond, but flew straight down the mountain, towards Afternoon Town. When she landed at her previous location, Alice was surprised to find that there was already the rudimentary form of a camp there, no longer an empty space. Leomaster was sitting on a stone, and apart from a few members who were on duty, the members of the City of Silver exploration team were all gathered around him, even the chief was not far away. They had lit lanterns and a bonfire, and what they held in their hands seemed to be food, probably meat. Alice wasn't sure, because that thing gave her a bad feeling, and her intuition told her that it was definitely not something suitable for food, regardless of the taste. Her arrival caused a small commotion. Leomaster immediately closed his mouth, and the others all looked at her. Alice blinked twice, walked over as if no one else was there, and found a suitable spot to sit down among the circle. The burgundy-haired girl next to her immediately moved aside in surprise, making room for her. Alice curled her legs and sat down, then asked Leomaster, are you telling stories? I want to listen too. Leomaster paused, then continued as if nothing had happened. Later, we encountered a terrible storm. Alice took the opportunity to close her eyes, and following Klein's message, she knocked on the door of Saphira Castle. When she opened her eyes, she saw Klein, who seemed to be in a bad mood. Alice instinctively began to recall what trouble she had caused again. Klein saw her pensive posture and knew what she was thinking. He tapped the table twice to get Alice's attention. He didn't reason with Alice, nor did he scold her, but directly asked, "How do we resolve the misfortune on Anderson?" Alice paused slightly, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Her expression didn't seem like she was feigning ignorance. Klein glanced at her, thought for a moment, and told her what had happened. Anderson almost died. He started from disembarking, recounted their entry into the bar, and after ordering food and drinks, how Anderson almost choked to death on a mouthful of wine. Or rather, Anderson actually did choke to death, he only survived because he had a substitute puppet. Alice paused, then shook her head and said, "I didn't intend to kill him. I just returned the misfortune to him. I didn't want to kill him, I know you wouldn't use those charms. You're not that kind of person." Alice hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say the words, "He deserved to die," even though that's what she thought in her heart. She knew. Good thing, she didn't see that this would kill Anderson and not warn him at all, she just wasn't paying attention to it. Good thing she wasn't paying attention to it yet. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. At least Alice was merely indifferent, not cruel, and her indifference. Anyway, this kind of thing wasn't new, so never mind, it was enough that he cared. So Klein merely glanced at her, offering no opinion on her words, and simply continued to ask, "So, have you thought about how to solve this problem? He doesn't seem angry with me because of this." Alice blinked and replied without hesitation, "Let him go to the goddess's church and pray." An unexpected yet reasonable answer. Klein was stunned for a moment, accepted the answer, and then confirmed. "You're sure he can make it to the church, right?" "I can't guarantee it," Alice shook her head. "The so-called bestowing misfortune merely amplifies the probability of bad things happening. A little unlucky and very unlucky don't necessarily have a difference at certain moments, because for probability, once it happens, it's 100%. After a pause, she glanced at Klein, who hadn't said anything to her about this matter, and after some thought, said, "Although I think almost choking to death on wine should have taught him a sufficiently profound lesson, the forsaken land of the gods cannot respond to prayers, and in fact, I don't know how to leave here." The last sentence made Klein look at her in surprise. "You can't go back the way you came." "Hard to say," Alice shook her head, "perhaps I can ask the true creator, after all, I just came out of his sanctuary." Mr. Fool, who was being hunted by the true creator, fell into contemplation. "What exactly did you do in the forsaken land of the gods?" Klein tried to understand Alice's life. Alice recalled her actions since stepping into the forsaken land of the gods, and lowered her head. Klein saw her expression and knew it wasn't good news. He changed the question. "What were you originally planning to do?" "Go to the West Continent." Alice replied without hesitation. "And then?" Klein continued to ask. "I think I might have to walk for a year," Alice replied, "then I started thinking of ways to speed up." This was the truth, she was indeed considering this issue. Klein, who was well versed in Alice's linguistic art, did not relax his guard, and continued to ask. "And then? What did you do? What methods did you think of?" Alice stroked her chin and replied. "Actually, I thought of several methods. First, I'll go back to the sanctuary now, find Ouroboros or the true creator, convert on the spot, and see if there are other methods. Second, the city of Silver or other local residents living here might have a way, I can ask around. Third, well, I can go find Eamon." Klein listened carefully to her three methods and realized that the only safe one was likely completely useless. He didn't comment on this, but instead re-asked the question Alice hadn't answered. "So, what exactly did you do?" Alice was silent for a few seconds, then tried to change the subject. Do you still remember Will Osepton? Are you interested, in getting on good terms with him? I have a question I want to ask him, but I feel he won't say." "What question?" Klein asked in confusion. Alice deliberated over her words, recounting the dream she had after meeting Will Osepton, and then the dream she saw at Ouroboros's place. After saying all this, she pinched her brow and said, If I guess in this direction, what he saw should be me reaching the top of the tower, that is, reaching the top of the sequence and then being swallowed by him. So, that's why he was so eager for me to advance at the time. End of chapter. Chapter 413 Chapter 96 3 Revelations. This was one possibility Alice had guessed. The rituals for each sequence of the fate pathway always had an inexplicable flavor, especially sequence 0. What did it mean to find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate? Now, it seemed that fate might have answered this question for them through a shared dream. Alice had tried to decipher the terrifying dream early on, but unfortunately, she was so frightened at the time that she felt she might become a Beyonder ingredient. But now it seemed, perhaps she needed to escape this fate, or perhaps. Alice recalled the Snake of Fate's advancement ritual. It couldn't be that her opportunity was a fated death, could it? Wouldn't those two rituals be redundant then? That being said, Alice knew very well that this possibility was actually not small. If one wanted to break free from their original fate, for Beyonders of the fate pathway, dying first and then restarting was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Leaving aside her own situation, if the scene Will Ossepton saw was him swallowing her, Alice suspected this might be a misinterpreted revelation. For example, Will Ossepton didn't know she needed to reach the top of the fate pathway alone, only that such an outcome was his opportunity. As for Ouroboros honestly showed the dream directly to Alice, and from his performance, Alice believed it should be real. He didn't seem like someone with much ulterior motive. And Ouroboros's dream itself, if it could be considered an opportunity, Alice felt that the meaning revealed by that dream was actually only one: becoming a god has nothing to do with you, don't even think about it. After all, it was a third-person perspective. Of course, if it was a slightly skewed interpretation, perhaps it would be taken as a situation like reaping the benefits of others' struggles. Or, like Will Ossepton, actively striving and instigating a fight between her and Will Ossepton. In that case, Will Ossepton, in a sense, also died by his own choice, and it was his own doing. No, one shouldn't say that, it should be said that he was rushing to reincarnate. Klein did not know Alice's complete speculation, and he was not familiar with Will Ossepton, so he did not make a judgment on Alice's guess, only reminding her. He should know we know each other, right? Alice paused slightly, realizing this. Given how things had progressed, the relationship between her and Klein should no longer be a secret to Will Ossepton. Even if Klein changed his face and identity, it would likely be useless. After all, she herself could recognize Klein in various disguises. It stood to reason that Beyonders of the fate pathway were, in a sense, very good at recognizing people. However, Alice's goal had been achieved. It seemed Klein had forgotten to continue pressing her on what exactly she had done. Otherwise, she would have to think carefully about how to explain her self-introduction in the City of Silver. She would have to sternly warn Sun not to talk nonsense later. Thinking this, Alice asked Klein thoughtfully. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be very dangerous if you met him again? Klein was stunned for a moment, and before he could speak, Alice reached out and patted his shoulder, saying generously, "How about this, when the time comes, you can pretend you've converted to him, and then..." Klein brushed her hand away. That would really be courting death. He rolled his eyes at Alice. However, we haven't met much in reality, so maybe. What's the use of that? Alice pouted. You were next to me when I got the uniqueness. This was an unsolvable fact. If it were a different scenario, Will Ossepton would likely not see it, but as it concerned the uniqueness, such a crucial turning point, Will Ossepton probably still had a premonition. It's just that it might have been too late when he sensed it, just like Eamon had already followed her home before her spirituality reminded her. Unable to come up with a better idea, Klein remembered the question he had forgotten earlier and asked tentatively. So, what exactly did you do in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? He looked at Alice, who blinked her innocent big eyes back at him. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before realizing that Alice had probably done something again. He opened his mouth to say something, but Alice, as if fleeing for her life, eagerly said to him, "I have something else to do, I'm leaving first." Before the words of obstruction could be spoken, Alice had fled above the gray fog. It was obviously unrealistic to pull Alice, who had just run away, back. Klein sat back in his seat with a slight helplessness, recalling Anderson's experience. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out towards the pile of sundries, and a blank piece of paper and a pen flew out from it. The front of the blank paper had a sentence written in ancient Hermes language, creator of happiness and miracles. Evidently, this was Klein's unfinished honorific name. The recent events suddenly gave Klein inspiration. After a brief thought, he wrote the second sentence on the paper, master of misfortune and calamity. Compared to words like incarnation and origin, the word master appeared much more neutral when used before a relatively negative authority. After all, incarnation of misfortune and origin of misfortune didn't sound like proper gods, but master of misfortune, perhaps they could help you avert disaster and misfortune. It was like, although the goddess's authority also included calamity and fear, and her honorific name also had corresponding descriptions, the goddess did not use incarnation of calamity and fear, but empress of calamity and fear. As for Alice's original honorific name, Klein remembered her saying it was given by Will Osepton, and clearly, Will Osepton didn't see Alice as any proper god, though she wasn't one to begin with. Perhaps it was his random naming that led Alice astray. Perhaps Alice was originally a good child. After all, the other two descriptions were actually quite positive. Klein unhesitatingly placed a large blame on Will Osepton. On the other side, Alice fled above the gray fog as if escaping. When she opened her eyes and regained her senses, she just caught Leomaster's crucial narration. Then, I saw a beam of light fall in front of me, and inside it was actually a person. He said he had come to save me. Wow, a series of small gasps sounded. Alice blinked, hugged her knees, and changed to a comfortable position to listen. The girl with burgundy hair next to her moved further away again because of her action. Alice looked over in confusion, and the girl, noticing her gaze, nervously forced a smile at her. Alas, they are also afraid of me, unlike Son. Alice looked sideways and found Son, Derek, who was 3 people away from her. It would be better to change seats after a story is finished. Thinking this, Alice very tactfully withdrew her gaze. Leomaster's voice continued, in that light and shadow, there was a little girl who looked underage, well, that's her. Alice was stunned for a few seconds, then met Leomaster's gaze, realizing he was talking about her. Alice could feel curious and fearful gazes falling on her, and Leomaster continued. At first, I thought she was a little girl who had wandered in there by mistake. I advised her a couple of times, reminding her to be careful of the devils outside, but she didn't take it seriously, so I didn't continue to persuade her. She walked up to me, bent down and extended her hand towards me. I thought for a moment, and to cooperate with her, I also extended my hand and placed it on hers, standing up. Then I found I almost didn't reach his waist. Alice added the detail she was still bothered by, expressionlessly. This addition was so heartfelt that the burgundy-haired girl closest to Alice finally couldn't help but let out a giggle. When Alice turned her head expressionlessly, her smile froze on her face again. So, Alice asked with genuine and resentful confusion, why are you all so tall? The members of the City of Silver's exploration team looked at each other. Son, Derek, who was familiar with Alice, spoke under the admiring gazes of Chaim and Joshua. Many of us have giant bloodlines, and we inherit the Beyander potion of the warrior pathway. Affected by the potion, our height is significantly taller than normal people. In Beyonders who follow the warrior pathway, as their sequence level increases, their height becomes even more exaggerated. Alice looked at the demigod chief who was secretly observing from not far away and asked with a slight doubt. Isn't your chief a Beyander of the warrior pathway? He's already a demigod, but he hasn't grown much taller. This seemed to be a blind spot in Derek's knowledge. He was stunned for a moment and looked to his companions for help. Chaim, who was next to him, received his gaze and took over Alice's words. I heard that the chief has a giant form. Immediately after, Joshua, wearing a pair of fiery red gloves, also spoke. During an earlier exploration, Chaim and I even discussed whether the chief's clothes would burst if he transformed into his giant form. Yes, Chaim continued, but when Joshua and I planned to share this joke with Derek, we found he had disappeared. Their conversation not only explained the situation to Alice but also subtly introduced their names. Alice tilted her head, and after a few seconds of contemplation, asked, So, will the clothes burst? They were clearly stunned for a moment, then Haim said. Unless the clothes are mystical items, bursting clothes is probably unavoidable. Or, you could ask the chief. Alice frowned almost imperceptibly and said to them. My name is Alice. She started, and after exchanging glances, the man sitting on the other side of the burgundy-haired girl put his arm around her shoulder and smiled at Alice. Speaking of which, I don't think we've introduced ourselves yet. My name is Dolores, and this is Anshina. We should be getting married when we return this time. Alice looked at them in surprise, thought for a moment, and asked with a hint of curiosity. Can I attend your wedding? Wedding? Dolores looked at her in confusion. I think I've seen it in books. Alice immediately realized she had said the wrong thing. She bit her lip before saying, I'm sorry, can you tell us about it? Anshina spoke almost simultaneously with her. Alice stopped speaking, met her gaze, and after a moment of silence, softly said. In the outside lands, if two people in love want to be together for life, they will vow before the priests of their worshipped deity, witnessed by their parents and friends. They will feast guests, there will be flowers and wedding dresses, and at the end of the wedding, the bride will also throw the bouquet, and the couple who catches the bouquet will receive happiness. That sounds so beautiful. Anshina showed a yearning expression. Others were no exception, even the chief's gaze seemed to deepen a bit. After more than 10 seconds, Alice finally couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere and spoke up. I can help you with your wedding. Although I'm not a priest, but I remember, you should call angels subordinate gods, right? Alice looked at Anshina and Dolores as if confirming, and clearly, they were both a bit confused by this. Subordinate gods, they are still gods. In the silence, the chief walked over and sat next to Alice. Alice turned to look at him in confusion. The chief's expression showed no emotion, and he said in an equally emotionless voice. Miss Fate, you might not still be here then, right? Alice paused slightly, then heard the chief continue. I remember you said at the beginning that you came here to ask for directions. Alice would never admit that she almost forgot about this. She furtively glanced at the sky. There was nothing in the sky, so she had to lower her head again to look at the ground, silently extending her finger and beginning to draw circles on the ground. The chief looked at her actions and also fell into contemplation. Leomaster asked with some confusion. Didn't you ask Lord Ouroboros? Alice raised her head hesitantly. I asked, but I think he might think I'm crazy. She paused, organizing her words to answer. I asked him how to escape without being caught by him again. The chief couldn't help but glance at Derek, finding that Derek had already lowered his head, seeming very accustomed to such things. The chief looked back at Alice with a slight hesitation, remaining silent for the moment. Leomaster was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked. Lord Ouroboros told you? No, Alice shook her head. He let me go. The chief looked at Alice thoughtfully and asked again. Then, what road were you originally trying to ask about? End of chapter. Chapter 414 Chapter 97 Should I give birth to? What road was I asking about again? She was going to see the seal of the West Continent. That didn't require asking for directions. Alice struggled to recall what she had intended to do at the time. She asked the chief, I actually wanted to ask, you live here, do you have a way to teleport from one place to another? She swallowed the City of Silver that had almost slipped out. She shouldn't know about the City of Silver. No, it seems that no matter whether it's the title of Fool or True Creator that's announced, saying this term shouldn't be strange, so Alice suddenly had an idea. After the chief indicated they had no such method, she scooted closer to the chief and asked curiously, don't you want to ask about the Fool? I've always been curious, in short, don't you find the title, Fool, strange? Who would call themselves a fool? The chief's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even turn his head to look at Derek, but sat there like a stone statue. As soon as such an overly offensive remark was uttered, the members of the City of Silver exploration team, who were unaware of who the fool was, including Leomaster, all fell silent. Leomaster's face, in particular, was extremely pale. As it turned out, the calmest person present was Derek. After a long silence, he looked at his companions, who dared not speak, and the chief, who didn't know how to react. Recalling the words and actions of Hanged Man Alger and Hermit Catlia, he carefully began, I don't think anyone considered it in that direction. None of us are like you, skilled at considering problems in unique ways. Alice looked at Derek with slight hesitation and asked with a hint of uncertainty in her tone, are you insulting me? Derek began to choose his words again. At this moment, Anshina, next to Alice, spoke up boldly, no. We truly find your way of thinking very unique. We've never thought like that. Alice turned her head to look at her. Dolores, next to her, was holding her hand. Seeing Alice look over, Dolores's grip tightened slightly, and Anshina's body visibly stiffened. With Alice's slightly furrowed brow, she forced a smile and took a deep breath, saying, we've never seen anyone from the outside. Is it abnormal out there? Was it difficult to come up with this excuse? Alice certainly didn't think Derek was insulting her, or rather, she didn't think Derek had the guts, she was just used to talking that way. But now it seemed her casual jokes might scare people. Alice sighed, looked around, and found that even though everyone was sitting, she was still the shortest one, enough. She turned her head, looked at Anshina and Dolores's clasped hands, and suddenly had a good idea. After all, parents' height actually affects a child's height. No, my height isn't that closely related to my parents, maybe the City of Silver has a higher limit. Alice withdrew her gaze and asked the two of them, after you get married, do you plan to have children? How many? Boys or girls? The topic shifted too quickly. Anshina, who never expected Alice to ask such a question, paused slightly, thought for a moment, and explained, in the City of Silver, when we reach a certain age, we are forced to marry and have offspring. Alice immediately frowned. She asked with a hint of hesitation, if I became your child, would I also be forced to marry and have offspring? Huh. Anshina showed a, what are you talking about, expression. She probably doesn't know about such things, right? This rule wasn't set by her either. Thinking this, Alice turned to look at Chief Colin Iliad and repeated her question. Chief, if one day, I am born as the child of these two, or of other people in the City of Silver, will I also have to be forced to marry and have offspring like everyone else when I grow up? After 2 seconds of silence, the chief's gaze swept over the continuously feigning death Derek, and he tentatively asked, can you explain what you mean? Alice looked at him in confusion, thought for a moment, and tried hard to organize her words. It's just, if one day I die. No, I should say I abandon my current body, and then am born as the child of a resident of the City of Silver. In such a situation, do I also need to marry and have children like other residents of the City of Silver when I grow up? Do I need to? The chief didn't ask how Alice managed to do such a thing. The well-informed chief realized from Alice's natural attitude that this matter, which sounded extraordinarily strange and bizarre, might be quite normal for her. Angel of Destiny, the chief's gaze settled on Alice, recalling the exploration when Jack was brought back. After escaping the loop, he actually remembered the experiences during that time and understood that their turning point likely came from the fool, from Derek's plea, but he told no one. Considering the mural from Angel of Destiny Ouroboros, the chief understood that this matter must be related to that Angel of Destiny, and it was probably an easy task for that Angel of Destiny as well. So, it seemed quite normal for the Alice before him to possess similarly bizarre abilities. What might be less normal were her personality and way of thinking. At least, the moment Angel of Destiny Ouroboros appeared, she wasn't so. Actually, the chief suddenly remembered that Alice was quite normal when she first appeared. She truly seemed like a king of angels under the main seat, gentle and compassionate. At first, he even truly believed she had come to save the City of Silver. Until Leomaster appeared and revealed her identity, could it be that Angel of Destiny Ouroboros actually had such a personality? This wasn't impossible. The chief cautiously didn't think further and instead replied to Alice, we have no such precedent. Then let's set this rule now. Alice clapped her hand on the floor. So I can decide whether to do it then. Hearing this, the chief looked at Alice and replied in an unchanging voice, you will. Alice immediately widened her eyes. This is a necessary price for the continuation of the City of Silver. The chief's expression was firm, his voice solemn. Every person, no matter who, has never violated it. Alice blinked, and under the chief's firm attitude, she abandoned her sudden idea. All right, then, Since I'm here, I have one more thing. What? The chief asked, looking at her. Alice replied thoughtfully, I remember you have many monsters here, so, have you ever encountered a kind of snake? You might not have actually seen it. It usually appears in remote and historically significant places and doesn't attack directly. Most of the time, it only uses its surroundings to attack. You might feel like you've become particularly unlucky. It also seems to make people move slowly and think confusedly, huh? Alice looked at the chief, who seemed to have something to say, in confusion. In Alice's line of sight, the chief said to her, we discovered the ruins of a city. Everyone who approaches that ruin becomes unlucky. This situation dissipates after returning for some time. I tried to lead people to explore, but found nothing, and those unlucky symptoms didn't appear. But after some time, people passing by there became unlucky again, but we haven't found any monsters or other anomalies. Alice immediately sat up straight. She replied with slight excitement, they can foresee fatal threats and avoid them. This was the most impressive point in Edwina's account for Alice. In her opinion, a raven shadow serpent with this ability was almost invincible without means of restraint. And no one knew if the anti-divination ability of a winner could restrain this. As for attack and defense, since everyone wasn't particularly strong, Alice believed she could completely hire people to kill it. Provided it could be found. The chief looked at Alice's sparkling eyes, thought for a moment, and tentatively asked, do you need the route to that city ruin? Huh? Alice looked at him blankly. After a few seconds, she belatedly reacted, am I supposed to kill it myself? She had no similar experience at all. The chief was also surprised by Alice's reaction, but he didn't delve into it. Instead, he thought for a moment and asked, what level is the monster you're talking about? Alice stroked her chin and replied, in terms of escape speed, it might be demigod level. Its attack methods probably depend on the environment. As for pure frontal attack power and defense, Alice carefully chose her words, then looked up at the chief and asked, when you cut me with that knife, did you feel any difficulty? The chief remained silent. It was clearly not difficult. A hasty swing of a knife has far less attack power than a carefully prepared one, but even so, the chief smoothly separated Alice's head and body. This description gave the chief an idea of the monster's combat power. He seriously analyzed it once, then confirmed with Alice, so, the most difficult part is actually finding it. Alice nodded. This sounded much simpler, but Alice was hardly reassuring. The chief looked at the members of the City of Silver exploration team, then finally said to Alice, we are planning to clear Afternoon Town and establish a camp nearby. The chief couldn't finish his sentence because Alice suddenly pounced on him, grabbed his clothes, and tearfully accused him, woo-woo, you, how can you be like this, woo-woo-woo, I thought you were a good person, woo-woo-woo-woo, but in the end, you won't even satisfy this small request of mine, woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Amidst her sobs, the chief stiffly turned his neck to look at Derek. Derek finally stopped feigning death. He and the others were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded, obviously encountering such a situation for the first time. Alice cried very professionally and skillfully. Her tear ducts were like a faucet, turning on and off at will. By the time the chief twisted his neck back, he could already feel a section of his clothes soaked. I'll send an exploration team with you, the chief replied expressionlessly. Derek, Haim, Joshua, you will lead the way. Thank you. Alice wiggled her ears twice amidst her sobs, immediately stopped crying, wiped away her tears, and sat back in her seat. But there's no need to rush, no need to rush. This was not Alice delaying time. It was just that in the forsaken land of the gods, where there was a lack of a concept of time, Alice felt her days had become muddled. She urgently needed a tarot club meeting to clarify the current time. How about this? Alice thought for a moment and said, Mr. Fool should be calling me recently, calling me for something. Let's talk after he's done with me. On Monday morning, Anderson, wearing a deerstalker hat he got from who knows where, handed Klein a low and gold coin. This is for yesterday's food and lodging. You should pay me back. No need to pay back. Anderson gave up the idea of asking for change under Gairman Sparrow's gaze and instead urgently asked, what was the result of your inquiry? Klein took the low and gold coin, tossed it twice in his hand, and replied with a smile, she told you to pray at the church of the Evernight goddess. Anderson looked at him blankly. It's quite normal, isn't it? Klein maintained his smile. After all, you know, in a sense, she is an angel of the night church. After 2 seconds of silence, Anderson asked the exact same question Klein had asked yesterday. Are you sure I can really make it to the Church of the Night alive? I'm not sure. Klein replied with a smile. After a few seconds of silence, Anderson gritted his teeth and said to Klein, I still owe you £7,000. Klein glanced at Anderson and replied calmly, so, I won't let you leave until you pay me back. Of course, if you choke to death from drinking water again, there's nothing I can do. Anderson gritted his teeth, deciding to try one more time. So, if there are talismans for casting misfortune, aren't there talismans for removing misfortune? Even if she's not convenient to come over now, you should have such talismans, right? Or you can ask her to make a few now, if possible. End of chapter. Chapter 415 Chapter 98 Inches Get Rich Accessories, Return. Yes, there definitely is. But judging by Alice's description, she probably wasn't in a safe place at the time. Speaking of which, are there any safe places in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? Klein's understanding of the Forsaken Land of the Gods came solely from Derek's descriptions. In his impression, it was a place fraught with danger. Furthermore, Alice left misfortune but no spell to remove it, and when asked, her answer was to go to a church, which already spoke volumes. She never intended to make that spell. However, Anderson's continuous misfortune was indeed a problem. Klein had already thought about solutions last night. After all, he couldn't just let Alice accidentally kill Anderson, could he? Seeing Anderson's pitiful state, Klein said to him, I have a mystical item that might solve the current problem. Anderson's eyes lit up, and he quickly pressed, what is it? He seemed genuinely worried that he would trip over his own feet and die the moment he stepped out the door. No, Beyonders aren't that easy to kill by falling, are they? Wait, maybe not necessarily, although he hadn't personally witnessed Migos falling to her death on her own weapon, or the delivery man who brought Alice the lucky one Beyonder characteristic back then. Klein was deeply impressed by such incidents. It proved that Beyonders falling to their deaths might not be too rare sometimes. Klein glanced at Anderson and began to describe the Beyonder item. It was remade from a mystical item called Wealth Accessory, and currently has no name. Its appearance is that of a monocle. When you wear it, if you encounter bad luck, you can accumulate luck through it. When facing fatal danger, the accumulated luck will take effect. However, it will make the wearer mentally dazed and easily distracted. Even when not distracted, it's difficult to concentrate. It should be very suitable for your current situation, but I cannot guarantee whether you will lose this item due to bad luck. If that happens, even if you don't die from misfortune, its owner will most likely not let you off. Oh, I'm not talking about me. In fact, you've met its owner, she even left you with misfortune. Have you made up your mind? Do you want to rent this mystical item? If you plan to rent it, then. Klein paused his narration and asked Anderson, who was full of anxiety and anticipation. What price are you willing to pay? The origin of this Beyonder item made Anderson hesitate for a moment, but after a brief internal struggle, Anderson still made his decision. He said to Klein, £1,500. I can pay £1,500 in rent. I can only afford this much for now. Oh, £1,500. Klein showed an interested expression. Under his gaze, Anderson revealed a relaxed smile and replied with a hint of smugness. Haha, after we parted yesterday, I found a dozen pirates. They were all very kind, either contributing their wallets to me or lending me their characteristics and heads. In just one night, I gained £1,600. Truly, I really love this pirate's paradise. However, I need to keep £100 for a ship ticket back to the Mist Sea, so I can only pay you £1,500. Earned £1,600 in one night. Toskat's pirates are not only numerous but also very valuable, or very rich. Klein suddenly wanted to stay in this port city for a few more days. This thought was only fleeting. Klein quickly realized that the ubiquitous pirates had most likely been dealt with by Anderson. He felt a hint of frustration, so he comforted himself internally. It's okay, the money he earns will eventually be mine. I'm not envious at all, not jealous at all. Adjusting his mood, Klein asked Anderson with a cold expression. Doing such things in a pirate's paradise, aren't you afraid of retaliation? Anderson said carelessly. What's there to worry about? Even if they are subordinates of a pirate general, I'm not afraid. Haha, I believe you're the same. If they are from the Four Kings, it's not a big problem. We are about to leave, and the transmission of information takes time. By then, I don't even know how many ships and identities I would have changed. Is he cursing himself? Klein recalled Alice's unrestrained words that eventually came true, and swept a glance at him with a hint of pity. Deal. Anderson pulled out a thick wad of banknotes, mixed with quite a few souls, and handed them to Klein, saying with a smile. Haha, here's £300. The remaining £1,200 will have to wait a bit, until the bounty and characteristic money comes in. Don't worry, it will definitely come in today, the amounts aren't large. Then, he looked at Klein with an expectant gaze. Mindful of his persona, Klein only roughly counted the money before stuffing the banknotes into his wallet and pockets, saying emotionlessly. Wait a moment. Immediately after, Klein returned to the room and took out the monocle. As he handed the monocle to Anderson, he commanded emotionlessly, go buy 2 tickets to Olivie for tomorrow. He didn't specifically instruct Anderson to change his appearance to buy them, because he believed the other party was a mature hunter with rich experience. This was like how he 100% trusted Alice's spirituality, intuition and luck, otherwise, they would have been beaten to death long ago. All right. Anderson took the monocle and was about to put it on his right eye. Shall we go down for breakfast together? My treat. Don't put it on your right eye. Klein urgently stopped him. Why? Anderson paused his action, confused. Klein didn't explain in detail, only saying vaguely, in short, don't wear the monocle on your right eye. Although he found Gehrman Sparrow's behavior somewhat inexplicable, Anderson cautiously abandoned his previous plan, put the monocle on his left eye, and then pointed to the ground, repeating his earlier words. Shall we go down for breakfast together? Klein nodded, not refusing. Descending to the first floor, the two walked towards a table by the window, encountering a waiter carrying white glazed porcelain cups and teaspoons along the way. Just as they were about to pass each other, the waiter's gaze suddenly became dazed. He grabbed a teaspoon and, without any warning, plunged it towards Anderson's throat. Although surprised, Anderson's reaction was not slow at all. He immediately leaned back, dodging the lightning-fast strike. Bang! The hotel owner not far away suddenly fired a shot, aiming at Anderson's dodging body. What am I doing? After the gunshot, the owner whispered in fear and confusion. As the shot rang out, Anderson was about to dodge, but suddenly became dazed for a moment, his movement pausing slightly in the middle. The bullet passed through his hip, leaving 4 bullet holes. And Klein, who didn't understand the situation, had already leapt to the other side, activating his spirit vision and drawing his revolver. If I were to imitate Alice now, should I shout, I don't know him, or, help? Klein observed the situation with spirit vision and happened to see Anderson getting shot. Just at this moment, at the dining table next to Anderson, a burly man in a shirt with rolled-up sleeves discarded his knife and fork, suddenly pulled a pre-loaded double-barreled shotgun from under his chair, aimed at the ground, and pulled the trigger from an elevated position. His actions and the hotel owner's shot had almost no time difference, but because of the more steps involved, he was a beat slower. Bang! Amidst the loud noise, Anderson quickly dodged. The pain slightly affected Anderson's performance. His movements deviated slightly, causing his foot to hook a chair, and he fell to the ground, the chair landing squarely on his leg. He gasped, and just as he thought he was going to die, he found that no bullet had been fired. The gun misfired. Before he could ponder why such a thing happened, Klein saw the same expressions of shock and confusion superimposed on the burly man's face. No, they aren't the real attackers. Klein rationally stopped his finger from pulling the trigger and quickly scanned the restaurant. Seeing no discoveries with spirit vision, his left thumb immediately tapped his index finger's first joint twice, activating his observation of spirit body threads. At this moment, the ladies and gentlemen in the restaurant had already stood up in panic due to the shooting, surging towards the exit. As she passed by the rolling Anderson, a beautiful and elegantly dressed young lady suddenly paused, opened the dark glass bottle she was clutching tightly, and splashed the liquid inside onto the strongest hunter. Anderson almost instinctively kicked up a chair, blocking the attack of the unknown liquid. Sizzle. The surface of the chair quickly turned black, undergoing strong corrosion, and Anderson took the opportunity to spring up from the ground, regaining his mobility. Immediately after, the gentle and lovely lady, the gentleman holding a newspaper, the waiter in a red vest, and the 5-year-old child with candy on his hands simultaneously attacked Anderson using their respective methods. Flour, lit matches, fruit knives, scalding coffee, and high-concentration alcoholic beverages came one after another. Everyone in the entire hotel restaurant seemed to have only one goal: to kill Anderson. In such an extraordinarily dangerous situation without Beander abilities involved, Anderson, who was surrounded and difficult to escape, rolled and tumbled, sometimes leaping, sometimes kicking away tables, and sometimes igniting items in advance. Although he repeatedly found himself in precarious situations due to occasional distractions and the suspected influence of misfortune, he would always coincidentally avoid fatal attacks, appearing to be out of life-threatening danger. And at this moment, Klein also noticed an unusual spot. In the corner of the restaurant, at a seat obscured by a decorative cabinet, dense, illusory black, spirit body threads, clearly extended, yet no sound emanated from it. This seemed quite abnormal in a hall filled with chaos and panic. Was the true attacker, who orchestrated this, bystander murder, sitting there? Judging by the confused, perplexed, terrified, and flustered expressions of the hotel owner, waiter, and customers after attacking Anderson, they hadn't become puppets. This was another level of manipulation. Illusion, desire apostle, emotional seeds, or perhaps, another type of mental influence. Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration and immediately took 2 steps forward, knocking away a customer whose mouth still had cream on it, opening a path for Anderson. The strongest hunter immediately rolled out of the encirclement in that direction, following Klein as he scurried back to the 2nd floor of the hotel, leaning against the wall at the stairwell corner, gasping for air. Has my ability to provoke reached this level? Even ordinary citizens I don't know want to kill me and have acted on it. Hiss. As he spoke, Anderson pulled at the injury on his right rib, almost crying out in pain. This is misfortune. Fate doesn't always make people encounter all sorts of strange ways to die, like choking to death, falling to death. Sometimes, fate will also make you unintentionally provoke people you can't afford to offend, or encounter enemies you can't deal with. So, does Alice truly have no direct offensive power? After witnessing Anderson's experience, Klein had the same doubts as Anderson. As his thoughts turned, Klein looked at Anderson again. Based on the situation just now, he quickly picked out the most similar one from the several possibilities he had just considered: a sequence 4 manipulator, suspected to belong to the spectator pathway. It was obvious that among the pirates Anderson hunted last night, there was a high probability that one of them was a pawn of this manipulator. So today, this demigod of the spectator pathway came knocking on the door. Hiss. Just looking at Miss Justice, it's really impossible to imagine that a sequence 4 spectator is so, come to think of it, Alice was also very, at sequence 7. Regarding this matter, Alice was clearly full of grievances, and after understanding the Lucky One's ability, Klein quickly understood where Alice's resentment came from. To this day, he had never seen a sequence 7 ability that only had one function: increasing luck. Many times in the past, he had wondered what this ability was for. Now it seems, it's hard to say what luck is for, but misfortune should definitely be very dangerous. Klein stopped his thoughts, controlled his expression, looked at Anderson, and said in an indifferent tone: "It should be that one or several pirates from last night were connected to the hidden demigod on this island. Do you think what just happened could be done by a mid-sequence Beander? It can't be that unlucky, can it?" Anderson's voice became softer and softer, turning into a murmur. "Indeed, those guys just now were all controlled, they were innocent. Good thing I didn't fight back, otherwise I would become the main culprit in a shocking bloodbath and end up on a bounty list. By then, the trouble would be huge, and I'd have no choice but to become a pirate." Klein's lips twitched slightly and he said, "What if those who were controlled just now were Beyonders who were pirates, or punishers or priests of the Storm Church? I'd be dead." Anderson spread his hands, then said with sudden understanding, "You mean, he didn't intend to kill me, that was just a warning?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "So, you still have a chance." Meeting Klein's expression, Anderson, who had already had one experience, tentatively asked, "Should I apologize?" End of chapter. Chapter 416 Chapter 99 Eliminate the correct answer first. In the camp next to Afternoon Town, after explaining the situation to the chief, Alice rejoined the exploration team. Unlike the chief, who was mostly cautious, their emotions towards Alice were a mix of fear and curiosity. Under Alice's overly down-to-earth behavior, she quickly found herself in a position similar to Leo Masters, being pestered for stories from outside during meals. During the second meal, Alice saw them take out thin black-faced grass cakes. The cakes were completely black, making them look like anything but food. Of course, it was better than the meat she initially saw in the hands of the people surrounding Leomaster. That stuff looked like it came from some unknown monster. Alice barely managed to hold back from asking how they could eat such a thing, but it ultimately affected her appetite. She temporarily gave up her original idea of having Klein deliver food. She'd wait until she left this place. Alice closed her eyes, and after a dozen seconds, she leaned against a pillar and fell into a deep sleep. When her body swayed and fell to the ground, the people of the City of Silver were terrified. When they finally confirmed she was sleeping, everyone couldn't help but feel confused. Are people from outside all like this? Everyone looked at Leomaster, then at Alice, gradually becoming bewildered. Derek quickly stopped paying attention to this matter. After all, for Alice, it seemed nothing that happened was strange. He was only shocked for a moment before continuing with what he needed to do. It wasn't until he received the notification to prepare for the gathering that Derek glanced at Alice, finding her rubbing her eyes and getting up. After looking around, she lay back down. At 3 in the afternoon, he appeared above the gray fog, looking bewildered. Everyone was sitting in their designated seats, and Miss Justice Audrey's greeting rang out as usual. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Fate doesn't seem to be in high spirits. Mr. Sun is a bit agitated. After glancing around at everyone while greeting them, Audrey spoke. "I hope to obtain a complete pituitary gland from a young mind dragon, or 60 milliliters of spinal fluid from a black hunting lizard, and 1 fruit from a psychedelic wind chime tree." "Oh, is Miss Justice going to advance?" Alice curiously glanced at Audrey, habitually remaining silent on similar topics. After a moment of silence, Miss Hermit Catlia responded. "Since the 5th epoch, mind dragons have been almost extinct and are very difficult to find. I have a way to get the black hunting lizard's spinal fluid, but it will also take 2 to 3 weeks, and the price ranges from 1,500 to 2,000 pounds, as this is not something I can decide. I will help you inquire about the psychedelic wind chime fruit, but I cannot guarantee any news." "So efficient. Is it that easy?" "No problem." After a brief shock, Audrey bowed slightly. "So efficient, is this the connections of a pirate general?" Alice looked enviously at Catlia, and an idea suddenly popped into her head. "I have. No, never mind, that's a bit too much trouble for you all." "Miss Fate, what is it?" Audrey looked at Alice, who seemed to be hesitating to speak, with confusion. Alice pinched her brow and sighed. "I want to find someone to help me confirm something. But first, the other party is a Sequence 1 Archangel, and second, so far, we are still in a life and death struggle." Sequence 1, Life and Death Struggle. Audrey, Alger, and Catlia, who had been paying attention to Alice's words, all withdrew their gazes. Magician Furs even prayed silently that Alice wouldn't notice her. She actually wanted to find out if Will Ossepton had truly had a final dream, even though she had mostly confirmed the answer. Frankly, if she followed the dream's guidance, even if she went to ask him herself, there probably wouldn't be any danger. But the key issue was that Alice didn't want Will Ossepton to know the truth of the dream. This was the most difficult part. Sigh, maybe I should just let it go. Alice sighed, noticing that no one voluntarily offered to take her commission, nor did anyone press her for details. She inexplicably felt relieved and then suddenly remembered another question. How long has it been since I advanced? Alice scanned the Tarot Club members whose sequence levels were gradually catching up to hers, and fell into contemplation. Was she a bit too lax? During Alice's brief moment of self-reproach, Furs straightened her back and issued a commission. "Everyone, are you interested in taking on a kill mission? The target is an important member of a cult organization." Alice looked at Furs in surprise. This doesn't sound like a commission she would issue. Thinking this, Alice looked at Mr. World, the crazy adventurer, who hadn't returned yet. After Klein advanced to sequence 5, world clearly became much more lively. After a few seconds of surprise, Alice realized she hadn't asked Klein about his sequence 5 abilities. Marionettist. If it's related to a circus, it wouldn't be performing puppet shows, would it? Alice managed to suppress the urge to laugh just in time. Alice wasn't the only one looking at World. In the eyes of everyone else except Alice, Mr. World had a special fondness for hunting beyonders and possessed sufficient ability. Klein, who was not in Backland, merely let out a hoarse laugh and gave a very professional response. Where is it? What organization? What sequence? What are its ability characteristics? Alice silently lowered her head, beginning to ponder if anyone would think that World's mood improved after hearing about someone to kill. Magician Furs responded joyfully. He is a divine envoy of the Aurora Order, in Backland. He was sequence 6 before, and might be sequence 5 now, but it's not confirmed. He can record Beyonder abilities used by others and use them once, is good at escaping, is difficult to surround, and perhaps can even traverse the spirit world. Do you know, Miss Magician, Alice suddenly interjected, I just met an Aurora Order Archangel, and I'm currently with an Aurora Order Saint. In the ensuing silence, son Derek recalled Alice's unique self-introduction. Should I tell Mr. Fool about this? Derek looked at Alice, then at Mr. Fool in the gray fog, and decided to learn from Mr. Hanged Man. Magician Furs hesitated due to Alice's words. She wasn't sure what Alice was trying to express. Amidst her hesitation, World spoke first. Sounds like you're having a lot of fun over there. Alice nodded. Over there. Justice Audrey looked at Alice with both curiosity and confusion, and asked. Miss Fate, are you currently at the Aurora Orders? The Aurora Orders headquarters. You could say that, Alice stroked her chin, because the true Creator's sanctuary is on the mountain next to me. Audrey's eyes widened. Alice swung her calves and continued. It's just that the true Creator is too fierce. Didn't I just impersonate his archangel? Does he really need to curse so harshly? Now Derek didn't need to struggle anymore. Impersonate his archangel. Audrey's mouth fell open in astonishment. She looked around, judging from the expressions of the others that she hadn't misheard. Such a thing only gets you cursed. A few months ago, the incident of someone impersonating a full believer and being struck by lightning was not a secret. Yet Alice's clearly more outrageous behavior seemingly only resulted in a scolding. The true Creator and Mr. Fool should be rival deities, right? Justice Audrey, Hanged Man Alger, and Hermit Catlia all looked in unison at Mr. Fool in the gray fog. Son Derek and World followed suit a few beats later. And within the concealment of the gray fog, Klein finally understood why Alice hadn't told him what she had done. A serious act of blasphemy, and it sounded like it happened right under the true Creator's nose. He looked at Alice, who, after realizing, wore a guilty expression, and merely asked in a calm, unruffled voice. Who did you impersonate? Right, who did she impersonate? The focus of the tarot club shifted back to Alice. After a dozen seconds, Alice dropped her guilty expression and answered decisively. No, you misheard. I didn't do such a thing. Derek looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. Recalling Derek's performance at this tarot club meeting, Klein finally confirmed that he was in the know. So, from within the dense gray fog, the fool's calm voice sounded again. Mr. Sun, do you know about this? Alice began to look at Derek with a threatening gaze. Feeling Alice's gaze, Derek sat nervously in his seat, until Klein softly called out Alice's name. Fate. The fool's calm tone rarely rose. After a slight silence, Alice, throwing caution to the wind, said. I impersonated Ouroboros. Oh, Ouroboros. This wasn't too surprising an answer. The only thing to be shocked about was Alice's audacity. Before Klein could speak again, Alice quickly said. You're not allowed to be angry. The true Creator didn't even do anything to me. Klein's words, about to come out, were stuck in his throat. He looked at Alice and suddenly realized something. He either had to advance enough to beat Alice, or advance enough to be her backer, otherwise, with Alice's personality, she would cause huge trouble sooner or later. Unless he ignored her. He sighed inwardly, feeling an urgency to advance. Continue. He said blandly. This was considered to be glossing over the matter, or perhaps he intended to settle accounts after the tarot club ended, who knew? This was not something they could probe. In the midst of silence, World was the first to break it. Does anyone have the Beander potion formula for the Seer Pathway Sequence 4, or any clues? So fast. Mr. World is already asking for Sequence 4. No, wait. Justice Audrey suddenly realized something. When she was still in Backland, Alice had once let slip something inconsequential. She had referred to both worlds and the Fool Sequence 4 as Ringmaster or Circus. This was originally just a joke, and the only information it could reveal was that World and the Fool belonged to the same pathway. For a Blessed, this was not a big deal. But now, as World began to inquire about the potion formula, Audrey realized a problem. Doesn't Mr. Fool have it? No matter what, accumulating contributions and asking Mr. Fool for it would surely be easier than buying it outside, right? Does Mr. Fool's organization not have a system for exchanging contributions for potion formulas and materials? Or is it? No, Audrey, you cannot speculate like that. This is very likely Mr. Fool's test. At the moment when an inappropriate doubt was about to emerge, Audrey timely stopped her train of thought and found a good excuse. Undoubtedly, this was a successful excuse. The more Audrey thought about it, the more she felt it was correct, and she quickly convinced herself. Under World's gaze, Sun Derek and Moon Emlyn both shook their heads, while Alice raised her hand and answered. Evernight. This concise answer successfully drew Audrey's attention a second time. As a believer of the Evernight goddess, combined with Alice's undisguised demeanor, she understood this referred to the Night Church. So, if they are all churches, all deities, why can't one ask Mr. Fool, but can ask the Evernight goddess? Audrey suddenly remembered that World had suggested more than once to report to the Night Church. Is the relationship between Mr. Fool and the Evernight goddess that good? Audrey looked at Alice in surprise, yet didn't feel very surprised. Miss Fate sounded like she was raised by the Evernight goddess before. Speaking of which, Mr. World is helping Mr. Fool raise a child, and Mr. Fool is helping the Evernight goddess raise a child. Mr. World is Mr. Fool's blessed, so. How could Mr. Fool be the Evernight goddess's blessed? Audrey, what are you thinking? In an unknown corner, Audrey dismissed the correct answer she had just deduced from the realm of possible truths. No one else spoke except Alice, so Klein gave up. He decided to wait for Mr. Azik's response for now, while comprehending the acting method. If Mr. Azik and Erodes have no clues, I'll try to find the Evernight goddess. Thinking this, Klein manipulated World to say to Magician Furs, I can consider taking on your commission, but not anytime soon, at least 2 months from now. This was the time he reserved for returning to Backland. 2 months from now. Magician Furs repeated the time with great hesitation. This was a bit too long. She wasn't sure how long Louis Wen, whom she wanted to assassinate, would stay in Backland. Alice glanced at the two of them thoughtfully and asked Magician Furs a crucial question. Miss Magician, do you have money? She remembered that the magician had inquired about ways to earn money at the Tarot Club. End of this chapter. Chapter 417 Chapter 100, My Destiny Lies There. Magician Furs suddenly faltered. She glanced at Alice, whose focus was always unusual, then looked at Hanged Man Alger, Hermit Catlia, and World, realizing they were all beginning to doubt her financial situation because of Alice's words. Although, she really didn't have any money. To be precise, even the bounties for Sequence 5 pirates were close to 5-digit figures, while her savings were a pitiful 3 digits. Magician Furs felt sad about this for a moment, then quickly adjusted her mood and gave the answer she had prepared earlier. I can complete some future commissions as repayment. Alice nodded thoughtfully, so, in a sense, it's like, buy now, pay later, and, installment payments. Buy now, pay later. Installment payments. These were relatively unfamiliar concepts in Loan, but with a banker father, Justice Audrey understood the meaning of these two terms after a moment. This was actually not much different from a loan, just a smaller amount. No, for Furs's commission, the amount wasn't actually small. Furs looked a bit confused, she couldn't fluently understand these two forms of consumption, and Alice had no interest in explaining them to her. As for collateral, Mr. Fool should count, but the amount is actually a bit too large, and in a practical situation, there's another thing to consider. What if you die before you pay off the debt, without any collateral? Alice asked with genuine sincerity. Her sincere expression was like telling a horror story. Furs sat there, speechless for a long time, until World kindly saved the situation. You'd better not speak carelessly, Miss Fate. What if it comes true? If I don't get the compensation I deserve? A threatening gaze fell on Alice. Although Klein didn't say what he intended to do, this was clearly more effective than speaking it aloud. Alice silently shrunk her neck and stopped talking. At this moment, Hanged Man Alger interjected at the right time. Miss Magician, do you have to personally kill that Aurora Order Divine Envoy? Of course not, Furs denied without hesitation. You see, I'm even considering whether to ask Mr. World for help. Alice blinked twice, suddenly realizing that Furs's act of commissioning a murder was no different from her own act of calling for help. Since that's the case, Alice raised a hand, why don't you just report him to the church? As soon as you discover that Aurora Order Divine Envoy, just report him to the church. That makes sense. Magician Furs seriously considered Alice's words, muttering. It seems feasible. That's what I wanted to say too, Hanged Man Alger continued. You can first investigate the target's whereabouts. If you find a clue within 2 months, report him to the church. If it exceeds 2 months, then hand it over to Mr. World. Magician Furs considered their words seriously for a moment, then nodded and said. All right, I'll discuss the commission price with Mr. World then. World nodded slightly in agreement. The matter was thus settled. Magician Furs thought for a moment and continued. Everyone, does anyone have meteorite crystal and Lavaz octopus blood crystals, or any information about them? Maybe I can find information about Louis Wen on my own. It's better to use the money to improve my strength first, and if I really can't find it, then try commissioning. The materials Furs mentioned were precisely the main ingredients for an astrologer. Similar potion ingredients reminded Klein of something, perhaps he could try to switch to an adjacent pathway. After all, the Abraham family should have ready-made potion formulas and rituals, and perhaps even materials. While Klein was thinking, Furs felt World's gaze on her grow a few degrees warmer. Amidst Klein's swirling thoughts, Hermit Catlia resolved these 2 commissions. After a brief pause, Sun Derek was about to speak when Moon Emlyn preempted him. Our demands on this side are very clear. He wants the Sequence 6 Notary Potion formula of the Sun Pathway, and Mr. Hanged Man hopes to obtain the Ocean Songsters. World accepted the commission again after a brief deliberation. Within 3 days, I will provide the Notary Potion formula. You can consider what items to exchange for it. Okay, Mr. World. Sun Derek responded with delight. As for the Ocean Songster Potion formula that Hanged Man Alger needed, no one currently had any clues. Moon Emlyn then cleared his throat and said, my request is a bit different from last time. I hope you can help me find these primordial moon believers. For every valid clue, I will pay £100, and a direct lock-on is £500. He looked at Mr. Fool and made his request, receiving permission. Then, he materialized 6 wanted poster-like items, 1 for each person, a total of 6. He himself and Sun Derek did not receive any. Alice glanced at the information on the list and found that these people's strength was only equivalent to newly born vampires, which was quite weak for her, and she only needed to find them. It was just a pity that she was in a place isolated from the spirit world. However, that might very well be a seal of the true creator or something. Hey, speaking of which, could the true creator potentially unseal that place and allow me to move freely there? In front of the fool, Miss Fate began to consider the possibility of truly becoming the angel of destiny for her lord. Thinking of the miserable state of the Aurora Order and Ouroboros's ethereal detachment, Alice couldn't help but be tempted. Actually, the benefits aren't bad. It seems like I don't have to manage anything. It's just that the boss is a bit noisy. Not as good as the goddess. Alice began to covet that pension again. No one brought up new transactions, and the Tarot Club entered the free exchange segment. The members of the Tarot Club subconsciously turned their gazes to Alice, especially Hermit Catlia. Unlike the others who were still guessing, she had already basically confirmed that Alice had reached the forsaken land of the gods. But this was only for a moment. Their gazes quickly left Alice and fell on Sun Derek. If Miss Fate, who couldn't keep a secret, wanted to say something, she would speak up herself. Derek, at the center of attention, did not speak immediately. He subconsciously glanced at Alice. Noticing his gaze, Alice raised an eyebrow and said, "What's wrong?" After a pause, she suddenly realized that Derek was asking for her opinion, so she said to him, "No need to hide it." Having received Alice's permission, Derek turned his head, took a deep breath, and then said, "Miss Fate has already arrived at the Forsaken Land of the Gods and is currently with us in the camp outside Afternoon Town." This caused a momentary stir in the Tarot Club, but it was only for a moment, with Mr. Fool being able to pull people from the Forsaken Land of the Gods to attend the gathering. Miss Fate being able to go to the Forsaken Land of the Gods was not. They suddenly realized that although Alice had always been obsessed with the Forsaken Land of the Gods and seemed very eager to visit, she didn't actually seem to know how to get there. Mr. Fool's state might not have recovered enough to send Miss Fate there, but he should know the method of entry. Mr. Fool did not wish for Miss Fate to go to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Then how did Miss Fate get in? Could it be that someone wanted Miss Fate to visit the Forsaken Land of the Gods? While Hanged Man Alger was deep in thought, Justice Audrey had already asked curiously, "Miss Fate, why did you suddenly go to the Forsaken Land of the Gods? You didn't seem to have a similar plan last week." In Audrey's view, Alice, who spoke of wanting to go to the Forsaken Land of the Gods, was more inclined to be joking. She didn't actually have much genuine desire to go. However, Miss Fate seemed to be like this about everything. She didn't seem to take anything particularly seriously. Perhaps this was already one of her more serious matters. While Audrey was guessing, Alice had already brainstormed and organized a profound statement. "My fate is there." Sure enough, no one understood her words. Everyone nodded, half understanding, with a sense of despair that made them want to ask more but didn't know where to start. Having succeeded, Alice quietly clenched her fist under the table, as if to encourage herself. She bluffed her way through. Unfortunately, no one shared her genuine excitement. Only Hanged Man Alger said to son Derek, "Tell us the specifics." So Derek successfully became the focus again. He showed no awkwardness and began to recount the entire matter from the beginning. "During this time, I followed the exploration team led by the chief and arrived at Afternoon Town. This is the only way to the giant court, the great door separating myth and reality." The great door separating myth and reality. Recalling the houses of varying heights within Afternoon Town, Alice seemed to understand. This was a pretty good start. Alice sat up a little straighter, beginning to listen carefully to Derek's story. After all, when she entered, Afternoon Town could hardly be called afternoon. Derek began by describing their arrival at Afternoon Town, first detailing its gloomy and desolate appearance. Then, he spoke of how the three-person team discovered the underground altar, how he discerned the names Ouroboros, Medici, and Saussure, and how they unknowingly entered another side of the town, seeing titles like Dark Angel and the phrase Rose Redemption. At this point, he stood up and praised Mr. Fool, thanking him for helping him escape his predicament. Then, Derek briefly introduced the monster that his shadow had become, focusing on the cleric who was constantly repenting in the half-collapsed church. He recounted the cleric's words in his own words and mentioned that when the cleric was about to speak the name of the fourth king of angels, he suddenly self-destructed, burning into ashes by transparent flames. Then, son Derek turned sideways, looked towards the head of the long bronze table, and asked devoutly, "Mr. Fool, who tempted Dark Angel Saussure? And who does the fourth name represent? Why couldn't it be spoken?" After listening to the whole story, Alice basically had the answer. The unspeakable name obviously belonged to a secret, and given that the true names of known true gods carried power, the identity of the owner of the fourth name was actually easy to guess. There were only 3 angels who betrayed the ancient sun god to become gods back then. Combining the authority, the only one whose name, when spoken, would likely result in being burned to death, was probably Eternal Blazing Sun. Speaking of which, Lord of Storms was struck by lightning, Eternal Blazing Sun was burned by fire, so, what about wisdom? It couldn't be that if you don't study to death, you'll be forced to study to death, right? Then, wouldn't that mean going back to senior year of high school? Preferably to, some schools with strict management. Alice took a cold breath, successfully making everyone, in their busy state, cast their gaze upon her. It was also then that Mr. Fool in the gray fog gently rested his right palm on the armrest, and with a smile in his eyes, said, "Because it's a secret." Alice squinted at Klein, cooperating with his performance. She tapped the table, drawing everyone else's attention, then asked excitedly. Do you want to know the true names of 2 more true creators? More true names of true creators. Moon Emlyn and Hermit Catlia, who arrived last, were clearly a bit confused by that phrase. Had Miss Fate also revealed the true name of a true creator at the Tarot Club before? It couldn't be. They subconsciously glanced at Mr. Fool in the gray fog. Given Miss Fate's personality, upon seeing an acquaintance, it seemed quite normal for her to excitedly blurt out a name. The more senior Justice Audrey, Hanged Man Alger, and Magician Furs, on the other hand, instantly recalled not so pleasant memories. Thank you very much for your kindness, Hanged Man Alger spoke with a very calm expression and voice, but I don't think that's something I should know right now. Justice Audrey and Magician Furs both echoed in agreement. Audrey at least tried to maintain some image, while Furs almost nodded her head off, afraid that Alice wouldn't understand her meaning. Although her original intention was just a joke, receiving such a unanimous refusal still made Alice a bit unhappy. She narrowed her eyes in displeasure and was about to speak when Klein stopped her. Fate, he just called out softly, without saying anything else, but Alice still pouted and swallowed her words. Fine, let him have this one. Alice began to secretly calculate where to get back this debt next time. Of course, Alice's words, in a sense, did answer Derek's confusion. He immediately realized that they were 2 true creators, and the King of Angels represented by the 4th name was very likely one of the betrayers from back then. End of chapter. Chapter 418 Chapter 101 This is courting death. I see, I understand. Derek clenched his fists then released them, standing up to thank her. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but ask Alice. Miss Fate, I heard that you entered through a projection of the giant court. Ah, Leomaster finished that story. Alice nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, Derek looked at Alice with suppressed excitement and anticipation, and cautiously asked. Then, do you know how to leave the forsaken land of the gods? Is it through the giant court? I don't know, Alice shook her head, but the key point should be the giant court. She glanced at Derek and sighed. After all, I can't exactly ask, hey, wait, I can't ask the true creator, but I can ask Ouroboros. If that doesn't work, there's also, no, never mind, Eamon said it, and I wouldn't dare believe it. Audrey finally couldn't help but look at Alice with a strange expression, then began to observe the expressions of the others. Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Hermit also seemed very shocked. It seems this isn't a problem caused by my inexperience. Asking for help from an entity said to be in an endless struggle is indeed not something a normal person would do. Feeling the gaze, Alice turned her head back to them in confusion. What's wrong? Alice seriously recalled what she had just said and came back to her senses, only to find that Alger and Catlia had already withdrawn their gazes, and Audrey and Furs followed suit. Alice turned to Moon Emlyn, who was still staring at her foolishly. A few seconds later, Emlyn also lowered his head. Alice looked at Derek with a threatening gaze. Try to copy them if you dare. Under Alice's coercion, Derek nervously advised, You don't have to take such a risk for me. A risk? Alice paused, suddenly realizing that the Tarot Club didn't know Ouroboros' attitude towards her. Of course, this might not be the normal way for sequence ones of the same pathway to interact. The normal way should be like Eamon and the Zoroaster family angel on Leonard. He chases, she flees, bah. Alice reached out and slapped her head hard to clear her mind, then explained. Not really, for one, if I don't ask, I won't know how to get out myself. For another, Ouroboros, he's a bit, I think his mind might be even more abnormal than mine. At least, I still look pretty much like a human. Such a self-aware statement left even Klein somewhat speechless. But this sentence also had a loophole. Even if Alice ran in herself, could it be that Mr. Fool doesn't know how to leave the forsaken land of the gods? The truly intelligent people unanimously chose to keep their questions to themselves. Only Moon Emlyn was excited by a long-awaited flash of inspiration. Why don't you ask Mr. Fool? Klein immediately began to struggle with how to cover this up. Just as Klein hesitated whether to admit he didn't know, Alice stroked her chin and said. Because I want to invite Ouroboros to attend Will Osepton's full moon banquet or 100-day banquet or something with me. I want to give Will Osepton a gift that will leave a deep impression. but in that case, he might come to bother me in advance, but if it's a gift from Ouroboros, I won't have to worry. Shifting one enemy's attention to another, making two enemies fight each other, is indeed a very clever method. If this had been said by Miss Justice, Miss Magician, Mr. Moon, or Mr. Sun, instead of Miss Fate, it would have been a great improvement, but Miss Fate, Mr. Hanged Man Alger looked closely and thought she just found it fun. He thought for a moment and frankly asked Alice the question he wanted to know. Where is the projection of the giant court? Alice blinked and looked at Miss Hermit Catlia. I went there on Miss Hermit's ship. The others all looked at Catlia, who calmly replied. In the easternmost sea area of the Sonia Sea, in the dreams of the night. I was just about to share some of my observations from that trip with you. The most eager to hear the story were probably Miss Justice Audrey and Miss Furs, who both held their breath and looked expectantly at Miss Hermit Catlia. Catlia took a deep breath and began her narration. Northeast of the Gargas archipelago, there is a safe passage to enter that dangerous sea area. She started from the abyss rift that separated the seawater, describing the unwatchable sun chariot, the night that required sleep to avoid, the terrifying whispers filling the entire ocean, and the projection of the giant court located opposite the mountain in the dream world. She didn't mention any names, only some anomalies encountered during the journey. Alice found it very boring, as she had experienced them firsthand. It wasn't until Catlia spoke of her return journey that Alice straightened up slightly. After all, she had only completed half of the return trip. Catlia focused the return journey on the submerged ruins with corpses and the adventurer's sailboat with the blood-ridden words, Fountain of Youth. Alice listened with particular attention because she wasn't there. This might indicate that the Fountain of Youth is within that ruin, and the corpse that can emit huge gasps is the guardian. Miss Hermit Catlia said, stating the common speculation on the future, but this did not equal her own judgment. Fountain of Youth, the Fountain of Youth, from the legends of the 6 great treasures of the sea. Mr. Hanged Man Alger's heart pounded with excitement, and he involuntarily considered the feasibility of exploring that ruin after Sequence 5. Fountain of Youth, Alice couldn't help but lick her lips. As one of the 6 most famous treasures of the sea, this also held great temptation for Alice. She wasn't interested in the treasure itself, but in the act of treasure hunting. However, Alice shook her head, frowned, and asked. Usually in stories, in such situations, the information left by the deceased should be about danger ahead, not treasure ahead, right? Although it's a bit presumptuous to say so, this really sounds like a trap. Alger sobered up a bit from his excitement, realizing that he had actually lost his usual composure. Miss Justice Audrey's voice followed closely. I agree with Miss Fate. I also don't believe the ultimate meaning of the blood-ridden words is that the Fountain of Youth is in that ruin. A person attacked by a monster and on the verge of death would not do something to indicate treasure. If he wanted to warn his subsequent companions or relatives who came to find him, he should have written that there was danger here, or what the source of the danger was. If he intended to tell passing ships that there was a Fountain of Youth here, he would lack sufficient intrinsic motivation to write something similar when dying. Unless there was a conspiracy hidden within it, a conspiracy to lure people to that ruin to search for the Fountain of Youth, and that conspiracy would lead to his salvation. How amazing psychological analysis. Alice's mouth fell open in surprise, realizing that Audrey had, at some point, reached a height she couldn't look up to. Yes, if it were me, I wouldn't desperately try to tell others there's treasure here before I die. What's the point for me? Moon Emlyn echoed, only hatred etched into my bones, could make me write such a thing before I die. Otherwise, I'd rather tell others how I should be buried and what burial objects I need. At the end, he tutted and shook his head. That's right. Alice nodded in agreement, then asked Moon Emlyn. How should you be buried, and what offerings do you want? Emlyn was speechless, not knowing how to respond. He dryly replied, I don't plan to be buried yet, thank you. At this moment, Klein manipulated the world to emit his unchanged hoarse voice. The Fountain of Youth is a scam. He used an absolutely affirmative sentence, adding no words like. Chapter 419 Chapter 102 The Compatibility of the Puppet Master and the Circus. After exchanging their experiences and some mysticism knowledge, Klein, estimating the time and his remaining spirituality, announced, let's stop here. As you wish. Justice Audrey, as usual, took the lead in standing up and bowing. Alice, hiding behind several figures, intended to take the opportunity to slip away, but was stopped by a light cough. She glanced at the world, who had made the sound, but didn't stand up. Instead, she sat comfortably in her chair. After she could leave Saphira Castle on her own, Alice no longer participated in the final bowing ritual. She usually left directly when Justice Audrey stood up, or sat until the others disappeared from above the gray fog. Why should I bow? Only when she and Klein were the only ones left above the gray fog did Alice turn to Klein and, before he could speak, blurt out, "I can explain." Almost simultaneously, Klein's puzzled voice rang out, "You impersonated Ouroboros under the true creator's gaze." I really can't explain that. Alice was speechless. After a slight pause, she looked up and asked seriously, "If I said this was actually my plan, would you believe me?" "No," Klein gave a definite answer. "When have you ever had a plan?" Alice began to seriously consider this question. Alice, deep in thought, provided an answer from another perspective. Klein gave her a helpless look but didn't dwell on it, instead asking, "Are you sure you have no problems over there?" "I think." Alice propped her chin with both hands, scrutinizing Klein. "Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. I might, perhaps, know what my opportunity for becoming a god is." Klein looked at her blankly. "What does that have to do with me? And what do you mean by opportunity?" Alice leaned back in her chair and sighed. Because the ritual for becoming a god on the Wheel of Fortune pathway is to find the correct opportunity in the torrent of fate and consume the potion. Klein looked at Alice with a bewildered expression, recalling her absurd Sequence 5 advancement ritual. He remembered Alice joking at the time that if she drank it down and advanced, the ritual was complete. If she lost control, the ritual failed. "You can sense what the correct opportunity is, right?" Klein tried to confirm. But there's a problem." Alice pressed her fingers to her temples. "I have a guess. I'm not sure yet. After all, Sequence 0 is still very far from me. I might need to be reborn at the time of becoming a god." Klein frowned, looking at her. "Death, or rather, completely breaking free from my original fate and being reborn. I think that dream meant this," Alice continued. "Which means, I need a mother." She took a deep breath, looked up at Klein, and before she could speak, heard Mr. Fool's sharp outburst, "I can't possibly do such a thing. Don't even think about it." "You don't need to be so anxious," Alice advised him tactfully. "This is still a long way off. If I go by that dream, I need to complete Sequence 4 to Sequence 2 at least, strictly following the process." She paused, frowning, her expression slightly odd. "It sounds like a different kind of restart, going through the entire pathway from the beginning again." "No, I'm not actually starting from the beginning. I missed 2 sequences. And actually, many things aren't being done by me, or at least not by the current me. But no matter what, you don't need to be so anxious. Firstly, it's still early, and secondly, although restart doesn't require you to actually get pregnant, you at least need a uterus." "Oh, what are the abilities of a marionettist?" Alice suddenly remembered a question she had forgotten to ask. The topic shift was rather quick. Klein, who often chatted with Alice, had already somewhat adapted to this change. He recalled their previous conversation, made sure he hadn't missed anything, and then picked up Alice's topic, "A marionettist can." He emphasized the marionettist's ability to transform others into puppets by manipulating their spirit body threads, which earned him Alice's exclamation, "Oh my god, it really is a puppet show." But speaking of which, if you just have a few animal puppets, even animal performances are solved. Your Sequence 4 isn't really called. A sensation of falling came over her. When her vision cleared, Alice found herself still in the camp next to Afternoon Town. She stomped her foot angrily, muttering, "Stingy. Such a big reaction, he must have had his sore spot hit." Not far away, the chief watched her get up from the ground, her expression suddenly turning angry, and fell into contemplation. Did he and the fool have an argument? No, one cannot infer misfate with common sense. After sending Alice away, Klein was not in a hurry to leave. He shook his head slightly, looking at the spot where Alice's figure had disappeared, and murmured with a hint of worry, "It wouldn't really be called Ringmaster or something, would it?" Thinking this, Klein suddenly felt uneasy. He materialized parchment and a bulb-shaped steel pen. After a moment of contemplation, he wrote a sentence. My hope of advancing to sequence 4. Putting down the pen, Klein held the parchment, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, entered a meditative state, and silently chanted the sentence. After 7 repetitions, he quickly fell into slumber and arrived in the dream world. The gray world cracked open, and he saw a towering, majestic mountain peak. At the summit of the mountain, there was a collapsed and decaying palace, its walls overgrown with weeds and moss, with obvious holes. Inside the palace's great hall, at the very top, was a huge chair carved from stone, inlaid with dull gold and jewels, mottled and damaged. On this chair, which didn't seem prepared for humans, countless transparent maggots clung together in a mass. They intertwined densely, slowly wriggling, and continuously growing. Around the chair, whispers pierced through the long expanse of time and history, ethereal, faint, echoing endlessly. Honorius. Flegre. Honorius. Flegre. Honorius. Flegre. The whispers entered his ears, and Klein instantly woke up, frowning. These were the very whispers he had heard every time he advanced in the past. It was like a predetermined fate, as if everything had been decided from the very beginning. It really makes one not want to, makes one rebellious. Just wait a little longer, wait for Mr. Ojik's letter. I don't even know the potion's name yet, there's no need to rush. It shouldn't really be called Ringmaster or something, right? Amidst his strange worries, Klein attempted to divine information about the 5 primordial moon believers entrusted by Moon Emlyn. As soon as he wrote down the divining statement, a dark red star pulsated violently. Klein paused, extending his spirituality towards the star, and a scene appeared before his eyes. It was Bernadette devoutly chanting an honorific name. How should this situation be handled? Klein almost dragged Alice, who had just left the gray fog, back to personally see the trouble she had caused. Bernadette, who had found no way out with Miss Fate, was actually trying to persuade the fool. Fortunately, Klein, having impersonated a deity for so long and already being a sequence 5, at least had some experience. He didn't panic, but first carefully observed the scene and listened to Bernadette's prayer. A complete ritual and honorific name, a process followed according to regulations, and the final content. Klein looked at the familiar card face and frowned slightly. He had once seen that card face in a dream, when Bernadette was preparing to use it as a bargaining chip with Alice, and now, she was asking to sacrifice this card to himself, to the fool. She had clearly learned her lesson in front of Alice, not mentioning her own demands at all. After only a brief thought, Klein decided not to respond to this matter. If nothing else happened before the next tarot club, he would hint at Katlia during the tarot club. After all, no matter how he responded, once Alice found out about this, the outcome would likely not be very optimistic. The last person who thought there was no difference between giving things to Mr. Fool and Miss Fate was Magician Furs, and even Alice, whose temper was much better then than now, was very particular about it. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world. Remembering that he had promised son Derek the notary potion formula within 3 days, he put on his coat and top hat, preparing to go out and find his target. Opening the door and reaching the stairwell, Klein saw Anderson Hood twirling his deerstalker hat, humming a country tune, and walking up step by step. This guy's psychological resilience is very strong. He was reprimanded by a demigod, forced to apologize, and agreed to demands this morning, and now there's no trace of a shadow. His psychological fortitude is as good as Alice's. No, forget it, saying that sounds like an insult. Klein abandoned the evaluation system based on Alice and nodded slightly to Anderson, as a greeting. Good afternoon, Gehrman. Anderson waved cheerfully. I've received the bounty and the Beander characteristic money. I'll give you the final payment right away. As he spoke, he pulled out stacks of banknotes of varying thickness from different pockets. Very smooth, isn't it? Klein commented emotionlessly. Anderson immediately laughed. Yes, much smoother than I expected. Those guys whose brains should be filled with granite were surprisingly amiable, efficient, and polite. I even wondered if I was blessed by the goddess of luck. Klein glanced at Anderson, remembered the misfortune Alice had left on him, and mercilessly exposed him. It's hard to say about the goddess of luck, but there is a goddess of misfortune. Anderson uncomfortably pushed his monocle over his left eye, then laughed again. Don't be so serious. Life, relax a little, relax a little. Anderson handed over the £1,200 final payment, then continued, "Actually, I know very well what's going on. It must be that gentleman didn't want me to waste time and secretly instructed those people." Klein glanced at the banknotes, squeezed them in his hand, and casually asked, "Did you confirm which pirates caused the problem?" He was asking which prey from last night had attracted the manipulator. "Can't confirm." Anderson smiled wryly. "Do you think I didn't confirm beforehand? Although I act nonchalant in front of you, in reality, I investigated the background and situation of the prey in advance to avoid provoking the wrong people. Who knew? Sigh, I can only attribute it to being plagued by misfortune. This guy is much more cautious than I imagined." Right, his previous sequence was Conspirer, not Lucky One. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, Alice, as a negative example, was currently staring at the chief. She was trying to persuade the chief to directly send a small team to find what she needed, instead of having her go along. After all, there wasn't much she could do. Just add anti-divination, add luck, add misfortune, in short, things she could do without being present. She couldn't really transform into her mythical creature form and pounce to bite them, could she? While this last resort wasn't entirely unfeasible, if she needed to do that, there was a high probability that everyone who went with her would be dead. And in such a situation, Alice felt, maybe she should just run away quickly. How could fate personally take action? Would she and Will Ossepton really transform into mythical creature forms and bite each other if they ended up fighting? No, that's a bit too strange, isn't it? Alice shook her head, looked up, and prepared to try persuading the chief again, but suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if something had suddenly shattered, her spirituality was suddenly touched, and Alice realized that this feeling was actually very familiar to her. It was the feedback of potion digestion. Most likely not completely digested, just a part, but... Alice looked at the chief in front of her, slightly bewildered, and asked hesitantly, "Is it possible for a potion to be digested ahead of time?" The chief shook his head, giving an honest answer, "I don't know." But even so, Alice had her answer in her heart. After all the potions she had consumed were already digested. This could only be premature digestion. Misfortune Mage, Chaoswalker, Soothsayer, Snake of Fate, Wheel of Fortune. Which sequence was this, exactly? Alice blinked, suddenly remembering what Klein had told her about Anderson's encounter. He had choked to death on alcohol. Misfortune Mage. Alice muttered thoughtfully, bringing misfortune can digest the potion. This was a question, and at this moment, verifying it was actually very simple. Alice glanced at the chief, who had suddenly become vigilant, then gently turned her head to look at the orderly afternoon town camp. End of chapter. Chapter 420. Chapter 103. The Function of Murals. Compared to Alice, who was just messing around in front of the chief, the exploration team members from the City of Silver were all diligently performing their duties. The camp, which initially only had 2 animal skin lanterns, had undergone a significant transformation. Progress is quite fast. Alice averted her gaze, looking in the direction of Afternoon Town, and asked curiously, "Are you trying to explore the giant court?" A few seconds later, Alice heard the chief's reply, "Yes." The chief's voice was a little low. Alice turned to look at him. His expression didn't betray much emotion, but his muscles were all tensed. If he had a sword, this would probably be his battle-ready stance. Why is he? Oh, it's because of what I said. Alice suddenly understood. She frowned and said carefully, "I didn't intend to do anything, I just said it casually." To say she hadn't considered using the City of Silver to test the acting method would definitely be a lie, but ultimately, she had too many choices and absolutely no need to provoke the little son. She wasn't in a hurry. No, she seemed a little too not in a hurry. Alice finally remembered her purpose for coming to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. She stopped dwelling on the previous issue with the chief and suddenly jumped up from her spot, then, under the chief's puzzled gaze, asked, "You really don't have a way to teleport me from one place to another, do you?" The chief nodded affirmatively. Alice then looked at the mountaintop irritably and mumbled, "Looks like I'll have to run another errand. No, I can ask Leomaster. Hey, by the way, saints need to eat too, right?" Alice looked at the chief as if seeking confirmation. The chief stood there stunned for a moment, then answered seriously, For a sequence 4 saint, it doesn't matter if they don't replenish food and water for several days. It doesn't matter if they don't eat, so they still need to eat. Alice nodded thoughtfully and suddenly said, I haven't eaten in a long time. The chief was even more bewildered. After a 2-second hesitation, based on his understanding of Alice, he extended an invitation. Would you like to eat together? Thank you. Alice declined the invitation. I'll just order takeout on the way back later. From the chief's expression, he didn't understand Alice's words. Alice wasn't interested in answering that question. She looked at the chief curiously and asked him, how do you plan to deal with Leomaster? He will leave in a few days, the chief replied truthfully. He claims he wants to spread the Lord's glory here. That's reasonable. This answer left Alice somewhat speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, she became happy. Spreading glory should involve running around everywhere, right? Alice instantly felt her future brighten. She immediately left the chief and went to find Leomaster. The chief stood still, his expression unchanged, watching Alice's retreating figure without moving. Only his eyes held a hint of bewilderment. What should I do? Pulling Leomaster, who was diligently spreading the Lord's glory, aside, Alice excitedly asked, do you have a way to teleport from one place to another here? A traveler, moved by the Lord's grace, is willing to become a lamb under my care and spread the Lord's glory with me. Leomaster made the sign of the cross on his chest with a devout expression. Oh, a traveler willingly became his flock. Wait, this shouldn't be voluntary. No, why can he travel here? Alice, who understood the shepherd's abilities, automatically translated Leomaster's words, then realized two problems within that statement. She didn't bother to argue with Leomaster about whether the traveler was willing or not, but instead asked, can the spirit world be used here? I have received the Lord's grace. Leomaster continued to make the sign of the cross on his chest. Alice was speechless. The good news was that she now had two options: go back and ask Ouroboros, or threaten Leomaster to continue guiding her. Both methods had their own problems. After a moment of hesitation, Alice decided to ask Ouroboros first. She really needed the spirit world. You'll be leaving in a few days, right? She confirmed with Leomaster. Yes. Leomaster nodded. Alice felt relieved and went back to find the chief, who was still standing there at a loss. I'm going up there again, she said, pointing to the mountaintop, to ask if there's a way to teleport. Are you going somewhere far? The chief asked tentatively. I don't know. Alice spread her hands, but if the continent's size is similar to what I remember, then. She emotionlessly glanced in the direction of the giant court and replied indifferently. You might have found a way out, and I still won't be back. The chief stopped speaking. Bidding farewell to the chief, Alice flew towards the mountaintop. She didn't follow Ouroboros' example of walking up step by step. After all, she wasn't a follower of the true creator, nor was she an angel under the true creator. Standing at the entrance of the sanctuary again, guided by memory, Alice was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized that Ouroboros might have already left. She hoped he hadn't. Alice shook her head, took a deep breath, and stepped inside the sanctuary. The eerie decor didn't suit Alice's aesthetic, and the constantly falling rotten flesh made Alice frown even more. She endured it again and again, barely stopping herself from cursing someone's ugly decor in their own home, right in front of them. Even without listening to the true creator's scolding, Alice knew that the true creator's gaze had always lingered on her, never leaving. She just impersonated Ouroboros for a bit. It couldn't be that petty, could it? Ouroboros himself didn't even mind. Speaking of which, this looks like a husband getting angry for his innocent wife. No, wait, stop thinking about such things. Alice sped up her steps in alarm to avoid letting her mind wander. Recalling the location of the mural corridor from her memory, Alice walked along the path to the corridor and found Ouroboros, who was just about to put down his pen, at the end of it. He had just finished a painting. Alice walked over curiously, stared at the mural for a few seconds, then suddenly turned her head and asked, "Did you study painting?" "No." Ouroboros shook his head calmly. So Alice naturally asked, "Did you put misfortune on Anderson because you were jealous he was professionally trained?" Ouroboros turned his head and asked, slightly puzzled, "Anderson. He doesn't know." "No, it's also possible he doesn't know the name." Alice tilted her head, pointed outside, and replied, "In that sea outside, there's an unlucky hunter who entered a ruin. There are many murals inside, and one of them should be yours. He reached out and traced the lines in the air, and then he became particularly unlucky. He even choked to death on a mouthful of wine before. The Angel of Destiny patiently listened to Alice's narration, then calmly shook his head and gently replied. That was just residual power. Alice stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly realized. You don't want others to ruin your paintings. He slowly nodded. After 2 seconds of silence, Alice looked at him and sincerely praised, you have so many murals. This was not Chinese, it was the giant language Alice had been using since she stepped into the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, Ouroboros didn't understand the deeper meaning, only nodding slightly in confusion. Of course, even if it were Chinese, he probably wouldn't understand. Ouroboros clearly didn't have Alice's penchant for chatter. The moment Alice closed her mouth, the surroundings fell silent again. He calmly picked up his pen, dipped it in paint, and seemed ready to paint another one. Wait a moment. Alice quickly stopped him. She instinctively wanted to reach out, but then remembered Ouroboros's cold expression from before, and silently retracted her outstretched hand. I have something to ask you. Ouroboros calmly turned his head, his eyes asking what she wanted. You have a way to connect to the spirit world here, don't you? Alice asked excitedly. There should also be a way to teleport from one place to another. Ouroboros's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, then he suddenly stood up and walked forward. Alice stood there, hesitating for 2 seconds, then watched as Ouroboros put down his paintbrush, stepped into the mural he had just completed, and disappeared. Alice stared blankly at the mural. After a few seconds, she reached out and touched the mural, or rather, the wall. It was solid. She stood there, looking at the silver-haired, silver-eyed angel in the mural, hesitated for a moment, closed her eyes, and slammed her head into it. It was indeed solid. Hiss. Alice gasped, recoiled, and rubbed her head. Perhaps her stupidity was too much for Ouroboros to bear, for the figure in the mural stirred, and a living Ouroboros walked out of the painting. Quote. Alice's mouth fell open in surprise. You don't have the Chaoswalker's ability. Ouroboros asked in a calm voice, devoid of contempt. I do, Alice stammered in reply. She looked blankly at Ouroboros in front of her and the mural behind him. After a brief pause, a sudden thought struck her, and she looked up and asked. The rules and powers here are very chaotic, and moving arbitrarily will cause one to get lost in them, so, you leave power on the murals to use as a beacon. Ouroboros nodded. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. After more than 10 seconds, she sighed. I was right not to look for Will-Osepton, otherwise, I would definitely be giving myself away for nothing. Ouroboros didn't comment on this, merely watching her quietly. Alice stared at him, thinking for a few seconds, then guessed, are you waiting for me to confirm receipt and give a good review? Ouroboros's gaze successfully became bewildered. Alice wasn't happy about this. She pinched her brow and pointed out the most crucial problem with this method. If I had a very long time, I could of course leave murals or other things at every place I passed to use as beacons. But firstly, this matter might be urgent, and secondly, I need to go to places I haven't been before. After a pause, she tentatively asked, can I borrow your murals for a bit? Ouroboros looked her up and down, still asking in that calm, non-contemptuous tone. You can. Are you sure? Alice shivered inexplicably. She suddenly felt an unprovoked sense of dread, so she immediately refused Ouroboros's kind offer. No need, thank you. She realized this was highly likely another act of giving herself away for nothing. Ouroboros still looked at her with that puzzled gaze, then calmly said to her. Follow me. It's that phrase again. I always feel like his gaze has how on earth have I survived until now, kind of feeling. Alice gritted her teeth and followed him. Ouroboros led her left and right, arriving before an altar. In front of the altar was a painting of a pitch-black infant. Alice stared at the infant for a few seconds, then the infant suddenly gave her a creepy smile. Alice instantly darted behind Ouroboros. After a pause, feeling that something wasn't quite right, she asked with a slight hesitation. Can I really not grab your clothes? Ouroboros shook his head. Alice gritted her teeth, gave up on dwelling on the question, and poked her head out again, staring at the infant with the creepy smile, hesitatingly guessing. The one in the painting is. She paused, not saying a name or anything else, but instead made the sign of the cross on her chest. Ouroboros nodded. Alice stared at the altar for a few seconds before asking again, "Are you telling me to pray?" Ouroboros nodded again. "That makes sense. To get permission, one should indeed ask the owner." "So," Alice continued to ask expressionlessly, "do I look like an idiot?" Ouroboros stared at Alice for a few seconds, then gently reassured her. "No, you don't. You look very smart." This familiar sense of hallucination left Alice stunned for 2 seconds, then she asked with a slight hesitation, "Did you used to take care of children?" Ouroboros's expression once again became distant, as if he was recalling something. Seeing this, Alice immediately interrupted his thoughts. "Is there no other way?" So Ouroboros snapped back to reality, his face calm as he shook his head. Alice turned and walked away without hesitation. After a few steps, she turned back and said with a sense of ritual, "Thank you. You're welcome." Ouroboros responded politely. Alice silently left the sanctuary. She stood silently at the entrance of the sanctuary for 2 seconds, then, under the true creator's gaze, she chanted the honorific name of the fool, and then finally said, "Mr. Fool, please send me some food. Remember to include a table, chairs, and cutlery." The true creator's gaze, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly disappeared. Chapter 421 Chapter 104 The protagonist of the book. Alice felt a strong sense of unease when the feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared after being stared at for so long. She turned her head, looked at the door of the sanctuary, and after a moment of hesitation, slowly lifted her leg, seriously considering the possibility of trying to kick it. Would she get beaten? How strange, why did he suddenly stop looking? Alice stood at the entrance of the sanctuary, troubled, thinking about how to bring his gaze back without angering the true creator. Inside the sanctuary, after Alice left, Ouroboros returned to the corridor full of murals. After a moment of silence, he passed through the mural he had just left and appeared in a large hall filled with countless murals. In the center of the hall was a dark red long table, surrounded by high-backed chairs with intricate patterns. Ouroboros walked over and sat in the chair that should have been his. Red flames were then ignited on the stone pillars around the hall, which stood upright but did not support the dome, illuminating the surroundings with extraordinary splendor. Whispers gradually rose, growing louder and louder. Around the dark red long table, vague and illusory figures suddenly emerged, sitting on different high-backed chairs. There were 11 in total. When all the figures had gathered, on the 2 empty high-backed chairs at the head of the table, the one on the left outlined a black-winged figure in a black robe, and the one on the right outlined a female figure seemingly shrouded in mist. Immediately after, a voice from the past rang out. "We are saving ourselves, and we are also maintaining the balance of this world. Division and deviation are undoubtedly the most basic order. This is also his idea. Undeniably, we all have our dark thoughts and desires, but this is very normal. Death and bloodshed will be inevitable. The voice suddenly stopped at this moment, and after a full dozen seconds, it resumed, firm and undeniable, amidst the loud whispers. "We are named Rose Redemption." Note 1. The scene ended there, and then began to replay. Ouroboros, in his seat, did not pay attention to anything here, but rather, one revelation after another reappeared before him. That soothsayer has a secret, he should find that secret. Still that soothsayer, he became a snake of fate. What about his secret? He should chase that snake of fate. That snake of fate is in a very bad state. He doesn't need to bother. He can't catch him anyway. His state has recovered a bit. Go chase him quickly. He's in a very bad state. No need to bother. His state has recovered. Over 1,000 years, similar revelations appeared more than once, until the last revelation. A girl appeared out of nowhere, climbing the tower step by step, a white scaleless giant snake quietly waiting at the top. He silently watched this scene unfold, until at some point, he felt he should show this dream to that girl. So he did. So, at the very beginning of the dream, where did she come from? Ouroboros sat silently at the long table. A few seconds later, he stood up without a word and re-entered the painting. Outside the sanctuary, Alice, who had not received a reply from Mr. Fool, finally came to a conclusion. "Did you and the goddess come up with the name, Rose Redemption?" she asked, looking up. "It sounds terrible. It has a late-stage Chunibyo vibe." I really don't know what mindset you were in to choose this name. Alice shook her head in disdain, but found that no one was still paying attention to her. After giving the sanctuary a fierce glare, Alice returned to the afternoon town camp. The time it took to fly from the mountaintop to the ground was not long, but when Alice landed, she received news that made her very sad. What? Leomaster left? The chief nodded. When did that happen? Alice's eyes widened. As soon as you left, he became transparent in place, and then, the chief described the scene at the time. Undoubtedly, this was the travel that Alice had been longing for. Leomaster had shown through his actions that, in the forsaken land of the gods, with the true creator's permission, one could indeed reconnect with the spirit world. The only problem was, he was now gone. Alice gnashed her teeth, just about to say something, when a gray mist enveloped her eyes, and Klein's familiar voice rang out. Prepare the ritual. Alice was momentarily stunned, beginning to wonder if Klein had really prepared the food, table, and utensils as she requested, or if he was preparing to prank her. Klein wouldn't do that, would he? Alice pondered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the city of Silver's food, then silently withdrawing her sight, and said to the chief with a serious expression. I'm going out for a walk. I hope you'll have what I asked for by the time I return, or at least the team will have already departed. Good luck to you all. Leaving these words, Alice originally intended to turn and leave, but after a few steps, she came back, pulled out a deck of tarot cards, and handed them to the chief. You can take these with you when you're looking for things for me. If there are any left, you can use them later, Alice said, while also pulling out paper and pen. If you encounter danger, you can recite my honorific name. Wait a minute. Alice suddenly remembered that although she had quickly mastered the giant language like a language module, it was limited to speaking and listening. She did not recognize the giant language script. Sorry, Alice put the paper and pen back, trying to make her expression as serious as possible. I'm illiterate. The chief looked at Alice in utter confusion, as if this was the first time he had heard such a thing. Alice reached up to cover her face, trying to explain the truth of her illiteracy. I just don't recognize your writing. I actually recognize the writing outside, a little. She recognized Loan language and Hermes language, and ancient Hermes. The chief looked at Alice thoughtfully, trying to organize his words. Alice couldn't stand that look, and before the chief could speak, she asked. Can I just say my honorific name directly? The chief thought for a moment and nodded. So, Alice recited her honorific name without hesitation, then left. The eternally innocent child. After Alice left, the chief repeated Alice's honorific name, deep in thought. This description undoubtedly resonated perfectly with Alice's personality. The chief suddenly understood certain crucial points that he hadn't been able to grasp before. Of course, the vast majority of his doubts remained unresolved. For example, how did she live to be this old? As for the latter two descriptions, they didn't surprise the chief too much. After all, they were merely two descriptions of authority, and Alice's self-proclamation as Miss Fate had, to some extent, already explained the matter. Above the gray fog, after hearing the content of Alice's prayer, Klein felt a calm sense of, it's finally here. As early as when Alice stepped into the forsaken land of the gods, he had wondered what Alice would eat. She probably wouldn't give up eating, but according to Little Sun's description, there didn't seem to be any food in the forsaken land of the gods that Alice would eat. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility of her whimsically trying black-faced grass and monster flesh and blood. Klein even suspected Alice might try it without removing the pollution. After all, with the cycle of fate, just a taste should be fine. In the day or so that Alice hadn't asked him for food, Klein had been wondering how Alice managed her 3 meals. Since there was nothing else to do, Klein unhesitatingly prepared utensils and food for Alice, but did not prepare a table and chairs as she requested. He couldn't spoil her too much. After informing the chief of her honorific name, Alice left the afternoon town camp. She planned to perform the ritual after leaving the afternoon town camp for some time. Alice walked through the darkness for a while, until the light from the afternoon town camp grew faint. Then, in place, in front of the monsters lurking in the darkness, she set up the ritual and waited for Klein's response. A plate of grilled fish and a plate of smoked meat were taken out of the ritual channel by Alice. In addition, she also got a jam-smeared bread, an empty plate, and a set of knife and fork. Subsequently, the ritual channel closed on its own. Alice looked at the plates spread on the ground, hesitated for 2 seconds, then murmured, eat on the ground. This seemed to be the only way. Alice hesitated for 2 seconds, then lifted the hem of her robe and sat on the ground, grabbing the bread and grilled fish and gnawing on them. This unprecedented experience, in a sense, also had a unique flavor for Alice, but no matter what, Alice still decided to get good revenge on Mr. Fool. After finishing this meal, she closed her eyes, trying to sound excited as she chanted. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. I request your gaze. I request your listening. Mr. Fool, come quickly, I want to show you what I found in the forsaken land of the gods. What did she find in the forsaken land of the gods? What did she discover? Her tone is very excited. Could it be something amazing? Above the gray fog, Klein, full of curiosity, agreed to Alice's ritual request. On the other side, after Klein agreed, Alice impatiently set up the ritual and stuffed all the remnants of her meal into the channel. Above the gray fog, Klein expressionlessly took out a plate of fish bones, a plate of half-eaten smoked meat, a plate of jam-smeared breadcrumbs, and a used set of knife and fork from the sacrificial channel. Alice. Klein gritted his teeth and cursed, then leaned weakly back in his high-backed chair. He shook his head, full of self-doubt, and asked, "Am I really? How could I have had expectations for her?" After a pause, he muttered again. Actually, if this wasn't her leftovers, but something she discovered, then it would indeed be an extraordinary discovery. Alas, never mind, I shouldn't make excuses for her. Klein closed his eyes, vowing that he would never again believe a single word Alice said. No, maybe still believe half of it. Sometimes what she says is still very valuable. Forget it, maybe I should believe it. She hasn't really tricked me in big matters. She just likes to play a bit. Klein rubbed his temples with a headache, sighing. On the other side, Alice, having completed the ritual, quickly cleared the scene and then ran away. In the darkness of the forsaken land of the gods, the constantly glowing Apollo brought Alice absolute safety, but also made her exceptionally conspicuous. After running for an unknown amount of time, Alice finally realized the danger of this robe. When facing beings stronger than her, she might become a living target. She stopped in place, motionless, watching a figure carrying a beast-skin lantern approach from a distance. The figure wore a black warlock robe and a pointed soft hat. As the figure gradually approached, Alice could see the light reflecting from the monocle over his right eye. "Amen. Long time no see," he smiled, holding the lantern and standing in front of Alice. Little Alice. Alice stood stiffly in place, motionless, staring fixedly at Eamon as he walked up to her. Eamon, as if examining a rare exhibit, circled her with the beast-skin lantern, then clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "I was wondering how to trick you over, but I didn't expect, you actually ran over yourself. What, seeing me makes you not even dare to blink, little Alice?" Alice was silent for a few seconds, then expressionlessly asked a question she asked everyone she met. "Do you have a way to move quickly in the forsaken land of the gods?" "Yes," Eamon replied with a smile. "Are you going somewhere?" Alice didn't speak, staring at him expressionlessly. Eamon chuckled lightly and said to Alice, "How about this, Miss Fate? We can play by your rules. I'll take you where you want to go, and you tell me one thing." "What?" Alice frowned at him. Eamon gently raised his hand, and an exquisite book appeared in his hand. He handed it to Alice, who hesitated for 2 seconds before reaching out and taking the book. It was a beautifully printed comic book, with a man and a woman on the cover, clearly a noble young master and a dashing woman in a police uniform. There were black feathers at the young master's feet, and a few scattered in the air. Alice recognized them as crow feathers. The woman in the police uniform held a book in her hand, and Alice knew it must be a poetry collection. That woman actually loved to write poetry in private, but couldn't. Because she remembered the book title. Poems Under the Shadow of Crows, an intertwined melody of love and lies. End of chapter. Chapter 422. Chapter 105. Escape successful. "Can you tell me?" Alice heard Eamon ask her with a smile, "Who is the other protagonist?" Alice quickly entered a state of meditation, casting out all the jumbled thoughts in her mind. She knew Eamon had the ability to steal thoughts. Theoretically, Even if she, who had recovered her uniqueness, couldn't defeat Eamon, he shouldn't be able to casually steal her thoughts. Unfortunately, she held the authority but didn't know how to use it. Facing this incarnation of deception, Alice understood that she could never outwit him, so she chose to play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses. She chose not to think. This was something she was good at. All thoughts were forcefully terminated. Alice, with a blank mind, looked up at Amon's smiling face, took a deep breath, and reacted instinctively. She dropped the book and turned to run. Facing such a dangerous enemy, running away was naturally the optimal solution, and when there was no quick method like teleportation, one should, of course, run with their legs. Without needing to think, Alice naturally arrived at this conclusion. However, after only 3 or 5 steps, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Clearly, this hand belonged to Eamon, whom she had longed for. Alice's fleeing motion came to an abrupt halt. She slowly turned around to look at Eamon. He didn't seem angry, a new kind of smile was on his face. You know this is useless, right? Eamon withdrew his hand, bent down, and asked her, you're even running on 2 legs. So, if running away gets you caught, what should you do? Under Amon's smiling gaze, Alice once again came to a conclusion. She earnestly explained, I'm sorry, I just haven't seen you in so long, I was too excited, and my hands and feet weren't listening to me. Could I trouble you to pick up that book I just dropped? Eamon laughed aloud, all right. As if expecting her to make another illogical move or say something ridiculous, Eamon slowly turned around, walked back step by step, and bent down to pick up the book from the ground. His movements were extremely slow, as if deliberately giving Alice time and opportunity, but Alice did nothing. She remained standing in place, watching Eamon pick up the comic, brush off the dirt clinging to it, and hold it out to her with one hand. Alice blinked, reached out and took the book, then hugged it to her chest with both hands, like holding a textbook, and continued to look up at Eamon, her mind completely blank. They stared at each other in silence. Faced with Alice, who seemed focused but actually had nothing in her mind, Eamon was clearly the first to break. He spoke first, asking, so, you said, my unforgettable former lover, who exactly is that? As he spoke, he walked towards Alice step by step. Alice instinctively hugged the book and retreated step by step. When his last word fell, Eamon stopped, and Alice dropped the book, turning to run for the second time, like a startled bird. And so, that hand once again rested on her shoulder. This time, it was clearly not as gentle as before, she was pulled back to her original position. Eamon seemed not to understand her behavior. He scrutinized Alice from head to toe, then asked thoughtfully. How about, I teach you how to run first, and then you try to run. See, what a considerate suggestion, so Alice naturally nodded, agreeing to the proposal. That works too. After 2 seconds of silence, Amon's face grew cold, and he asked in a commanding tone. Tell me, who is my former lover, and who is the other protagonist of this book? The command, or rather threat, from the King of Angels was far more effective than the previous playful inquiry. Rational thoughts regained the upper hand. Alice suddenly remembered the book's title, and her mind uncontrollably recalled content related to Amon's question. Former lover, of course. Wait, Amon's lover, shouldn't it be? Several inappropriate images popped up in her mind like pop-ups, then were stolen by Eamon. Clearly, even when thinking, Alice's thought process was unusual. Amon's eyes narrowed slightly. Alice instinctively felt threatened. Her instinctual reaction was to drop the book and turn to run, but facing a strategy that had failed twice already, Alice, with her regained ability to think, chose to reject it. She closed her eyes in resignation and, tilting her head back, said to Eamon, just kill me. Remember to throw my body near the West Continent. Eamon looked at Alice, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a hint of confusion. Is this person very important to you? So important that, you'd rather die than tell? Alice shook her head, not really, but you can't really kill me. She slightly retracted her neck, but soon her confidence returned, and her eyes sparkling, she continued. That's right, you wouldn't dare kill me, so why should I be afraid? You wouldn't even dare trap me here for too long, because... This realization made Alice much bolder. She looked at Eamon, adjusted her facial muscles, and showed a smile identical to his, then mimicked his tone, saying, In that case, you'll be the one to die. The coercion of fate, at this moment, became her strongest confidence. This was blatant provocation. Amon's smile vanished from his face, and his eyes, cold as ice, stared at her. Alice met Amon's gaze without fear. After more than 10 seconds, Amon's lips slowly curved into a smile, his voice tinged with a gentle, gritting teeth quality. Very good. Excellent. So, what will it take for you to tell me, little Alice? Alice suddenly shivered. She realized that now, Eamon must be truly angry. This was not the situation she wanted. After all, if she wasn't going to pray to the true creator, and wasn't going to walk there step by step, Eamon might be her last way to get to the West Continent. Wait, why isn't he hitting me this time? When he was angry before, he didn't kill me, but he did hit me. And actually, if he wanted to know, he could try to interrogate me, right? His way of asking questions is a bit too gentle. This thought flashed through her mind, and Amon's feedback quickly followed. So you prefer to be hit? Alice was silent for 2 seconds, then firmly shook her head, denying it. That's not true. I prefer watching others get angry but not knowing what to do with me. I wasn't talking about you. The moment Eamon raised his eyebrow at her words, she immediately explained in a hurry. In any case, the atmosphere was no longer as stiff as before. Facing the much relaxed mood, Alice hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked. How did you know I was the one who drew this comic? Eamon looked at her with an expression that said she was an idiot. After 2 seconds of silence, Alice silently changed the question. Why do you want to know who the former lover and protagonist in the comic are? Maybe they have no prototypes at all, and I just made them up. Although hope was slim, Alice still wanted to confirm. What if Eamon was only angry about the comic's content, and hadn't guessed the deeper meaning hidden behind it? What if? Unfortunately, her prayer failed. Eamon continued to look at her with the expression of someone looking at an idiot. Alice covered her face with her hands and asked in self-abandonment. Then why don't you just interrogate me directly? You haven't even laid a hand on me yet. Alice tentatively lowered her hands and shook her arms twice. Eamon watched her movements, was silent for a few seconds, then couldn't help but remind her. If you're parasitized, you can't check it that way. Then how do I check? Alice turned her head and asked seriously. Eamon paused, scrutinizing her from head to toe, as if confirming whether her question was serious. Alice felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. She raised the comic book in her hand and threw it towards Amon's face. Eamon merely raised a hand lightly, and the comic book abruptly appeared in his hand from midair. He looked at Alice, shaking his head and sighing. You can even tell that I wouldn't dare kill you, but you can't tell this. Alice looked at him in confusion. Eamon chose his words carefully, I'm trying to get on good terms with you. This answer was so honest it felt unreal. Alice's eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth dropped open in surprise. After more than 10 seconds, she finally reached up to close her jaw. After trying to move her jaw and confirming that it hadn't actually dropped off in surprise, Alice said, her eyes unfocused. You're kidding, right? The answer was absurd yet reasonable, indulging her rude requests, disregarding her blatant provocations, being able to obtain answers through other means yet not resorting to force, instead trying to persuade her to make a deal. This indeed seemed like something someone trying to build a good relationship would do. But looking at Amon's overall behavior, Alice still couldn't help but ask. Who taught you how to build good relationships like this? This was clearly a psychological trauma. After a pause, Alice frowned and asked again, wait, why are you doing this? The Angel of Time Eamon, as described by Song Shu, was a fellow who acted purely on interest, and Amon's honorific name also seemed to emphasize this point. If one were to judge based on this. Alice blinked, and a sentence Eamon had said to her long ago suddenly came to mind. I really like you. And at the same time, Eamon smiled, looking down at her, and said. Because I like you very much, little Alice. You're so much fun. Terror almost overflowed. In that instant, Alice disregarded the risks of teleporting using the chaotic power of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Her figure rapidly faded from where she stood, until it vanished. She completely merged into the chaotic power of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. And in her original spot, Eamon looked at the place where Alice had vanished, slowly frowning. Contrary to Alice's expectations, she wasn't lost. Although she couldn't discern the direction within the forsaken land of the gods or know her current location, Alice knew where she needed to go. All this time, that power had been calling to her. Ouroboros had constructed numerous coordinates from paintings infused with his own power, meticulously drawn by him, so that even if he merged into the chaotic power of the forsaken land of the gods, he wouldn't lose his way. He only needed to stabilize himself amidst the pull of the chaotic forces and reach the pre-set coordinates. That would be enough. But when Alice fell into this state, she realized that everything she had done before was superfluous. She didn't need pre-set coordinates, nor did she need to try and stabilize herself, because amidst these chaotic forces, there was a power that had never changed. That power was pushing her in a fixed direction. There, something seemed to be calling to her. Alice suddenly remembered what happened in the Sea of Ruins, and Heath Doyle, who claimed he was going to find the key that could unlock all treasures. Could he have heard the call? A strange thought flashed through her mind, but she had no time to ponder it, because her current situation was not suitable for thinking. The chaotic power of the forsaken land of the gods was in intimate contact with her spirituality. Even if she didn't need to find her own way or move herself, it was still extremely dangerous. Alice ceased all thought and action, focusing all her energy on preventing herself from being corrupted by the chaotic power. She felt like she had turned into a small boat. No, that wasn't accurate, because a boat without oars or sails would only drift aimlessly on such a sea. Alice felt like she had become a kite, with a string remotely tethering her. Someone at the end of the string was constantly trying to reel it in. In the time of focused attention, time became both extremely fast and extremely slow. Alice didn't know how much time had passed, nor how far she had drifted. She was simply dazed, waiting for the moment of arrival at her destination. After an unknown period, Alice awoke as if from a dream. She heard a chaotic clamor. Like everyone waking from a long sleep, Alice was first bewildered, then tried to open her eyes and see her surroundings. She struggled and tried hard to open her eyes, meeting a hideous and deformed face. This person had no nose. Where the nose should have been were two empty, round holes. The eyes were squeezed together, one large and one small, the mouth was twisted, and the remaining space on the face was covered with tumors. Although she hadn't yet remembered what had happened or understood the current situation, facing this terrifying face, Alice still reacted in the most normal way. "Help! She screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Her scream startled the person who had originally leaned close to her, causing him to fall to the ground. Alice sprang up from the ground, only to find that he wasn't the only one. There were dozens of strangely shaped people staring at her. End of chapter. Ending remarks. Unconsciously, it's already flips through 910,000 characters. Why am I writing a testimonial? Because everyone else is writing one, so I want to toot you. But actually, I don't know what to say. Because how this book came to be, friends who have read it up to now all know. It's just, even now, I haven't figured out how it got to where it is today. Initially, I was a short story writer, and I published the book purely on a whim. So, many people can probably feel it in the beginning of the book. How should I put it? The first volume, the opening, I wrote it like a PPT. It was like breaking down the key plot points of the original work into a series of images, then inserting a character into each segment, which ultimately formed the effect of the first volume and the beginning of the second volume, a story connected by individual events, lacking smooth transitions. This is a writing habit I retained from my short story writing. In reality, before I truly started thinking about the future of this book, the plot I had planned out probably only went up to the end of the first volume, the curtain call of Tingen City, and Alice's death. Even when I was thinking about what exactly to write, I didn't change the ending of the first volume. This was the leeway I left myself for regret. If I couldn't continue writing, I would just end it there. But as of today, I don't really dare to just run away anymore. Closes eyes. One is that very bizarre coincidence I mentioned in the author's notes. When I went to check Alice's birthday, I was surprised to find that on a whim, I changed the date of retrieving the dice of probability from the next morning to that evening. Then, after setting the birthday, when I calculated the date, Holy cow, why was she retrieving the dice of probability on her birthday? The other. Sigh, this one only I might know. When I first started writing, I casually deleted a sentence from the Beyonder ability of the lucky one. It was the part about not being able to rely on luck. That was actually written by Cuttlefish, not by me. I didn't even remember this when I was writing about the acting method. I only found out later when I went back and reread it in a trance. But since we've gotten this far, let's talk about a question someone asked me, about the volume titles. The first volume is titled, Lucky One. I have to admit, this was a title I picked casually. At the end of the volume, I tore open the facade of luck and wrote about the acting method of not being able to rely on luck, plus the name of the sequence 7 potion, which somewhat echoed the volume title. The second volume is titled, Player in the Game. This title was partly chosen casually. In short, it was quite rushed. As someone who woke up from a blank slate, Alice, with memories of a completely unfamiliar world, severely lacked a sense of belonging to this world. Tingen City barely counted as part of that sense of belonging, but death, to some extent, severed that connection. In the beginning of the second volume, she tried to establish new connections and start a new life. Just as Alice was gradually accepting this place, Eamon tore away her peaceful facade, revealing a part of the truth: she might not be human. Thus, in the third volume, Alice gradually lost herself in the fact she was unwilling to face. She thought herself a deity, thought herself high above, and even after regaining her human memories, she did not consider herself human. Until Destiny delivered her belated birthday gift, telling her through facts that she was no different from anyone else. They were all toys of Destiny, and her presumed memories might even be a complete lie. Doesn't this sound like a beautiful dream from which she woke up? This is one meaning of Sleeping Beauty, and the other is very clear. It's the literal meaning: she really did sleep for a long time in an unknown place, like Sleeping Beauty. So the fourth volume is called, God and Man. Although her way of thinking can still be described as anthropomorphic, if you look back at her in the third volume, you'll find that she was actually much more obedient, and even at times, she could empathize with humans. What great progress! I considered whether to end the fourth volume at an equally shocking point, but after some hesitation, I still want to put that thing in the fifth volume, Avert Gaze. The fifth volume is called, Lightseeker. I struggled for a long time before choosing this name. I came up with several versions of the volume title, but none were satisfactory, until I reopened Mysteries, sixth volume, and I suddenly realized that Lightseeker was just too perfect. I listed this name as a backup option, and then I found that the second volume of Circle of Destiny was also Lightseeker, so I immediately decided to call it Lightseeker. As for the epigraph, see you tomorrow. Why is it called this name? See you at the end of the volume. Runs away. End of chapter. Chapter 423, Chapter 1, Chernobyl. Question mark. Am I in hell? No, wait, people in hell aren't there because they're ugly. Her brain recovered from its temporary shutdown, and Alice realized her previous judgment was too rash. She tried to figure out where she was. The dozen or so strangely deformed people stood in a circle around her, two of them holding animal skin lanterns. They were not tall, and their deformities were not limited to their faces. If people missing arms or lower legs, or with strangely twisted limbs, might have been injured, then one person's hand had been replaced by a fleshy ball. Combined with their facial features, Alice believed this was a developmental deformity. These people. As she frowned in thought, the crowd surrounding Alice suddenly parted, and an elder clad in deep brown animal skins emerged from the passage they made, coming before Alice. His graying hair hung disheveled, and his face was etched with the furrows of time. Alice stared intently at his face, and only when he stood before her did she murmur, "He's normal." This elder had normal, undeformed facial features. The elder looked back at Alice's words before turning to her, reciting in a solemn, extremely peculiar tone, "Chernobyl." Alice jumped up from the ground in shock, staring fixedly at the elder in brown animal skins. After more than 10 seconds, she exhaled, regaining her breath as she commanded, "Say it again." So, the elder in deep brown animal skins repeated the name that shouldn't have appeared here, in that strange tone, Chernobyl. Alice didn't know what language this was from, but considering the original location of the place name, Alice guessed it was Russian, not important, because this was a place name, a transliterated noun. This was too famous a city. If she were still standing on the land of the forsaken land of the gods, hearing this name wouldn't be strange at all. Who are you? She demanded, staring at the elder. This was a name no one should know. Unless, wait. The residents of the forsaken land of the gods were generally followers of the ancient sun god, and the ancient sun god was suspected to be a transmigrator from a western country, so, was it possible that the land she was standing on was the homeland of that ancient sun god? As she pondered, the elder's voice also sounded, "Distinguished guest, I am High Priest Nim of Moon City. Moon City was once a city belonging to the vampires, but that civilization was destroyed in ancient times. After that, we accepted the command of the great sun god, the creator of all, and migrated here to guard this gray mist, waiting for someone to emerge from the mist and to convey this message to him. Today, 3,721 years have passed." Alice listened blankly to High Priest Nim's words. She slowly turned her head, and the scene that had been blocked by the crowd when she was lying down finally appeared before her, a solidified, grayish-white mist. "You mean," she slowly turned back, tentatively asking High Priest Nim, "I walked out of there?" Alice emphasized the word walked, as she had no memory of it. "No," High Priest Nim shook his head. "According to Chen and Lucy's description, you were thrown out." Quote. Alice felt even more confused. She thought for a moment and decided to make everyone confused together. "I have a question." "What?" High Priest Nim asked. "Did your lord ever consider?" She looked at High Priest Nim with a serious expression, discussing that the person who walked out of the mist might not speak a foreign language. High Priest Nim looked bewildered by her words. Alice nodded contentedly and began to discuss serious matters with High Priest Nim, Chen and Lucy. Her gaze swept over the crowd. A man and a woman looked up slightly when she mentioned those two names. Alice looked at them from a distance and asked, "Is it you?" They instinctively looked at High Priest Nim, who also turned to look at them. After glancing at Alice, High Priest Nim called out to them, "Chen, Lucy, you two saw what happened then, come and tell us." Alice did not object to this. She patted her clothes, and Apollo still glowed on her, illuminating the area. Alice turned her head, the light stopping abruptly when it touched the gray mist, unable to cross even half a step beyond its boundary. Meanwhile, Chen and Lucy slowly recounted their experience, how they happened to see Alice thrown out by the gray mist while exploring, how they gathered nearby exploration teams, and how they called High Priest Nim. Alice listened silently to their account while checking the items on her person. The actual clothes under Apollo were her school uniform, and the large pockets of the uniform could hold many things, but most of Alice's important belongings, such as her savings, were actually with Klein. She only had some miscellaneous spirituality materials and a deck of tarot cards on her. This deck of tarot cards she had given to the chief of the City of Silver. There were no spirituality materials left now, but the forsaken land of the gods was not short of such things. Anyway, the only people she could pray to, besides the true creator and Amen, were probably Klein. For these three, it probably only required materials. Monocle. Oh, that monocle taken from Amen should be on the black tulip now. Klein hadn't given her the other one yet. Her change was gone. No one told me there was a step where all my belongings would be emptied. Alice turned her head again to look at the grayish-white mist. She suddenly took a step forward, her abrupt movement causing the Moon City residents surrounding her to instinctively step aside. She ignored the Moon City residents, passing through the passage they hastily cleared and standing before the gray mist, then giving it a hard kick. The grayish-white mist showed no fluctuations. A strange intuition told Alice that behind that mist must be the West Continent, the true location of the Key of Light. She closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, opened them again. Under the bewildered and confused gazes of the Moon City residents, she kicked the grayish-white mist again. What are you doing?" High Priest Nim finally couldn't help but ask. This question startled Alice. She stopped her actions, realizing she was in an inexplicable rage. "Why?" Belatedly, Alice clutched her chest, and tears, long overdue, fell. Unlike her usual loud, fake crying, these tears were initially silent, tracing paths from the corners of her eyes down her cheeks, finally dripping from her chin. There were long intervals between each tear, often with the next tear not yet fully formed when the previous one had already fallen. Later, the subsequent tears finally caught up to the earlier ones, transforming from distant glimpses into a broken string of pearls, then into a continuous stream. And Alice simply stood still, gazing at the gray mist. "Why are you crying? You know the answer." Alice slowly closed her eyes. She knew. This was her long unnoticed anger, sadness, and powerlessness. Or perhaps, she had already noticed, but crying, besides burdening others, solved nothing. In fact, as early as when she received that birthday gift, as early as when she saw Songshu's smile, as early as when she first woke up from Amon's body, as early as when she climbed out of the grave, as early as when she first woke up in this world, she should have cried, shouldn't she? She should have cried a long time ago. Unfortunately, she ultimately did not cry in front of Klein, but ended that birthday with a joke, not letting Klein's birthday gift be as bad as her own. Alice sighed, not trying to stop crying, and through her tears, answered in as clear a voice as possible, I thought that fate brought me here, at least to give me an answer. I thought I would at least know why. Why me? Why me of all people? Why not find someone else? And Alice stopped speaking, her tears having ceased at some point. She asked in a voice still tinged with a slight breathiness, what exactly do you want to do? Is there something about me that you absolutely must have? Why do you become indistinguishable from me? No one answered Alice's question, only High Priest Nim of Moon City tentatively asked, although I don't know what you're saying, but perhaps you need rest. This sentence seemed to possess some kind of magic, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. After her emotions were vented, a tremendous fatigue surged from the depths of her spirit. It was not physical fatigue, nor was it spirituality fatigue, but a fatigue unique to the mind. In short, it was a psychological effect. After a few seconds of silence, Alice asked High Priest Nim, is there food? No, never mind. Is there a place to sleep? Theoretically, a perfect rest should involve a grand meal, a good hot bath, and then lying in bed, falling asleep in a comfortable environment. Some people might like to drink alcohol, or some milk, but that's beside the point. The main reason Alice stopped abruptly was that she had seen the food of the City of Silver. Evidently, neither black-faced grass nor the flesh and blood of a monster were things she would enjoy eating. It was even worse than the things Frank Lee made, although strange, at least they were edible and tasted good. Hey, speaking of which, if Frank Lee could come here, he'd be very happy, wouldn't he? After all, no matter what he made, someone was willing to eat it, unless the taste buds of the forsaken land of the gods' residents were completely dysfunctional. As Alice yearned for food from the outside, High Priest Nim crossed his hands and bowed, saying, please follow me. Alice stood in a daze for a few seconds before quickly running a few steps to catch up with High Priest Nim, who had already turned, and asked in surprise, wait, you're just taking me back. She still remembered the implied probing and wariness the chief of the City of Silver had shown her initially, though part of it might have been because she claimed to be Ouroboros. No, perhaps that was the main reason. If I had been honest from the start, the chief's attitude might have been much better. Alice lowered her head guiltily. High Priest Nim didn't know what Alice was thinking. He frankly explained to Alice the real reason for his trust in her. Greeting guests who emerge from the gray mist was an oracle left by the Lord, even though the Lord has already. High Priest Nim's expression was somewhat sad. Alice didn't need him to finish to understand his unspoken words, and even though she was not a believer of the ancient sun god or the true creator, let alone Adam, she still sighed. He did not abandon you. He was simply betrayed by those he trusted. High Priest Nim suddenly stopped, turning to look at Alice. Alice blinked twice, and after a moment's thought, sighed, I haven't introduced myself yet. You can call me Miss Fate. In the distant past, I probably once met that sun god of yesteryear, at least my then vassal did. I didn't come from that gray mist, that was an accident. In fact, I came from outside the forsaken land of the gods. What do you call this place? The amount of information in this statement was too much. Ultimately, High Priest Nim only managed to ask one question, forsaken land of the gods. Alice blinked, what do you usually call this place? The The cursed land. High Priest Nim looked at Alice, responding profoundly. The cursed land. Alice murmured, repeating the name. High Priest Nim looked at Alice, not responding to her words, but instead asked, "What does betrayed mean?" Alice met High Priest Nim's gaze. From his firm eyes, Alice realized that if she didn't explain this matter, High Priest Nim would not continue to lead the way. Since that was the case, Alice lowered her eyes, curved her lips into a smile, and said, "But why should I tell you? Fate's gifts are never free." After a moment of silence, High Priest Nim bowed respectfully to her again, his voice deep as he said, "Please follow me, Miss Fate." So Alice followed the Moon City High Priest in brown animal skins, along with about 10 other people, slowly moving forward in the dark, sunless forsaken land of the gods. They arrived before an ancient city gate, full of the marks of time. Alice realized that it must be Moon City. High Priest Nim knocked on the city gate and respectfully invited Alice inside. Alice unceremoniously walked in. Stepping inside the city gate, the first thing she saw was a huge square. And also, the Moon City residents gathered in the square. Perhaps someone had given instructions, perhaps not, but the residents were gathered in the square, looking towards the city gate, until someone gasped, "The High Priest is back." End of chapter. Chapter 424. Chapter 2 Gambling. Alice went to see the High Priest they spoke of. High Priest Nim didn't show much emotion. He followed the path that opened in the crowd and walked towards the only high platform in the center. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Alice stopped at the innermost circle of the crowd and asked aloud. "Should I go up with you?" As if he hadn't expected her to have such a question, High Priest Nim turned his head, paused for a few seconds, and then said thoughtfully. "Normally, when there's something important in the city, we gather everyone here to make an announcement." "Ah," Alice suddenly understood, and nodded empathetically, "are you going to tell the others about my origin first?" High Priest Nim's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, then he said silently. "Yes." Afterward, Alice watched High Priest Nim walk onto the high platform and, after a long silence, he began. "You should already know that Chen and Lucy found someone from that fog. I have already seen her. No, it calls itself Miss Fate, and comes from outside this cursed land, guided by fate." Alice looked up at the high platform. The people of Moon City were not as tall as those in the City of Silver, most of them were even shorter than her. Even with High Priest Nim standing on the high platform, he was not as tall as the chief. Of course, this wasn't an issue she should be concerned about. She only vaguely realized something from High Priest Nim's posture, perhaps, it was she who should be standing there at this moment. She should go up and introduce herself, then preach doctrines. Wait, whose doctrines would she preach? Oh, right, why did he call me it? Was it because of my tone when I mentioned the ancient sun god? Alice turned her head. Behind her, the Moon City residents had already silently formed a semicircle. Alice turned her gaze back to the high platform. After 2 seconds of silence, she also stepped towards the high platform. High Priest Nim stopped speaking because of her actions, making way for her in the center. Alice looked at High Priest Nim, then at the crowd, standing there a little bewildered. A speech, shouldn't there be a microphone? Such a thing was clearly impossible in this place. Alice's gaze searched around and finally fell on a thin child in the crowd. The child was holding a thin booklet. Alice's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously took half a step, wanting to rush down, but quickly retracted her foot. It didn't seem quite right. The people below looked up at her, seemingly unaware of her small movements. Alice stood there for a few seconds, beginning to recall how Miss Justice had elegantly fainted during the tarot club. This was what she had pestered Audrey about at the time. No need to worry about injury, Alice had far fewer troubles during her feigned fainting. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, her body swayed twice, then she collapsed to the ground as if from exhaustion. After a brief silence, the scene turned into a commotion, but under High Priest Nim's soothing words and commands, the surroundings quickly returned to order. Alice felt someone carry her onto something, most likely a stretcher. After that, she was carried an unknown distance, winding this way and that, until finally she was placed on a bed. Those people closed the door and left. Alice remained lying there, unmoving. After a while, it seemed someone else came in. Alice felt a sense of being spied upon, it seemed something wanted to see her essence. She frowned and opened her eyes. It was a dark secret room, but Apollo was emitting a dazzling light on Alice. These people didn't seem to intend to remove this robe, so in the light, Alice saw a similarly deformed face. This face didn't have many tumors, but his eyes were one large and one small. At this moment, a monocle was perched on his right eye. When Alice woke up, he subconsciously pushed the monocle. Alice reflexively sprang up from the bed, stiffened her back, closed her eyes, and screamed. "Help! Ah!" This scream seemed to awaken the person in front of her, and another scream echoed in the secret room. "Ah!" He didn't yell for help, he just screamed. Alice stopped screaming upon hearing his voice, reopened her eyes, and frowned as she scrutinized him up and down. It shouldn't be Amon's clones aren't this weak. The feedback from spirituality made Alice relax a bit. She quickly looked at the monocle, which was the source of the feeling of being spied upon. Observation, analysis. A vague feeling came from her spiritual intuition. Alice pinched her brow, pondered for a moment, and then asked. If this thing sees a mythical creature form, you'll die, right? The stranger's scream had now stopped. He looked at Alice bewilderedly at her question. Gazing into his eyes, Alice sighed softly and completely released the aura of a mythical creature. Looking at the terrified man, Alice slowly said, "Angels, in the past, you called them beings descended from gods. If you look like this, you'll die, right?" He clearly guessed it, so why did he still do this? Did he really believe I fainted? Sigh, anyway, I'll take a nap. Tell people not to disturb me if nothing's wrong. Good night. The power of restart continued its prelude at the end of her words, sending the person out of the secret room and closing the door behind him. Immediately afterward, a spirituality barrier isolated the secret room. Only then did Alice have time to murmur to herself. It seems the fake fainting failed. Never mind, the most awkward part is over anyway. We'll deal with the rest later. That monocle is a sealed artifact, right? I wonder which pathway it belongs to. That feeling, could it be? Alice frowned, recalling the reader who could imitate others' abilities. Speaking of which, I wonder how Dunitz and his captain are doing. Does Edwina even know that the whole crew likes her? Oh, right, Klein. Alice suddenly remembered a crucial matter, she hadn't replied to his message. In that strange state earlier, she actually couldn't think. She couldn't respond to prayers or rituals, except automatically. Of course, no one in the forsaken land of the gods should need her to automatically respond to rituals anyway. No, it's very likely there aren't even any active ones. But the message Alice needed to reply to was actually Klein's. Although she didn't have the energy to check or respond, she had actually received the message. She saw that Klein had asked her during the days she was drifting. He had asked her once if she wanted ice cream. Then, after an unknown period, Klein asked if something had happened to her. It seemed he might already have an answer in his heart now. No, maybe he already thought something was wrong when he asked me if I wanted ice cream. Alice wasn't sure when Klein realized something was amiss, but she had at least been drifting in a daze for most of a week. It shouldn't have been a full week yet. Klein would have mentioned missing the tarot club. Ignoring other matters, Alice closed her eyes and began to pray within the spirituality barrier. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. I implore your gaze. I implore your listening. Are you there? Having done all this, Alice silently opened her eyes, waiting for Klein's reply. Although irritated by Alice's habit of sending back tableware with food residue, Klein had long grown accustomed to it all and began washing dishes, grumbling. He'll use this same set of tableware to serve her next time she eats. The frugal Klein secretly nodded, then waited for Alice to try to annoy him again. As an angel, Alice obviously didn't need 3 meals a day. In an environment like the forsaken land of the gods, Klein guessed that Alice probably couldn't have 3 meals a day at regular times. As long as she didn't suddenly say she wanted to eat in the middle of the night, Klein thought he could probably accept it. But, what if she only requested it once and there was no follow-up? After a day passed, Klein finally couldn't resist. He came above the gray fog, hesitated for a moment, then tentatively poked the crimson star belonging to Alice and sent a message. Alice, do you want ice cream? No one answered him. Maybe she's busy right now, maybe she's occupied. She'll definitely find me when she's free. In this way, Klein comforted himself while doing what he needed to do. After all, his life wasn't just about being Alice's babysitter. He remembered Alice again when he received a reply from Ajik. After the bone messenger disintegrated and disappeared, Klein unfolded the envelope in the sunlight and scanned the contents of the letter. I'm glad you've advanced. Your travel experiences are more interesting than I imagined. That sea area is indeed very dangerous. I vaguely remember it might be related to the source of the cataclysm. As for why the ancient death would have residual aura there, I'm not quite sure. I will remember your warning. I won't enter that sea area until my memory is fully restored. The true creator's ravings are not pleasant to hear. I'm somewhat interested in the ring in Hell General's hand, but I've been entangled in a past matter recently, so it might be a while before I can visit him. The Sequence 4 potion for the Seer pathway is called Bizarro Sorcerer. It is indeed not called Ringmaster or Circus or anything like that. Why would you think that? Klein silently put away the envelope. Why would he think that? Of course, he'd have to ask. Wait, where's Alice? Alice still hadn't replied. Klein realized something was wrong. After finding a washroom, he once again came above the gray fog, trying to check the condition of the crimson star belonging to Alice. Undoubtedly, he couldn't see anything. This situation had appeared after Alice retrieved the uniqueness. He could contact Alice by touching that star, but at his current stage, he seemed temporarily unable to clearly see what was happening around Alice. It was as if the signal had been cut off by something. Klein had a premonition that this was temporary. If he could further master the power of this gray fog, perhaps he could, although he couldn't yet deduce to what extent he needed to be. But at this moment, the danger of this situation occurred. He had no idea what was happening on Alice's side. Above the gray fog, he tried to toss a coin with little hope, but the result showed everything was safe. Klein decided to try the pendulum divination method again. The pendulum swung clockwise, its amplitude so violent it seemed about to fall from his hand. This meant danger, and extreme danger, as dangerous as it could possibly be. Facing two completely contradictory divination results, Klein hesitated for a moment, then tried the pendulum divination method a second time. The citrine pendant still rotated clockwise, but the amplitude of its rotation was much smaller than the previous time. This meant almost no danger. Klein tried a third pendulum divination. This time, the result showed there was danger, but the correct choice needed to be made. Fourth time, fifth time. After 7 consecutive divinations, Klein confirmed one thing: the divination results concerning Alice seemed, to some extent, random. Everything still seemed undecided. He hesitated for a moment, then only asked Alice with concern, and didn't continue, but instead planned to look for clues for the potion formula while waiting for Alice to reply. She should be able to safely advance to sequence 1, right? She couldn't possibly be going to restart now, could she? Klein spent several days in this worry, until a woman's prayer sounded in his ears, and then he became excited. Although he knew that the one praying might not be Alice, but someone else, Klein still eagerly found a washroom and came above the gray fog. Waiting for a reply in a dark secret room was a very boring thing. If Alice could really endure such a thing, she wouldn't be Alice, so she fell asleep. Meditation was truly a powerful tool for quickly falling asleep. Since learning meditation, Alice had never suffered from insomnia again. Dreams quickly engulfed her, covering her tired spirit. In front of Alice was the familiar face of Song Shu. Alice saw her smile and bend down, extending a hand towards her. In her chaotic thoughts, Alice heard Song Shu's familiar, smiling voice. Huan, or, should I call you? Alice. Let's make a bet. The emotion contained in that voice was as condescending as her posture. It was a command disguised as a question. This should be a memory, Alice thought so. She also felt that there should be details of the bet later, but unfortunately, she couldn't see them for now. Grayish-white mist enveloped the surroundings, startling her awake from her dream. Above the gray fog, that lofty figure, however, called out with an excited tone. Alice, are you all right? End of chapter. Chapter 425 Chapter 3 Investors. She really wanted to curse him. Alice gritted her teeth and went above the gray fog, but when she saw Klein's anxious and worried expression, she swallowed her words. Forget it, I won't argue with him about this. He'll find out sooner or later. After comforting herself a few times, Alice asked Klein. First, tell me what time it is now. It was an expected question, and Klein wasn't too surprised. He quickly answered Alice's query about the time. The 22nd, April 22nd, 11 o'clock at night. April 22nd. Alice mentally reviewed it and realized it was Friday, meaning it was late Friday night outside. Has it been that long already? She shook her head. However, it was indeed much faster than walking. At this point, Alice paused, looking at the puzzled Klein, and explained. There was an accident. I ran into Eamon, but I got away. The good news is, I saw the West Continent. Klein stared intently at Alice, his breathing even stopping. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a sentence from his dry throat. The West Continent. He already knew what the West Continent represented, and he already knew Alice's destination, but he clearly hadn't expected news about the West Continent to come so suddenly. Can't get in, Alice replied, propping her chin with her hand. The West Continent is blocked by a gray mist. Her voice suddenly stopped, and she looked at the surrounding gray fog, her eyes becoming hesitant. Klein followed her gaze and also only saw a gray-white mist. He was stunned for a moment and asked Alice. Is it, this kind of mist? Alice pursed her lips and sighed, probably, after all. She paused, but didn't utter the rest of the sentence. That was information only angels could know. The Evernight goddess had once told her that the Lord of the Mysteries had sealed 7 Sephira, including the Key of Light, in the West Continent, and the Sephira castle on Klein was precisely the Sephira belonging to the Lord of the Mysteries. So, that solidified mist might really come from here. Wait. Alice looked at Klein, her brows gradually furrowing. The Key of Light's true form was likely still in the West Continent. If she wanted to enter the West Continent, she would have to open the seal of the mist, which meant, she needed a Lord of the Mysteries. No, the seal left by the Lord of the Mysteries, God Almighty, who was also a pillar, could probably also undo it. And then there was, the one outside Earth, let's not even think about that. But no matter what, it seemed that letting Eamon be the Lord of the Mysteries was indeed not a good idea, but Klein. Alice pursed her lips and changed the subject. Have you found any clues for your sequence 4 potion formula? Klein was startled and didn't answer her question immediately. Instead, he probed. I can't listen. Kind of. Alice pinched her brow. I should find a way to come back. If you haven't found any clues for the potion formula yet, should I ask the goddess when I get back? This was not a joke. The image left by the Evernight goddess was clearly not that of a naive girl. In Alice's opinion, if the goddess needed a Lord of the Mysteries, then there was a high probability that becoming the Lord of the Mysteries would be an unavoidable path for her. No, perhaps even the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways to godhood couldn't bypass her. In that case, would the goddess have the Beander characteristics I'm missing? This thought flashed through Alice's mind. She noted it down and continued. I remember the night church keeps mermaids. Is that prepared for the seer pathway? No, that's not right. I remember you found the clown potion formula yourself. Does the church not know the subsequent potion formulas for the seer pathway? That's not right either. If they didn't know, why would the church keep mermaids? Could high sequences of the sleepless pathway also use mermaids? Or, Alice's voice trailed off. After more than 10 seconds, she asked in a slightly hesitant tone. Does the church, or rather, the goddess, not want anyone to advance to high sequences of the seer pathway? This was indeed possible. Although according to the goddess, the Lord of the Mysteries, mental presence existed in the Beander characteristics, theoretically speaking, any Beander of the apprentice, marauder, or seer pathways was equally dangerous. But high sequences were obviously more dangerous, and besides, for the marauder pathway, the most dangerous should be Eamon, and for the apprentice pathway, the most dangerous was probably Mr. Door, who emitted full moon ravings. The high-ranking seer pathway Beanders shouldn't have anyone chasing low sequences for help or eating Beander characteristics as snacks, right? However, regardless, this actually had nothing to do with Klein. After all, Sephira Castle was on Klein, which destined him to be one of the Lord of the Mysteries candidates. Wait. Alice looked at this candidate for the Lord of the Mysteries and said thoughtfully. Logically speaking, an investor should want to see project progress and expected returns. Otherwise, if the project progress and expected returns don't meet expectations, would he withdraw his investment? Under Alice's insightful analogy, Klein pushed the option of seeking help from the goddess further back, then frowned and looked at Alice, subtly reminding her. You're the one most likely to have your investment withdrawn, aren't you? No, I won't, Alice shook her head with certainty. I'm the investor. Klein was speechless. A moment later, as if remembering something, he asked, wait a minute, what did the goddess invest in? Alice rested her chin on her hands. After more than 10 seconds, based on her own experience, she answered with certainty. You haven't become a god yet. Ah. Klein's eyes were blank. Alice didn't continue to dwell on this question with Klein. Instead, she asked, so, do you have any clues for your potion formula? Oh right, Klein suddenly remembered something. My sequence 4 isn't called Ringmaster, or Circus, it's called Bizarro Sorcerer. Bizarro Sorcerer. Not bad, it certainly sounds much more advanced than Ringmaster, or Circus, or similar, but... Alice frowned slightly and asked with a hint of hesitation. Advanced magician. Klein looked at her expressionlessly. Alice was silent for 2 seconds. Remembering that she still relied on Klein for deliveries, she carefully tried to apologize. All right, it's my fault. It's definitely not as simple as an advanced magician. After all, Sequence 4 combines the previous abilities, so you're at least an advanced magician plus an advanced clown plus an advanced puppeteer plus. She gradually closed her mouth as Klein's expression became increasingly vivid, finally asking hesitantly. How about, we discuss this after you get the potion formula and know the Bizarro Sorcerer's abilities? It was a welcome suggestion, and Klein voted in favor. But at the same time, they had nothing left to say. After silently staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, Klein tentatively asked. Do you want some ice cream? Alice had just answered yes, then quickly remembered that she had nothing on her, at least no spirituality materials for performing a ritual of bestowal. She pinched her brow, replying with a slight headache. I'm afraid it'll have to wait a bit. I don't have any spirituality materials on me, and I'm currently in a human city, which seems to have some problems. In short, I probably can't set up a ritual for a while, and besides, even if I said yes, you probably couldn't buy ice cream at this hour, could you? That was true. Klein realized this and abandoned his previous thought, reminding Alice. If you want to eat something, remember to pray during the day, not in the middle of the night. I don't even know when it's daytime outside. Alice mumbled, then suddenly remembered her previous thought. Oh, speaking of which. She looked at Klein, her expression slightly peculiar, and said to him. Do you know, my current situation is, in a sense, very suitable for proselytizing. May I spread your name in the forsaken land of the gods, great Mr. Fool? Quote. Klein's eyes widened as he looked at Alice, suddenly having a bad premonition. Can I refuse? You can, Alice nodded, but I might not listen. Klein stared at Alice for a long while, then sighed at her smiling gaze, reminding her. Tell them not to pray unless it's important. You know how to phrase that, right? Alice nodded, patting her chest, and said. Don't worry, Mr. Fool, I won't let anyone disturb your sleep. I'm enough for this kind of thing. Klein once again looked at Alice expressionlessly, and asked coldly. Why don't you directly spread your own faith? I'd like to. Alice pouted. But I can't stay in the forsaken land of the gods forever. Once I leave, won't I be unable to respond to their prayers? So spreading the faith of the fool was, of course, the optimal solution. Don't ask, just say she was an angel under the fool. Alice glanced at Klein, adding. It would sound very strange for a god to call himself a fool. Come to think of it, you were quite lucky to encounter Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice back then, instead of someone who would directly ask you why you called yourself a fool. No one but you would ask such a question. Klein shouted exasperatedly. No one would suddenly ask such a question without being sure of friend or foe, or the other party's strength. Alice silently lowered her head. Their conversation ended there. After realizing they had nothing more to say to each other, they both returned from above the gray fog to the real world. Alice reopened her eyes. The room was empty, just as it had been before she entered the gray fog, and the spirituality barrier had not been triggered. She was still in the secret chamber. Alice did not try to leave the room. Instead, she sat on the bed, frowning and muttering. Even if fusion is inevitable in the end, it's better to be fully prepared to face everything than to rush into it, right? After all, the seer pathway isn't the fate pathway. If it were the fate pathway, perhaps timing really would be the most important thing, and everything else would be false. The seer pathway seems to focus more on preparation beforehand. That's right, it's a performance after all. 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of practice off stage. Could Bizarro Sorcerer really be an advanced magician? Alice scrunched her neck, not dwelling on that thought any longer. After a moment of contemplation, she lay straight on the bed and closed her eyes. So bright. Alice frowned unhappily and sat up from the bed. The light should be off when sleeping, she mumbled, taking off Apollo, and after a brief thought, threw it under the bed, locking its light beneath. Done. Alice clapped her hands and lay back on the bed. Her original intention was to try to reconnect with her previous dream, what if? However, unfortunately, this idea ultimately failed. Alice woke up bewildered at some unknown point later, the room still pitch black. Should I sleep again? She looked at the dark room, dazed for a moment, then this thought popped into her head. Alice closed her eyes again, then opened them, sat up from the bed, patted her cheeks with her hands, and shook her head, saying, No, I didn't come here to sleep. After being awake for a while, Alice crawled under the bed and pulled out Apollo. Donning Apollo and undoing the spirituality barrier, Alice realized that not only she had sealed off this secret room, but there seemed to be other forces at play. She was stunned for a moment, realizing this might be similar to the isolation zone that Little Sun had mentioned. Does Moon City also have similar places? She mumbled, deciding to be polite and not try to break the door down yet. Hey, is anyone there? She shouted. Let me out. Why does it sound like I've been captured? Alice looked down at her toes and thought. Her voice must have carried out. More than 10 minutes later, someone opened the door to her room. Please follow me, that person said to her. Alice tilted her head. The person who opened the door for her had their head bowed. She couldn't see what they looked like, only that their voice sounded quite young. The young person turned around and began to lead the way after speaking. Alice thought for a moment and followed. After circling a few times, they returned to the ground floor via the stairs. Only then did Alice realize she might have been underground. She curiously looked around, especially behind her. It was a black tower. The surrounding scenery was somewhat unfamiliar, but the architectural style was similar to what she had seen yesterday. This should still be Moon City. End of chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.